Someone make it make sense.
Probably a couple.
Hello, and welcome to another crazy and exciting day for Karen Reed. We start out with a masterful cross-examination by Mr. Alessi of this defense expert who's on the stand for quite a while. Actually, I guess it's all the way through until lunch break. And actually after the lunch break, I believe. And then Jen McCabe does take the stand on direct, and they finish it out with actually discussing ARCCA. And I've not even seen that part yet. I've not seen all of this. I've seen most of the cross for Mr. Whiffin, but basically this is a very exciting, eventful day in court for sure, full of all kinds of things to talk about. I'm really excited. But I have this little clip here just to show you guys of this crazy moment here. Yeah, check this out.
Do you know what the temperature was in Canton in January 29th, 2022?
I do not know.
Don't you think that that would be an important piece of information in analyzing where the phone of John O'Keefe was on the morning of January 29th?
I didn't think it was.
The police came.
Did y'all hear that? I sound stuffed up. I don't know. I'm not stuffed up. Let me see if my settings are different. I don't know. But welcome, Kane. Welcome, Annie. Welcome, Leslie and Billy. Welcome, Twiz. I don't know why I sound stuffed up. I mean, we've been having pollen, but I don't think I'm stuffed up. So let's just watch that again. Can I make it go back? Does that do it? Hang on. Let me try something here. Because that is so crazy. Okay. All right, let's just watch this one more time.
Do you know what the temperature was in Canton in January 29th, 2022?
I do not know.
Don't you think that that would be an important piece of information in analyzing where the phone of John O'Keefe was on the morning of January 29th?
I didn't think it was.
I mean, y'all, one more time. Done. This whole battery thing for the Commonwealth, done. This is crazy.
Do you know what the temperature was in Canton in January 29th, 2022?
I do not know.
Don't you think that that would be an important piece of information in analyzing where the phone of John O'Keefe was on the morning of January 29th?
I didn't think it was.
I mean, oh my God. So, I mean, what do we even do with that, right? I mean, it's crazy. So yeah, there's that. Let me pull this other one up. Let's see. Okay, so perfect. I have this other clip ready to go for when we get there. Okay, so that is what we have in store for us, among other things. All right, so now though we're going to jump on in. Okay, so you're very welcome, James. Okay, so now we're going to jump on into the beginning of the day and we're going to watch this incredibly masterful cross-examination. Hopefully I don't still sound stuffed up. I don't know what that's about. Okay.
Hey. All persons have any business before the Honorable Beverly Cannoni, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court, and before the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now open. You may be seated.
Good morning, Council. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. I do have to ask you those same 3 questions. Were you all able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday? Yes. Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing it?
How would you know what I sound like when I wake up? Especially because I barely ever sleep.
An independent research or investigation into this case? Yes. Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? No. Everyone said no and shook their heads. Before we start, at the end of the trial, when I give you your instructions, I'll explain to you what a stipulation is. But essentially, a stipulation really is just a fact that the lawyers agree to. So what the lawyers want me to tell you, what they agree with, is that last Friday, when we were on our view at 34 Fairview, you may have seen an object in the front lawn. It looked like a rock. If you saw that, please disregard it. They want you to know that that was not there on January 28th to January 29th, 2022. With that, could we have Mr. Whiffin back?
Interesting. The rock. I heard about this. Did y'all hear about this rock? Interesting.
The lawyers want me to tell you what they agree with is that last Friday, when we were on our view at 34 Fairview, you may have seen an object in the front lawn. It looked like a rock. If you saw that, please disregard it. They want you to know that that was not there on January 28th to January 29th, 2022.
That's funny.
With that, could we have Mr. Whiffin back, please? Good morning.
So you're still in the room. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Alessi, you all set?
Thank you, Your Honor. May I approach you?
Yes.
Thanks. Your Honor, if I may address the court.
Okay.
Mr. Brennan and I have agreed, as we did yesterday, to stipulate into evidence portions of Mr. Whiffin's March 2025 report. So if I could have it marked.
Okay.
Thank you.
Exhibit 43. Thank you.
Thank you. May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Morning, Mr. Whiffin.
Good morning.
And welcome back.
Thank you.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Whiffin, I just handed you, which is in evidence as Exhibit 43, and this is a portion of your March 2025 report. If you could just take a moment to look at it, and when you've had a fair opportunity to do that, I'd ask you to turn to page 28.
Okay.
And just if you could, sir, just pick up your head and let me know when you're ready to proceed.
Okay, thank you.
He's got like. Did anyone notice he's got like. He's wearing only shades of gray? How many shades of gray we got going on there? 1, 2, at least 4 shades of gray. I will say by the end of this cross, his skin also turns another shade of gray.
Thank you.
You ready, Mr. Whiffin?
I am.
He
Thank
does. He changes
So
color.
what I'd like to do is to, with your honor's permission, is
Like
to
literally by the end of this cross, he's like a different color. It's
Publish.
crazy.
pages 28, 29, and 30, and start with page 28.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Wolf? And if you could enlarge the text down below as much as you can so the jury can see it.
Make it bigger.
Thank you, Mr. Wolf. So, Mr. Whiffin, this summary section of your report is a summary of the location section that you wrote in your March 2025 report, correct?
That's correct.
And it states the location data on this device contains a vast number of records while traveling between 12/19/33 and 12/24/38. These records all have a high horizontal accuracy value as well as bearing and speed information which conforms to the streets being traveled. Next paragraph. The device arrived outside 34 Fairview at 12/24/38 where it ain't static for about 30 seconds. Do you say that, sir?
I do, yes.
And did I read that correctly?
You did.
Did I read that correctly?
Sorry, yes, you did.
So at the end of it says, show the device moving west from the roadside towards the house. That's what you wrote, correct?
Correct.
I would like you to, Mr. Wilker.
I'm pausing this to take a screenshot. By the way, if y'all haven't seen it, I posted some things in the Discord from previously with the battery temp and some other things, charts and whatnot. So that's in the Karen Read thread. So whenever I stop and take screenshots, that's kind of what I'm doing. All right.
If we could switch back to the timeline.
Oh, and we're back to the coffee stained maps. Tanel's asking about the dog bite expert. So that wouldn't be until the defense case in chief. We're still at the very beginning of the Commonwealth's case. We're only on day 6. So we won't see Dr. Russell until the defense case.
Of Mr. Whiffin that we had published yesterday in deck. '79.
Welcome. I mean, I definitely
Mr. Whiffin,
feel like the pollen is like affecting my, like, I feel like my throat feels scratchy from the pollen, but I'm not stuffed up per se. I think maybe I'll have a cough drop. Plus I love those cough drops. Anyway.
could please, we just read that portion of your report that says at 25:30, the
Yeah.
device bearing shifts
Definitely
to a
not.
westerly direction as location records also show the device moving west from the roadside towards the house. Did you put that in your timeline?
I did not.
It's kind of important information, isn't it?
All these cough drops.
I believe with the declining accuracy, the value that those records provided was more limited.
But it was important enough for you to write it in your report, but you didn't put it in the timeline, correct?
Correct.
Now, if you could continue on your report, page 29, Mr. Wolk, if we could put, and we're going to be flipping back and forth between the timeline in your report.
Okay.
If we could go to page 29, enlarge it, the text, so the jury is able to read it along with us. We're going to start from the top. So the next says, from the combination of device location and bearing, it does appear that the device started to move towards the house. However, since the bearing information appears to be based on the location records rather than the direction the device is facing, it is difficult to say with any degree of certainty if the device actually moved. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
So the first part is, again, a statement that the device has started to move.
Okay, I'm gonna try to read this. Let me pull this down. So it says this is important because it comes up again. From the combination, by the way, I'm having one of those yummy cough drops. So from the combination of device location and bearing, it does appear that the device started to move towards the house. However, since the bearing information appears based on the location records rather than the direction the device is facing, it is difficult to say with any degree of certainty if the device actually moved. Okay.
Toward the house. Now, if we could go to the next paragraph. This location data is immediately followed by 12 minutes of low accuracy records, which offer no reliable location information. So I just want to make sure I've got the time period here. The 12 minutes is from 12:25, correct?
Yes.
And
that's
so
correct.
12:25 plus 12 is 12:37. So the range we're talking about here is from 12:25 through 12:37, correct?
Correct.
Then, if we could go to, Mr. Wolf, please, back to the timeline, slide 82. So I want to discuss with you the very entry.
I'm gonna try a different court feed because that is annoying. I don't know what's going on with court TV. Janelle says, so it appears to move toward, but they can't be certain. Hold that thought. They're just getting started. You know, I've said it before. Who was it with? Who was it with? It was either Jackson or maybe it was Mr. Alessi. Who was it with when I said he's building a house earlier in this trial? He's building a house as a way of interpreting the cross-examination and the methodical approach. And it sounds like it must have given that description. It's probably Alessi. But anyway, similar thing here. He's building a house that it's methodical, it's precise, it's step by step. It's not just here's the point and now you don't have to listen anymore. You know what I mean? Like is in terms of the jury. It's all very strategic, and he's going to show us exactly what the defense thinks is going on here over time. Let me just see if this feed is better and doesn't do the weird jumpy thing. Hold on. Let's see. I freaking love these cough drops. I think it's actually helping though. Okay, let's just see how this does. This is better.
So what I'd like to do is to, with your honor's permission, is to publish in your March 20, and next parallel 2430.
This is about where we're just going to go to.
9. You could please turn shifts towards the house.
Okay.
Did you put that in your timeline, correct? Back and forth between the from the top to move towards the house. However, since the bearing information appears to be based on the location
This is where we were. Let's see if it skips on this too. If it, I mean, it could be that every court feed does this. We'll see.
records rather than the direction the device is facing, it is difficult to say with any degree of certainty if the device actually moved. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
So the first part is again a statement that the device has started to move toward the house. Now, if we could go to the next paragraph. This location data is immediately followed by 12 minutes of low accuracy records, which offer no reliable location information. So I just want to make sure I've got the time period here right. The 12 minutes is from 12:25, correct?
Yes.
And
that's
so
correct.
12:25 plus 12 is 12:37. So the range we're talking about here is from 12:25 through 12:37, correct?
Correct.
So this is definitely better. It's not jumping, so we're going to stick with this.
Then, if we could go to, Mr. Wolf, please, back to the timeline, slide 82. So I want to discuss with you the very top entry.
Yeah,
well-
Janelle, it is. It's the eucalyptus. I freaking love these things. I was mentioning this the other day. I had this giant bag I bought when I had laryngitis, which, by the way, they didn't help when I had laryngitis, but I didn't know that until I tried anyway. But they're just so yummy and tasty. but like they have the Vicks stuff, the eucalyptus stuff. It's great.
12/31/56, where you have the entry start of health event, 36
So nice.
steps, 25 meters. And yesterday we agreed 25
Okay.
meters is approximately 84 feet, correct?
Correct.
And that is what you have in
Interesting. So this is showing where you have 36 steps, and then this is showing all the different data. I'm going to take well, actually, I don't think I need to take a screenshot. I think there's a thing that compiles it later. But yeah, health, pocket state, all this stuff, as you guys can see.
in the timeline. Let's understand what that means. At that time period, 12/31/56, do you recall writing in your March 2025 report that the device began moving for a period of 20 seconds?
Related to the location data, I believe.
Yes.
Yes.
Now, if we could, Mr. Wilk, go back to page 29 of the report. So what I want to do is go back to that paragraph up at the top from the combination of the device. From the combination of device location and bearing, it does appear that the device started to move toward the house. However, since the bearing information appears based on the location records rather than the direction the device is facing, it is difficult to say with any degree of certainty if the device actually moved. So you're talking about
Okay, so
difficulty
that's the
saying with
paragraph we just
certainty,
read.
correct?
Correct.
But it is certainly possible that the device was at that location and was moving toward the house. That's possible, correct?
Based on location data, yes.
Now, what I'd like to do, please, is to go stay on that report. And the third paragraph says, the reason for such low accuracy location data at this time is not known, as there are many possible reasons why the accuracy was be reduced. There's a little grammar issue there, but
Correct.
in fairness to you, sir, we do that when we write long reports. But I think that your intention here is, why the accuracy is reduced at this point, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. This could include
So-
reasons such as the device entered a building covered area, the result of weather.
So Tanel has a good thought here. So if he was moving toward the house, there's no way Karen could have hit him, right? I think that's one point that they're hoping to make. But I think there's another point. And the thing is we started talking about breaking down the verdict slips with the jury instructions. And when you really look at count two is very specific with the Massachusetts jury instructions to where it doesn't necessarily require her to hit him. And we'll talk more about it. But I think that beyond them trying to show that if he's moving towards the house, it means that she couldn't hit him. I think beyond that, it's also, I think they really need to show that John O'Keefe either went in the house or had interactions with somebody other than Karen in order to definitely feel like they're in the clear for count two as well. Because count two is really funny. And again, we're going to pull all that up and talk about it. So I think I do agree that it's that, but I think they really want to show that he went in the house. I really do. And it makes more sense when you look at those jury instructions as to why that's so important to them.
Other conditions, geography, poor connectivity, or interference, to name a few. So those are the reasons you gave, which could contribute to some low accuracy, correct?
Correct.
And interesting, the very first reason you gave is that the device could be entering a building or covered area. And that phraseology could include a house, correct?
Correct.
It could include a garage attached to the house, correct?
Correct.
And it could include the house at 34 Fairview, and it could include the garage attached to the house at 34 Fairview, because both of those are buildings or covered areas, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, thank you, Kane, for y'all.
Then
notice
you go on in the next
color?
paragraph
Look at the difference, dude. He's
to
already
say it is known
turning.
that the device was not being used at this time, and is this time that include that 1237, 12-minute range, 1225 to 1237?
Yes, it was not being used for location purposes.
So that's another reason why, right, the accuracy could be a little bit on the lower side.
Correct.
Now, the next paragraph says, at 12:38:13, when the device begins recording higher, and that's relative to what it was recording before. It's not that it's high, but it's higher than what it was just moments before.
Correct.
The data centers on a location slightly closer to the house than the roadside. Although several records show the same center coordinate with differing accuracy radii. Some of these location records are shown in the map below in white. So let's go down and look at what you had in your report for the area in white. In the area in white that you're referring to, there are two white circles, the largest one there. This, in fact, was a depiction that you included in your report.
Well, that's
on
a
page
funky
29,
looking map.
correct?
Correct.
Well, okay.
Interesting.
Why are the trees pink?
And
What's
notable.
going on?
You did not include that depiction in your timeline that you discussed with the jury.
Okay,
yesterday.
let me back this up because I'm distracted by this really weird looking map, but he's making a point here. Hold on.
Largest one there. This, in fact, was a depiction that you included in your report on page 29, correct?
Correct.
Interesting and notable. You did not include that depiction in your timeline that you discussed with the jury yesterday, did you?
I did not know.
But it was important enough for you to put that depiction in your report, correct?
Correct.
And notably, the larger white circle covers a substantial
You know,
amount
it's funny.
of the house at 34 Fairview, correct?
Correct.
So
Okay, so look at the white circle and how it covers a substantial portion of the house. Remember when we watched it live and in the recap both times yesterday, when Mr. Whiffin got to the part where he was like showing the he was going through his maps and whatever, his PowerPoint, and he was like, I'm only including the most accurate data. I didn't log the inaccurate data. And I was like, wait, what? Why aren't you showing us what the inaccurate data shows? Anyway, this, I suppose, is what he was calling inaccurate. But the point is he's not, the point that Mr. Alessi's making right at this juncture is he didn't show it because it covers a wider radius and part of that includes part of the house. In other words, it's not good for the Commonwealth.
So, given your testimony on direct yesterday with Attorney Brennan, the phone of John O'Keefe, according to this depiction, could be anywhere within the largest white circle, correct?
Correct.
Uh-huh. Because are you at the gym? Are you working on your legs? To be fitting?
And this depiction was not offered by you or the Commonwealth in your presentation to the jury yesterday, correct?
Correct. Not in the PowerPoint.
Now, if we could,
So, okay, a couple things. I want to talk about this cross-examination. Well, obviously. Mr. Alessi is slowly and methodically slaying this witness. But notice his tone, notice his approach. He's not yelling. He's not aggressive. He's not combative. He's just building a house slowly and methodically. I think in a lot of ways, it's probably more torturous to some witnesses. This dude's skin color, like I said, is changing in front of our eyes and becoming more the same color as his different grays that he's wearing. It's just you can just tell that Mr. Alessi sees exactly all the points he's going to make, and he's just going to point by point by point by point rip this witness's opinions to shreds. It's a beautiful thing to watch. So good.
Go back, Mr. Wolf, to page 29
We got to twerk out
of
to it, though.
your report. Into the text. And if we can enlarge the text just a little bit, please, for the jury, Mr. Wolf.
Yay, twerk out.
So the paragraph that begins with at 12:38:13, when the device begins recording higher accuracy information again, the data centers on a location slightly closer to the house than the roadside, although several records show the same center coordinate with differing accuracy radii. Some of these location records are shown on the map in white below. And I repeated that just to connect this part of the text to that diagram with a big white circle. Have I done that correctly?
Yes, correct.
Thank you, sir. The next paragraph. Over the next few hours.
I mean, and even as he destroys him, he's polite. It's like, here, I'm going to chop you up into little bits, but I'm still going to call you sir. It's amazing. It's so good. It's so good. And I mean, think about, guys, how this is effective, right? If you're on the jury, is this effective? Versus, and I'm not saying that a more aggressive or combative approach isn't always necessary. Sometimes it is. But in this case, where especially when you've got an expert witness and you've got this fellow from Northern England, you know, I don't know. This to me was just brilliant.
The GPS coordinate and the associated accuracy radius jumps around numerous times between the house and the road. Did I read that correct?
Correct.
Yeah.
And therefore, over the next few hours, according to your report, the phone of John O'Keefe could be in the house, correct?
And the thing is this.
Based on the low accuracy information, yes.
Wow.
The
I'm going
answer-
to back this up so we can hear that. I will just say this, right? Because we were just watching Jackson cross-examining Jen McCabe from the first trial. And again, that is a witness who's extremely combative, and it's a very different situation. But what I will say is this, is that what you can't have happen, right? If you've got the attorney getting really overly emotional, right? It can distract from the points that they're making. And like, I mean, that might have even happened even with Jackson. Again, with Jen McCabe, it's just a whole different animal. But you guys know what I mean, right? I mean, that's true with really anything. Like, if somebody's getting overly emotional, then that's what the person who's listening is going to be hearing and focusing on versus what they're saying, potentially, right? I mean, especially if you're in a context where where the content matters, right? Like, in other words, sometimes it's important to convey an emotion, right? Maybe, like a closing argument, but when we're talking about a cross-examination of an expert witness and how you're scrutinizing the evidence and a timeline and all of this, you want the jury to hear what you're saying, right? The content of the statement or whatever, or the question you're asking. So
the GPS coordinate and the associated accuracy radius jumps around numerous times between the house and the road. Did I read that correct?
Correct.
And therefore, over the next few hours, according to your report, the phone of John O'Keefe could be in the house, correct?
Based on the low accuracy information, yes.
The answer is yes.
Yes.
The next paragraph.
what's this frozen Coke thing? I don't know what that is.
We'll stop there for a moment, and I would like to, Mr. Will, go down, scroll, please, to that diagram that's right below that text again.
What's this frozen Coke thing?
Yesterday, you discussed the Waze application with Ms. Attorney Brennan, correct?
Correct.
And you stated that Waze location data is more accurate than the data that comes from the Apple apps like health data and location,
Oh
correct?
boy.
Incorrect. No.
I'm sorry, is Waze location data, in your view, accurate location data?
There isn't really a thing such as Waze location data.
I'm sorry,
Waze,
I'm having trouble hearing.
Waze location data doesn't really exist. Waze is requesting location data from location services, and location services would respond with high accuracy information.
Okay, I appreciate that correction. So when someone is using a Waze application, is the information they get through that Waze app accurate?
It tries to be accurate, yes.
Oh
And
boy.
as a general matter, is the Waze application more accurate than the Apple information regarding location?
It's the same thing.
It's the same thing because it's coming essentially from the same source, correct?
Yes, Apple provides that information to Waze.
Right. So you had testified yesterday that at a certain point, the Waze application ceased functioning, correct?
Correct.
But just because it ceased functioning, the Waze, the Apple applications were still taking effect, and that's why you could make this depiction on this item that is on the screen now, correct?
Correct.
See, the Waze app, dude, that's why I'm like, why does the Commonwealth put so much stock in this Waze app thing? This is exactly what I'm saying, right? You'd have to blend it surely. Otherwise, it's just a Coke ice block. That's what I'm thinking. If you take a Coke and put it in the freezer, isn't it just like Coke ice block? Yeah. And again, it is different with like a Jen McCabe. Very different situation. But yeah, the Alessi style versus Jackson, it's necessary to be aggressive at times, but it can be a distraction. Yep, 100% agree. 100% agree. Yeah. Yeah, so how do people do this frozen? Is this a thing? Is this like a thing that people are doing? Is like freezing Coke? And I'm like, because yeah, it can't explode in the freezer. I need to know. I need to know what's going on. Also, what's the deal with the eucalyptus in the shower? We solve all things here.
If we could, Mr. Wolf, go to page 4.
I've never had an icy. Nope. Sounds yummy though.
And what I'd like to highlight, please, is the text. So if we can enlarge it up at the top.
Make it bigger.
So you then state, while location data from this data source, cache SQLite, is usually able to identify the location of the device with a high degree of accuracy and reliability, these records are so close that making a distinction between the device's actual location on the front garden is impossible, correct?
Correct.
Your words, impossible.
Correct.
Did you provide any of the information in that paragraph in your timeline or to the jury in your direct testimony yesterday?
Not in the PowerPoint, no.
Hang on. He's going to use his own words against him.
Next
Hold
paragraph.
on.
If the location records are limited to just the records between data source, cache, SQLite, is usually able to identify the location of the device with a high degree of accuracy and reliability, these records are so close that making a distinction between the device's actual location on the front garden is impossible, correct?
Correct.
Your words, impossible.
Correct.
Did you provide any of the information in that
you guys
paragraph
can
in
see
your
where it's
timeline
going.
or to the jury in your direct testimony yesterday?
Not in the PowerPoint, no.
Next paragraph. If the location records are limited to just the records between 0025, which is 1225, and 6 a.m. and with an accuracy radius of 10 meters or less, there are 46 records, all of which fall within the red circle shown below. Go ahead, Mr. Wolf, if you could scroll down. And that is the only depiction there that you included in your timeline yesterday, correct?
Correct.
So you took one of two depictions in your summary of the location, this one, in terms of your timeline presentation, correct?
Correct.
Now, in terms of the timeline, and Mr. Wolk, if we could go back to the previous with the other depiction. It's on page 29. If we could enlarge that depiction, please. So you testified that the flagpole in the fire hydrant are more down toward the small black circle. Is that correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
And yesterday, you rendered an opinion that you believed that the phone was mostly in the location by the
Hang on.
flagpole in the fire hydrant, correct?
Y'all, the theme song of today. Yesterday, his opinions are so far away. Like literally, he's gonna walk back all of his freaking opinions. It's so good. It is just so good. So a couple important matters here. Let's all congratulate Twiz on his twerk out. Doing good. Go Twiz, go. Love it. Also, I need to look into this eucalyptus situation and then this icy thing. So Twiz is not surprised. I figured you'd say that. James says, oh, and of course I never mind you chiming in, but you're not surprised. Wait, a Slurpee, is that different than an icy? Also slushy. What's a slushy versus a Slurpee versus an icy? Yeah, Beatles. Although I do love the Carpenters too. That's Beatles. Okay, I need to look up this eucalyptus thing. What do I search for? Eucalyptus. I can't spell. Type. Oh, lovely. That's a thing. Look at that. Oh my God, who does that? That sounds so nice though. How does one, where do you get this? Gather your materials. Oh my God, this looks so good. You hang it in the shadow. Look at that. You need fresh or dried eucalyptus branches, twine or string, and a pair of scissors. Where do you get eucalyptus? Let's Google that. Where to buy eucalyptus for shower? Apparently on Amazon. I don't know if I trust that. Is that like for real? For real? Wow. I just hope that them selling eucalyptus is not taking away from the koalas. Like, I want to make sure there's plenty for the koalas before I have any. You know what I mean? Don't tell me I can buy this at Target. I don't believe that for a second, internet. Anyway, okay. You can order it from Etsy. Kane's going to unsubscribe. Wait, did anyone clarify slushy versus icy versus Slurpee? Again, I've never had any of that type of thing. But I'm just curious what the difference is. So if you're Mr. Whiffin, he believes in yesterday, but today is a different day. Today's a new day. And it's time to get roasted and walk back all your opinions.
Objection.
I'm going to see counsel at sidebar for a minute, please.
Oh, wait, why are they going to
They
sidebar?
believed that the phone was mostly in the location by the flagpole in the fire hydrant, correct? Objection.
Hang on, why is there an objection?
And yesterday, you rendered an opinion that you believed that the phone was mostly in the location by the flagpole in the fire hydrant, correct? Objection.
I'm going to see counsel at sidebar for a minute, please.
That's what he said, though. I don't understand. That's literally what he said. That is what he said.
Please.
How's he
Thank you.
projecting?
So
I
you
am
can
a mutant.
enlarge that depiction. So
I would love to
yesterday, Mr. Whiffin, you focused your testimony and your opinions on the smaller black circle, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't discuss at all or disclose at all this depiction, and therefore didn't discuss or disclose at all the larger white circle, correct?
Not when discussing my overall opinion.
Right.
Yeah.
So
Right.
the answer
That's
is
no.
good.
right. So the
Oh dear.
fair way to interpret, and this is what you put in your report, this is your depiction, is that
Oh, dear.
and based upon what you said yesterday, the phone could be at the very edge of the top of the circle, correct?
Correct.
And the phone could also be at any point, so you can, in theory, put a phone anywhere around the very edges of that entire circle, correct?
There's caveats to that, but yes.
Well, I'm just asking
Yes.
you that according to your testimony yesterday in this depiction, the phone could be anywhere in that location
Yes.
within the area of that white circle.
So you know where they're going with this, right, guys? Check it out. The edge of that white circle, that's the garage, right? And that's also that door. Remember how there was like, there's like the two doors and all the nonsense with the doors? Like, that's exactly where the edge of that circle is. All the nonsense with the the whole thing. Which door did you go in? And there was some funny business too about that came up in the first trial. I caught some inconsistencies. I can't fucking remember what they were. I caught some inconsistencies about this. And there's a thing about them having to go to get the children, right? The kids that were partying at the house or whatever, and they were going into the garage to get more drinks. There was some funny business about that. Anyway, I'm just remembering there were some things from the last trial that bothered me. You know, it was funny because when we were going through we were revisiting Jen McCabe's testimony from the first trial, and it was really definitely for me, like, reminded me of some other things too. Like, for example, when Karina Kolakithis testified, there was the funny thing about when they were leaving the waterfall, and Jen McCabe trying to separate Karen and John and like saying, "You're coming with me," or whatever. And while that doesn't sound all that weird or whatever, and yeah, it doesn't, like the way I'm saying it, what her testifying to that and her testimony about it, watching her on the stand, is completely different, because you can tell that she's getting the heebie-jeebies talking about it. Like, when you watch her talk about it, it gives you the heebie-jeebies. Like, she's like, something's not right. Like, it's all over her face. And it was and I'd forgotten about that until we were rewatching Jen's testimony from the first trial. So it's funny as we just go through, I'm just remembering more of these details. I'm like, oh yeah, there was this thing and that thing and this thing and that thing. Those are and those are things that like stuck out to me as odd, but we never got like a resolution for them. So I'm just remembering that now. Even like what reminded me of it was this edge of the white circle. I'm like, oh, that's literally over there where there's the door shenanigans and the garage shenanigans. Yep.
Correct.
Oh yeah, the bulkhead. The bulkhead, that is dealing with the basement. Right. And even a better point, it's half the house. Very true. Yeah, the bulkhead, that they get to when they talk about the basement. It's like the door to the basement or something, from what I can tell. Isn't that? I feel like, James, you would know. And I don't know what the Higgins towel thing is that is being referenced. It covers both doors. Right. Yes. So yeah, but the bulkhead, when they talk about the bulkhead, that's like in reference to the basement. It's like, I think what it is like there's this funny door from the backyard where you can enter the basement, and they call it the bulkhead. Right. Okay. Yeah. I don't know why. Maybe it's a Massachusetts thing. I have no idea. Because I'd never heard of it until this trial.
I would like to now go back to the timeline, Mr. Wolf, where we had left off, which is slide 82.
Oh, oh. You'll notice he also becomes sickly. Watch his hair, and you'll notice it gets wetter and wetter. Ugh. By the end of this, he also looks like he has a fever. It's a lot. What? In a way, I almost
And
felt
at the
bad.
very top entry,
I
you
almost
have
felt bad.
health, time 31:56. And then the description, start of health event, 36 steps, 25 meters, and we agree about 84 feet.
Bonnie asking the real question: how drunk is this witness tonight? Yes, all of the drunker than Higgins, I would say. Yep.
And this is where the
Funny.
device began moving toward the house for a period of 20 seconds. Is that correct?
It's the time that 36 steps started to be recorded. I've got no idea of the direction of travel.
I want to focus on the time, 12:31:56. Are you aware that a firm called Aperture, on behalf of the Commonwealth, has submitted a report that states that there was a trigger event at 12:31:56 that they refer to as the supposed collision? Are you aware of that?
Objection.
Sustained.
I recall seeing a
So
report.
you don't
Sorry.
You don't have to answer that.
Right, apologies.
That's okay.
Mr. Whiffin, are you familiar with a firm called Aperture?
I'm vaguely aware of them. I've heard of them once.
Are you familiar with a person by the name of Dr. Judson Welcher?
I'm not, no.
But you're familiar with the firm Aperture.
I am.
And do you know that the Aperture firm is working on this case?
That's the only reason I'm aware of this company.
Right. And do you know that the Aperture firm has used your data in your report? Do you know that?
I believe I saw something about that.
You believe you saw something, or do you know that they've used your data for a report in this matter?
I recall seeing a report. I don't recall whether it was my data that was being referenced.
Do you recall seeing a report from Aperture?
I do.
So you reviewed a report from Aperture.
Several months ago, yes.
And did you read the whole report?
It was a PowerPoint presentation, I believe.
Yes.
Yes, I reviewed it.
And you recall reading that entire PowerPoint presentation?
I don't recall what it said, but I remember reading through it.
Fair enough. Do you remember, as you sit here today, reading about a trigger of a number 1162-2? Do you recall reading that?
I recall seeing reference to a trigger event.
What did you understand the Aperture firm that's retained by the Commonwealth, what do you understand they meant by trigger 1162-2?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you recall the specific slide that discussed a trigger?
Objection.
Do you recall that, Mr. Whiffin?
Very vaguely.
Would it help your recollection if I showed you a slide from that report that you said you reviewed to refresh your recollection?
All right, so why don't I see counsel at side? I'll bring that with you, Mr. Alessi, please.
Wait, why is she? Why? Tell me why.
Help your recollection if I showed you a slide from that report that you said you reviewed to refresh your recollection?
Objection.
All right, so why don't I see counsel at side? I'll bring that with you.
Would it help your recollection if I showed you a slide from that report that you said you reviewed to refresh your recollection?
Objection.
All right, so why don't I see counsel at side? I'll bring that with you, Mr. Alessi, please.
I don't know why they're having to approach again. Tell me why. Do you guys know the song I'm Henry the Eighth I Am? Do you guys know that song? Henry the Eighth I Am. I don't know what made me think of that. It's a Judge Bev thing. It's a Judge Bev thing. It allows her to be biased, and also to not protect the record for appeal. Like, in other words, the opposite of what you normally want in the judicial system. Normally you want, don't get me, y'all, I could go on and on about this whole thing with the objections. We've talked about it a lot though, but it's wrong in every single way. It's wrong in every single way. Yep. Now, having said that, again, we were just talking about this again the other day, but like, you know, the defense has every right to approach when there's an objection so that they can put the grounds for the objection on the record at sidebar. And that's Judge Bev is asking for it because they can't. Now, the thing is, though, is in this case, that was the Commonwealth objecting. The Commonwealth doesn't have any rights to a fair trial, so they don't need to put, like, you know what I mean? So like the Commonwealth objected and Judge Bev's like approach. Dumbness.
Mr. Whiffin, I'm handing you this. I'm handing you this document.
Thank you.
May I stand by the witness? Sure. Tell me when you've had a fair opportunity to take a look at
that. James, I never heard this about the blood. I don't remember that ever coming into evidence.
Okay.
Thank
you. Are you okay? You okay, Annie?
Mr. Whiffin, does that refresh your recollection with regard to an Aperture report that discusses a trigger of 1162-2?
It does, thank you.
It does. Exactly.
And how
That's
does
right,
it refresh
Bunny.
your recollection?
I remember seeing that
That's right.
several months ago.
That's right.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. There's a blower on here that I'm having trouble hearing Mr. Whiffin.
There's a blower. Yeah, that's absolutely what it is, right? It totally does disrupt his flow. And that's really got to be the only reason why she called the sidebar. It just...
Discusses
Well, Annie, by the way, how are you today also?
trigger of 1162-2.
It does, thank you.
Pardon me?
It does, thank you.
And how does it refresh your recollection?
I remember seeing that several months ago.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. There's a blower on here that I'm having trouble hearing. Mr.
Blower.
Whiffin. If you, sir, could bring the mic, it's not your fault. If you could bring it and speak a little louder, I appreciate it.
I recall seeing that as part of the report that I read 2 months ago.
And you
Hard
recall
because he's dying in front of our eyes. He's having a hard time speaking.
the time of 12:31:38 now, correct?
Correct.
Let's go back to your timeline. '82. So you just spoke about a trigger 1162-2 associated with a time of 12:31:38, and we are now at the timeline of 12:31:56, correct? Objection.
Sustained.
We are now going back to the timeline, deck 82, and you see up at the top where it says health 31:56. You see that, sir?
I do.
And then it says start of health event 36 steps, 25 meters, which we have said is 84 feet or so. And this is when the device begins moving, correct?
Correct.
And that is after the trigger of 1162-2, correct? Objection.
Sustained.
Let's go to the next entry on the
So
timeline.
that's trigger of 1162-2. I wonder if the reason why that specifically is being objected to is because facts not in evidence yet. But we know what that is for the first trial. Jury doesn't know what that is. We know what that is. That's the fucking key cycles, guys. Do y'all remember that? The key, you remember the stupid key cycles with True Paul? That 1162. I remember that. That's the key cycle. So what we know, wow. We're learning now that Judd Welcher and Aperture used those stupid key cycles and based their opinions for whatever they're going to offer on that, which is insane. I thought those were going to go by the wayside because those were nonsense. Wow. There it is right there. I mean, who else, y'all, the number of times I made the joke regarding True Paul and the number 11622 and that trigger being triggering because it became like a joke of like PTSD of like hearing True Paul talk about. Anyway, I'm just like having all these flashbacks. I'm seeing, here it is again, the trigger of 11622. Oh my God. We can't get away from it, guys. And now I'm just, every time I hear those numbers, I'm seeing True Paul's head, like his face. Can't get away from it. Oh my God, it's haunting me.
Okay.
Let's go to the next entry on the timeline, which is 12:32:03. You see that? That's Doppler.
I do.
And then you state pocket state cleared. Is the a phone at that time in a pocket?
It's impossible for me to say. I can say that the camera was blocked, but I don't know what was blocking it.
You're saying at this point the camera is blocked?
It had been blocked, and at that point, it became unlocked.
So at this point, it became unblocked from a previous block status, correct?
Yes.
Does there have to be some human manipulation of the phone at 12:32:03 for that to happen?
Technically not. There are scenarios that wouldn't require it.
Is it more likely than not that there had to have been some human contact in action for this pocket state clearing event to occur?
Yes.
12:32:04 is the next. It's a type unlock. Device unlock with Face ID. You see that, sir?
I do.
Is there some human action that has to occur for the device to unlock with Face ID?
Typically, you must be paying attention to the phone.
I'm sorry, sir.
You must be paying attention to the phone, assuming that that setting's enabled.
So someone had to be looking at the phone.
Yes.
At 12:32:05, application focus. What does that mean?
That the messages application was at the foreground of the device being used.
Next entry, 12:32:06. We discussed this. Excuse me. It says read message pull behind me. And that
He means red
is
message.
associated with a Jen McCabe. It's a Jen McCabe message of 31:47, correct?
Correct.
And
Okay.
does a human have to be reading that?
All right. Let me back this up real quick. I have a thing I want to say.
Messages application was at the foreground of the device being used.
Next entry, 12:32:06. We discussed this. Excuse me. It says read message pull behind me. And that is associated with a Jen McCabe. It's a Jen McCabe message of 31:47, correct?
Correct.
And does a human have to be reading that for that entry to be made?
The message needs to be on screen. If the conversation with Jen McCabe was already on screen when the device was unlocked, then that message would automatically be considered read.
Next entry, app lock, 12:32:09. End application focuses messages, and then it says device locked with lock button for the last time. That requires human interaction with the phone, correct?
Correct.
And it actually requires somebody to take the cell phone and press the side button to do that, correct?
It does, yes.
So there has to be some degree of coordination for that to occur, for a human to be able to have something that hits that
Okay,
button.
guys.
Certainly, yes.
That's
Y'all remember what I said yesterday? What did I say yesterday about this lock button? Put it in the chat. What did I say yesterday about this lock button? Welcome on in, Doug. The gifted membership was not for me, so shout out who gifted a membership. Somebody did. I can't recall who it was, but thanks to whoever gifted a membership for Doug. What did I say yesterday about this lock button? Three-toed sloth, by the way, is one of my favorite animals. In my top 5. Oh, it might have been Angel. Thank you. Yeah, Meg or Angel. Thanks, guys, for reminding me. Does anybody remember what did I say about this lock button? Bunny's like, I wasn't here. It's okay. It's okay. Some of you guys were here, I think. So I took issue with, well, first of all, right, I took issue with him saying on his report that, like, it was user caused. That, what did it say? Like, user, hold on, let me back it up so I can get it verbatim. Does it show? It's not showing it.
47, correct?
Correct.
And does a human have to be reading that for that entry to be made?
The message needs to be on screen. If the conversation with Jen McCabe was already on screen when the device was unlocked, then that message would automatically be considered read.
Next entry,
Lock button.
app lock, 12:32:09. End application focuses messages, and then it says device locked with lock button for the last time. That requires human interaction with the phone, correct?
Correct.
You guys, sloth button takes 8 hours. That's hilarious. The lock button. So he says, you know, his comment on the chart thing, they showed it yesterday, I'm sure we'll see it again, is like that a user had to push the lock button, okay? And right, a manual toggle. Here's the thing. It's impossible to know that. Impossible. It's impossible to know that. All you can know is the phone was locked or unlocked. You can glean who potentially was unlocking it, potentially in certain instances, if Face ID, for example, is enabled, and you can see if somebody, for example, is not the actual user of the phone or owner of the phone trying to unlock it with their face and is unsuccessful. Because you would see what would happen is in the Cellebrite report, you would see that the camera comes on and then there's an attempt to unlock the phone, but it doesn't get unlocked, right? So, Sloth Button. So here's the thing. He can't say that somebody pressed that button. The phones do not log that. All he can say is the phone was locked. But the thing is that phones lock when you just don't interact with them, right? Like they just auto lock. So we talked about this at length yesterday. And I was like freaking out over this whole thing with the lock button. I was like, you've got to be kidding me. How is he making that opinion? So here's what I said when we heard a little bit about this yesterday on Cross. Let me pull this video up. I had thoughts and I was saving my thoughts because I knew it would come up again. Hold on.
Seconds after, 7 seconds
I'm holding
after
my
the
thoughts,
lock.
guys,
It's the end
on this bit
of
with the lock
health
button.
event.
This is from yesterday, okay? This is what I said yesterday.
Seconds after, 7 seconds
I'm holding
after
my
the
thoughts,
lock.
guys,
It's the end
on this bit
of
with the lock
health
button, because
event
I think there's a reason he's not fighting that, but we'll talk about that more later. I will hold my thought then on the lock button. That might become more clear tomorrow because he's just getting started with Cross. And
So here's what it is. Because I found it interesting that so far in Cross, he hadn't ripped him apart for this. It became clear to me in this moment, it became clear to me what the strategy was. Because literally what I was thinking to myself, didn't say it, but I was thinking to myself is, you know, if you're Mr. Alessi, you can totally know that that's a claim he cannot make and that is completely provably false. However, if it works for you, if it works for the defense to not destroy that lock button opinion, right? If his shitty findings work for your theory of the case, then you don't destroy it, right? You see, feel me, guys? Think about this. This can apply in any trial, right? So what I mean is the fact that he wasn't going after that yesterday, I was like, hold that thought, because I wonder if that's for a reason. Because he's not going to go after it if it helps the defense theory of the case. Okay, so with that in mind, think about what he's trying to prove here. He's trying to take the Commonwealth's data and use it. Again, he's building a house. What is he doing?
Does a human have to be reading that for that entry to be made?
The message needs to be on screen. If the conversation with Jen McCabe was already on screen when the device was unlocked, then that message would automatically be considered read.
Next entry, app lock 123209, end application focuses messages, and then it says device locked with lock button for the last time.
Yeah.
That requires human interaction with the phone, correct?
Correct.
And it actually requires
Okay, listen. And then it says device locked with lock button. They cannot say that. They have no way to say that. I'll say it one last time. Think of Paul Murdoch, right? Time of death. The time of death was based on that phone locking. But even in that case, they can't say whether it was because Paul pressed the lock button or the phone auto locked or someone else pressed the lock button or Paul dropped the phone and that caused the phone to lock. They cannot say it is not possible. They don't have, it's not built into the technology yet to tell you how or why it's locked. It's just that the phone is locked. That's it. We don't know how or why. So this is not possible, but listen.
application focuses messages, and then it says device locked with lock button for the last time.
Literally cannot make that opinion. However, Alessi's not going to tear it apart. Why?
That requires human interaction with the phone, correct?
Correct.
And it actually requires somebody to take the cell phone and press the side button to do that, correct?
It does, yes.
So there has to be some degree of coordination for that
Who's
to
going?
occur for a human to be able to have a hand, something that hits that button, correct?
Certainly, yes.
Do you understand what a term fine motor skill means? Do you
Yes.
understand that? And would that person have to be using fine motor skills to do that?
Yes.
Next then,
Do you guys see where he's going with this? Do you guys see where he's going? James, I don't remember. I'm sure we'll hear about the solo cups again. The thing is that honestly, in a way, it doesn't even matter what they testified to at the last trial because it could be something completely different this trial. I think I know there were 6 cups. I don't remember about 6 drops of blood. I mean, they might. I don't deny that they probably said something like that. I mean, that sounds like something dumb they would say. They might have said that. They might have said that. I mean, that would make sense because that sounds completely unrealistic. I just don't recall that specifically. So absolutely, that's definitely true there, Annie. So, okay, do you guys see where he's going with this though?
entry 12:32:16. End of health event 36 steps, 25 meters.
Do you guys see why he's like, oh, okay, I'm going to take that user pressed the lock button situation and I'm going to use it to my advantage?
84 feet. That is in your timeline because that's when you believe the end of the health event, the end of the 36 steps occurred, correct?
That is the time that the device data shows the end of the health event, yes.
May I have a moment,
36 steps.
Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
Exactly. He is using this data to prove, he's using it for proof of life. When I realized, I did hear this part earlier today, and when I realized that's what he was doing with this lock button, I almost cried tears of joy. I was like, beautiful, beautiful, sir, beautiful. I'm going to take your dumb bullshit that has like literally no basis to, like, you can't, I'm going to take, dude, oh my God. It's like, why would you pick apart the claim about the lock button when you can take the claim about the lock button and use it to your advantage to show proof of life? Beautiful. 100% is to me. Yeah, he's getting ill. Look at his forehead. He's getting like literally ill. I'm telling you guys, if you want his skin, his hair, by the time he's done, I think he probably needed to be hospitalized. I really almost feel bad for him.
Do you need the light, Mr. Alessi?
Yeah, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Could we have
Your
the
Honor.
lights, please, Dave?
Could always go get grab Matt McCabe and well, you can borrow the flashlight.
Do you recall writing in your
It's nice.
March 2025 report the following? The final health activity of note on John's phone can be seen to have occurred between 12:31:56 and 12:32:16,
Looks not
during
well.
which 36
I would guarantee you he didn't sleep at all because he knew this was coming. It's the slow, methodical torture. It's just
John's
Good.
phone can be seen to have occurred between 12:31:56 and 12:32:16, during which 36 steps were recorded, covering a distance
look at him go.
of 25.4 meters.
All right. You guys, look at him go. So now what he's doing. All right, here's what we've got. We've got the time. We've got the health data. We've got the steps. We've got the interacting with the phone. And what are we missing? What is the last component? The distance. What is he going to try to show here? That John O'Keefe is alive. He's interacting with his phone. He's reading text messages from Jen McCabe. He's using the phone. He's also walking. But how far is he walking? And where does that put him when he's last interacting with his phone? The distance. Dude. Ugh.
In which
Oh my God.
36 steps were recorded, covering a distance of 25.4 meters, again, that 84 feet, according to healthdbsecure.db. Do you recall writing that?
I do.
And you used in your report 36 steps were recorded covering a distance
Here goes.
of
Here goes. Finish him.
25.4 meters or 84 feet, correct?
Correct.
What's he gonna do next? What's he gonna do next? Do you guys see where this is going? Then he's gonna say, okay, 84 feet. Where does that put John O'Keefe at the end of the 36 steps, during which he's still using his phone, during which he's still alive? Where is he? Where is he? Y'all.
25.4 meters or 84 feet, correct?
Correct.
Do you know a trooper named Nicholas Garino?
I'm aware of him, yes.
Are you a little more than aware of him? You've worked with him on this case, haven't you?
He sent me some of the files related to it, but
Yeah.
further than that, I've got no relationship with him.
But isn't someone sending you files on a case you're working on, working with the person? Isn't that a fair conclusion?
It could be.
Oh my God. Could be.
Do you
Or
recall reading any reports of Nicholas Garino?
I don't recall reading a report by Nick.
Does that mean you
you
didn't?
just called him Nick. You guys, after the whole thing with ARCCA yesterday, where BREENAN just had a heyday with saying Alan, dude, I can't. You guys know I have no tolerance for hypocrisy.
read it, or you just don't recall reading it?
I honestly can't remember if I did or not. I remember some of the reports that I read for this case. I don't recall if one was by Nick.
Would it refresh your recollection if I showed you a portion of his report to determine whether you would have read it?
Please.
Thank you. Moment, Your Honor, please.
Sure.
I don't remember what the state claimed last time, but honestly, they can claim something different this time. So we have to keep that in mind. We have to wait and see what comes in.
Yes. I just want to make sure. I am refreshes your recollection. I'm sorry, this report.
I don't recall ever seeing this report.
Have you ever had any
Uh-oh.
conversations with
Uh-oh.
Trooper Nicholas Garino?
Very briefly.
But you had the answer is yes.
Yes.
Yeah, you just called him Nick.
Did Trooper Garino tell you that he measured the distance from the flagpole to the front door and it
Uh-oh.
was 72 feet?
Uh-oh.
Did he ever tell you that?
Here we go.
Sustained.
Oh, dude.
Did
Wow.
you ever have a conversation with Trooper Nick Garino about the distance
And so he called him Nick again because the dude got dude. Okay.
from the flagpole to the front door of 34 Fairview?
Maybe.
Oh my God.
Maybe.
So
God, I can't.
Sustained.
Y'all.
did you ever have a conversation with Trooper Nick Garino about the
He looks
distance
so not well.
from the flagpole to the front door
He's
of
like shrinking. He wants to disappear.
34 Fairview?
Maybe.
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 So is it maybe then you had a conversation with him in which he stated to you that that distance is 72 feet?
It's maybe.
Oh my God. Oh my
So if
God.
you go back to what we were discussing earlier
Here we go.
about the steps
Oh my God.
and the distance covered,
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
and this is in your report
Oh
of March
God.
2025,
Oh God.
where we've talked about this, and it's the final health activity of note on John's phone can be seen to have occurred between 12:31:56 and 12:32:16.
Is this the correct slide?
No, it's
So
not.
let's take it down.
Thank you, Your Honor. Let me start that over. The final health activity of note on John's phone could be seen to have occurred
Don't want
between
to ruin you.
12:31:56 and 12:32:16, during which 36 steps were recorded, covering a distance of 5.4 meters or 84 feet. 84 feet is greater than 72 feet, correct?
Correct.
Oh boy.
So if the distance from the flagpole to the front of the house is 72 feet, and your report notes steps, 36 steps covering a distance of 84 feet, that would put those steps within the house, correct?
It would.
let's continue on with
I literally had my finger over the button for that, ready to go, waiting for the moment to do its ass. Welcome in, official.
timeline.
It puts him within the house because 72 feet is to get into the house. And so 84 feet is past that. Dude.
Deck 83.
Oh, again, this shows he's alive. He's using his phone. What was that soundbite? Is that a joke? He was alive. He was using his phone. He was unlocking it. So we know it's him. You know, whatever. He was interacting with, I guess he was, you know, again, you get like text message from Jen, but he was walking also because there were steps and he was moving towards the door and it puts him in the house.
We now have Doppler 1233-14 and then Doppler pocket state. Do you recall in your report adding a word to this that your report said pocket state detected? Do you recall writing that?
Oh.
More than likely, yes.
But the detected word is not on that slide, is it?
It's not, no.
What does pocket state detected mean?
Thanks, James.
There was an active check by the Doppler function, and it detected that it was in a pocket state.
Uh-oh.
May I have a moment, Your Honor? Yes. To switch? Thank you.
So now we haven't gone to Jen yet, but Jen doesn't even get to cross-exam. That I would imagine we'll get to Jen on cross tomorrow, maybe. But they finished with her on direct. They didn't finish. She was still on direct, but we're not to Jen yet. So. Oh my God. Oh my God. Dude, watch this witness though. Here's where we're at. Yes. He calls it a pocket state because he wants to make it sound like it's in the pocket. That's not what it means. Watch him. Here's what's happening. We're approaching the moment where Mr. Alessi could say to this witness, is it okay if I call you Sally? And he would say yes. That's where we're at. Just gonna comply and just try to get off the stand. But he still has hours to go. Yeah. It's like I said, I almost feel sorry for him. I mean, again, it just gets worse, you guys. Oh, I loved Bunny's question from earlier. How drunk is this witness right now? There's no limits.
Do you need this slide up there, Mr. Alessi?
I was just going to check that. I think the answer is going to be no, Your Honor.
Dude. Oh, wow.
I would now like to change gears a bit and go to temperature with an iPhone. You recall that discussion in your direct testimony.
I do.
Thank you. Mr. Wilk, if we could please have the slide deck, but a different page, slide 60.
Yep.
And just tee it up, but please don't put it on the screen yet. iPhones don't record ambient or the environmental.
Funny, I mean, I was literally just thinking the same thing. I think she just does that to take the attention away from what's happening to the witness. Like, again, it's her interrupting things. Like, here's the thing. Like, that moment. Oh, by the way, I love these tape dispensers, guys. If anybody has never used one, they make gift wrapping or whatever, like wrapping presents so much easier. But here's the thing. Yeah, I'm totally with you on this. This bothers me as well. So check it out. What is happening here? Don't think this isn't on purpose. Mr. Alessi is extremely organized. He's getting a moment, quote unquote. He's letting this witness just die slowly on the stand. And the camera people know what they're doing. They're keeping the camera on him for a reason instead of panning the gallery or zooming in on Karen Reed, right? Check it out.
Pocket state.
Watch. So right now, all the attention is on him and the jury's watching him. Okay.
A moment, Your Honor. Yes. To switch. Thank you.
And he's just slowly dying. Mr. Alessi's just letting him slowly die. And now when Judge Bev interjects, this is why I think she does it, because she's doing it every time. It takes the attention away from him and puts it on the slide, puts it onto her, and it's to help the Commonwealth, right?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Do you need this slide up there, Mr. Alessi?
I was just going to check that.
It breaks up the awkward silence. And again, the awkward silence is on purpose for Mr. Alessi. It breaks it up and it takes the attention away from him.
I think the answer is going to be no, Your Honor.
Yeah, so I'll just tell you guys, I should put a picture of it in the Discord. I have one that is so cute. And you guys, does anybody want to guess what color it is? Does anybody I'm gonna have to take a picture and put it in the Discord. It's just so cute. I love little cute things. But do you guys want to guess what color mine is? Right. And I 100% agree. He is honest. He's honest. And that's why he walks back every single one of his opinions. He stays honest. And remember, like I said, I'm like, I feel bad for him in a way because he's just getting slaughtered and he is still being honest. He's not like doubling down. He's not, he was put in a terrible position by the Commonwealth. Good guess, but not magenta, not pink. Twin flames red. That's funny. Keep the guesses coming. I love the guesses. Keep them coming. One of you guys will get it eventually. I don't even know what chartreuse looks like. Orange is a good guess. I love
I
orange.
would now
I do love
like
orange.
to change gears a bit and go to temperature with an iPhone. You recall
Oh,
that discussion
boy.
in your direct testimony.
I do.
Thank you.
This part. Do you remember me making fun of his quote unquote experiments, guys? What do y'all even ask me about that yesterday? I was like, yeah, I think he said something about how he like drove around with his phone and then chucked it in a freezer. And I was just like laughing. We were laughing about this yesterday. And I'm like thinking, are we going to have another repeat of corner armpits and the Murdoch dude throwing the phone around? Like, is this another one of those?
Mr. Wolf.
Bing, bing, bing. Turquoise. I think turquoise is what you would call it. It's the turquoise or teal, what have you. The color, you guys see me use it all the time here, like the comments when they pop up. This color at the top. Yes, yes. Yes, yes. I don't think they make ones like that, but that sounds very festive. So here we go.
Please have the slide deck, but a
I'm going
different
to put a
page.
picture of it in the
slide
Discord because
60.
it's so cute.
And just tee it up, but please don't put it on the screen yet. iPhones don't record ambient or the environmental temperature where the phone may be at any given time, correct?
Correct.
But the iPhones, including the iPhone of John O'Keefe, log the temperature of the battery inside of it, correct?
Correct.
And as a result of that function, examiners and folks like you can use the battery temperature of an iPhone to identify increases or decreases in temperature within the environment that the iPhone is physically located in. True?
I believe so, yes.
And that's right out of your report, right? Your March 2025 report makes that very statement, correct?
Yes.
The battery temperature of an iPhone generally matches the pattern of the rise and the fall of the thermometer temperature, correct?
From my testing, yes.
And when an iPhone is in a lock state with little activity occurring on the device, the battery temperature is heavily affected by the ambient temperature in the environment, again, matching the pattern of the rise and the fall of the thermometer temperature, right?
Correct.
And what I just read is right out of your March 2025 report, correct?
It sounds like it is, yes.
And you actually established this in various temperature testing and test scenarios in your March 2025 report, correct?
Correct.
Let's discuss those two tests.
Uh-oh. I think they are still planning on calling her. That's fair, Annie. That's fair. That's fair as well. That's fair as well.
You had an appendix to your report that discussed 2 test scenarios with regard to temperature, correct?
Correct.
Can
And
I
that
just
was
ask,
appended-
I'm sorry, Mr. Whiffin, do you have your report with you, sir?
I don't have a copy.
I'd be happy to provide him with a copy of his report so we can have him follow along.
I think that's great. Thank you.
Okay, sure.
Would that be helpful, Mr. Whiffin?
Very, thank you.
Yes.
Yeah, you're right.
Yes.
Thank you.
There you go. Mr. Whiffen, feel free at any time to reference that report.
Thank you.
And if you could, turn to page 77.
Okay.
So, are you ready, sir?
I am, yes.
Thank you. So let's look at test scenario 1. Test scenario 1, you took an iPhone, if I'm remembering correctly, same model as John O'Keefe's?
I believe John Keefe's was the iPhone 11. I used an iPhone 10.
But sufficiently
similar.
similar for purposes of this experiment?
Correct. It's the same iOS version.
Yes. So it's the same iOS version, the software inside the phone, just a different model.
Yes,
And it's a software that's important for this test, correct?
I believe so.
So you state that you placed the iPhone inside a freezer, correct?
Correct.
And now if we could, Mr. Wolk, if we can put that, do we have that in would be page 77? And if we could enlarge that chart, please.
Make it bigger.
Enlarge
You
it just
see
a
my
little bit more. We're not concerned with the text at this point. So we can just get the chart as large as possible. Thank you.
Guys, you want to see my little tape dispenser?
Thank you. So
You guys want to see my little tape dispenser?
what I'd like to do
I
is
just
focus
got
on
a picture of
January 29th.
Right? I mean, for sure.
This is your experiment. When did you do test scenario 1, approximately the date?
This is a good question. It was sometime probably in December last year.
I figured y'all
In December last year, I believe.
December 2024.
Correct.
Okay,
So
guys.
what you did here was you took the phone, you put it inside a freezer. What was the temperature of the freezer?
Oh my
I
God.
don't know.
But it was a freezer.
And this is just total death. You guys. Okay, we're gonna watch this. Let me pull up my my picture though. It's just, you know, I will say I have no sympathy for him when it comes to these tests because this is just really sad. Here, like he could have done better with this at least, but you know, this is just it's so funny because when he brought these up, I was like, it's funny because they came up, but like the Commonwealth didn't really ask him about these, and you know, I kind of saw where this was going to go because it's like, oh, right, why are they doing that? Well, you know, I was driving when I heard this. Anybody want to guess where I was driving? I'm making all guess too many things. I was driving to and from Trader Joe's when I was listening to this. No surprise there, right? And I was literally like, I saw where this was going, and I was like, oh, of course. But it just keeps getting worse. Okay, let me unshare, reshare. I'll show you guys my little tape dispenser. It's so cute. I should just tell you guys also, where'd it go? I'll show you guys also that, that I have, I love like, I love tools and I love little mini things. So I have, I have also an at-home, like personal, like I have my own laminating machine. It's one of my favorite things, by the way. My laminating machine is also so cute. You guys, if you saw it in action, you would adore. It makes the cutest sounds. I'm just saying, it makes the cutest sounds, and it's so cute. And you can laminate anything, and it's so much fun to use. And I have my little tape dispenser next to my little laminating machine. Anyway, there it is. Isn't it cute? I hope you guys think it's cute. I don't know what the Karen Reed case chat is. What do you mean, like on long crime or something? The thing is, okay, I don't know who these people are. Here's the thing. Tested the wrong phone. Do you mean for these experiments? It doesn't matter. What Alessi's going to show is these experiments are, it's a joke. They don't matter. Did people think they matter? Hold on. Well, I can't, do I need to wrap my head around people thinking these experiments count? Or people that confused? Hold on. Now I'm buffering on that. What? There's no way. I can't believe that anybody would think these are legitimate. Well, we haven't watched them yet, but it seems like you guys know what I'm talking about. Please, for the love of God, tell me people don't think these experiments are legitimate. You could have used a calculator, guys. Let me just say that he could have said, yeah, I used a calculator instead of a phone to do these tests. It wouldn't have made a difference. Doesn't make a difference. It doesn't matter. He could have said, yeah, I used a bar of soap. I used a bar of soap and I drew on it to make it look like a phone. And I tested it. Same. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter what type of phone. Does that make sense? What are you getting correct, Twiz? Welcome, Black Witter. It's not heavy at all. It's not heavy at all. It's not heavy at all. Nope, not heavy at all. Oh, thanks. Yeah, my house has all hardwood floors, and they're all original hardwood floors. This house was built like in the like the 20s or something. Like, which actually it's amazing because like back in the day they built houses like properly. So these are all the original hardwood floors, and in fact, it's got like these really antique door locks, which are really cool on all the doors. So these floors are indestructible. Like, it's crazy. They cannot be scratched because they're like that. The wood is like that cured or whatever you call it. It's amazing. And the acoustics are great. That's one of the reasons I moved here is because the acoustics are great. And it has a fireplace, but it's a non-functional fireplace, which I love because I wouldn't be burning fire anyway, but it's like decorative. Anyway, I don't know. I'm not going to go on and on about the house, but whatever. But there's the little tape dispenser and it's not heavy. Glad you guys like it. Exactly. Yes. It doesn't matter. And it gets worse. It just gets worse. The experiments they could have been testing take anything and put it in the freezer. It doesn't make any difference. Oh, cyan. Okay. Maybe one day I'll make a little video and we'll do it, or maybe we'll do like a members only and I'll laminate shit. You guys would probably love that. I could see that being like something that people that like the what is the thing? The ASMR thing or whatever it's called. Honestly, it's really makes these cute little sounds, but it's really soothing. I could see people actually really enjoying a live stream where we just laminate stuff around the house. You can laminate anything. It's great. Anyway. Okay, so now let's find out exactly why. We're going to go back to the live stream and we're going to see exactly why it literally doesn't matter what he tested. Even if phone, no phone, whatever. All right.
This is your experiment.
That's awesome.
When did you do test scenario 1, approximately the date?
This is a good question. It was sometime probably in December last year.
I'm sorry.
In December last year, I believe.
December 2024.
Correct.
Oh, Lord.
So what you did here was you took the phone, you put it inside a freezer. What was the temperature of the freezer?
I actually don't know.
But it was a freezer.
It was freezing. Yes.
You're just.
Okay. I mean, it's like I kind of expected this after the way it was brought up yesterday, where they didn't really talk about it. I'm like, oh boy. But it's like, but you still hope for the best, right? Twiz, I think, is still working out. What type of laminator do you have, Happy Annie? Also?
Regular freezer that everybody has.
A regular chest
Nothing
freezer.
special about.
No.
it.
Work out.
Let's look at some of the data that you have from it.
Work out.
let's start at
Let's look at some of this useless data. That means nothing.
1710 time frame,
At Walmart.
where it's placed in the freezer, and you've got, and we're going to go with Fahrenheit, if that's okay with you.
Of course, yes.
Thank you. 73.4 degrees, correct?
Correct.
And then if you go all the way down to the 1725, which would be 15 minutes, correct?
Correct.
Can you state what the drop in temperature is of the battery
you guys are
temperature in
getting.
just 15 minutes in a freezer?
Approximately 50 degrees Fahrenheit.
So it drops 50 degrees Fahrenheit in just 15 minutes.
Correct.
Oh my God.
And is
I
it-
remember exactly where I was when I heard this. I was actually at the Trader Joe's when I heard this earlier. I was literally at the edamame section of Trader Joe's when I heard this. I remember this so well because this is just one of those moments, right? Where in trials where you'll never forget where you were. This is what this was for me, right? This is one of those where I literally remember exactly where I was and what I was. I just, as soon as I heard this 15 minutes, I was like, oh, I'm picturing edamame. That's just so funny.
Fair to say that if you do the math, that's about a little over 3.5 degrees per minute.
Yeah.
And if Your Honor, if he wants to use a calculator, or just accept my estimate, whatever Your Honor.
At this point, I was laughing out loud. And I was like talking to I was listening to this on my phone, right? So I was like I was like at the Trader Joe's. At this point, I was walking towards the hummus. I was laughing and I was like, he's done. I literally said that out loud. And then people are like, what does she talk? What is she listening to? And I'm just like thinking to myself, they don't even know what they're missing. Anyway.
Thinks is appropriate.
However, you can answer the question. Mr.
I'm happy to accept your answer.
Exactly. Like I said, is it okay if I call you Sally? Whatever you want to call me is fine. That's where we're at with this. He's like, I don't even care. Whatever. Dude, I was laughing out loud, literally in public, which I so funny when that happens, right? When you're listening to a trial and you're just like in public laughing.
And if Your Honor, if he wants to use a calculator, or just accept my estimate, whatever Your Honor thinks is appropriate.
However, you can answer the question. Mr.
I'm happy to accept your answer. That's fine.
Let me just make sure.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my. Oh my. He's like, I just want to get this over faster.
Wants to use a calculator, or just accept my estimate, whatever Your Honor thinks is appropriate.
However, you can answer the question. Mr.
I'm happy to accept your answer. That's fine.
Let me just make sure. I have a moment, Your Honor.
Wow.
.33. Would that sound fair, sir?
That sounds fair.
So it's about 3.3 degrees Fahrenheit per minute drop, correct?
Correct.
Now let's go to the next page of your report, page 78, where test scenario 2. And in test scenario 2, you took the same phone with the same software and you placed it outside at a temperature of 33.8 degrees Fahrenheit, correct?
Correct.
And we could enlarge that, please, Mr. Wolf. And if you could just scroll up, well, if you just leave it there, it's fine. So if we take the time that we start out with a control temperature, and then we've got a battery temperature at 9:02, and this is the battery temperature of the iPhone, correct?
Correct.
And we've got 66.2 degrees Fahrenheit, correct?
Correct.
So was it fair to call that a baseline for purposes of what this chart is?
The device had already been outside for 2 minutes at that point, but yes.
Okay, so we'll just refer to 66.2. And then if we go from 9:02 down to 9:15, a period of 13 minutes, correct?
Correct.
So at 33.8 degrees and 13 minutes, what is the drop in temperature in degrees? What's the drop?
Sorry, between the 9:02 and the 9:15?
Right. So does it go from 66.2 to 35.6?
It does.
And sir, so I don't have to have you do a math on the fly. I've calculated it at that drop at 30.6. Does that sound about right?
That sounds correct, yes.
So you got a drop of 30.6 degrees in just 13 minutes at an outside temperature of 33.8, correct?
Correct.
we're going to come back to this, but what I'd like to do is to compare these two test scenarios. The one we just saw at 33 degrees Fahrenheit, where it dropped 30.6 degrees in just 13 minutes, again, at an outdoor temperature of 33.8, and then test scenario 1 in a freezer, where it dropped 61.2 degrees in just 15 minutes. Now let's go to the slide 60, which was in your slide presentation yesterday, of what you stated was the temperature change in the iPhone of John O'Keefe on the morning of January 29th. You with me, sir?
Yep.
Thank you. So if we start out at
He's just making
12,
sure he's still alive.
we see a battery temperature of 82 degrees Fahrenheit, correct?
Correct.
Then it drops a little bit to 77, a little bit to 72. And what I want to focus on is keeping the starting point for my questions here at the 12:37 time period on the morning of January 29th. And that's 72 degrees Fahrenheit, correct?
Correct.
So if
Official,
you
are you still listening? Because I'm worried now that you still think the phone matters. I want to make sure that we understand what's happening.
take the time period from 12:37 to 12:53, that's a 15-minute interval, correct?
Correct.
The phone only drops 11 degrees Fahrenheit in 15 minutes, correct?
Correct.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
If you then go to 12:37 and give it a little bit more time, down to 1:36 a.m.
So remember, the chart is more reliable because that is actually what John's phone shows, right? So the chart is what the battery, I mean, that's more reliable. That is still, usable. But his little experiments with, again, which he used a different version iOS or a different phone or whatever. Again, as we are seeing, we're going to see exactly why. Literally, he could have used a bar of soap.
The temperature, and that's just about an hour, right?
Correct.
And the temperature drops from 72 to 50, only 22-degree drop in an hour, correct?
Correct.
Now, if you compare this chart in the drop in temperature, for example, 12:37, 12:53, in 15 minutes, it's only dropping 11 degrees, to your experiments,
Here we go.
where with the first scenario with the freezer, it dropped.
He put it in a freezer, but he doesn't even know the temperature of the freezer. Okay. Didn't know. I mean, the thing is the freezers vary, right, guys? It's not just, oh, it's a freezer. Freezers vary. We all have freezers, I'm sure, where you have a dial and you can do, freezers completely vary. We know they're at least 32 degrees, but they vary. So he didn't bother. He didn't bother. It's not that hard. You very easily could have stuck a thermometer in and gotten the temperature of the freezer, or you could have at least looked at the setting. Like, you could have easily figured out, at least bothered. But that's only the first thing.
50 degrees in a 15-minute period. Is it correct to say that there was a much more dramatic drop in temperature in your test scenario 1 than what actually occurred on John O'Keefe's phone for the time period we just covered in January 29th?
Yes.
And then with regard to even test scenario 2, where the temperature is 33.8 degrees, that's the ambient, the outdoor temperature, right? At that temperature,
Step
just
two.
above freezing, you've got a
Step 2.
So that's a bit below freezing.
So step 1 doesn't know what temperature of his freezer was. Step 2 doesn't even know what 32 degree is.
even test scenario 2, where the temperature is 33.8 degrees. That's the ambient, the outdoor temperature, right? At that temperature, just above freezing, you've got a.
So that's a bit below freezing.
I'm sorry?
It's below freezing.
What is freezing in Fahrenheit?
Here.
Don't know, but it's 0 degrees Celsius,
Right.
and it was minus.
He asked in Fahrenheit. Now listen to how generous Alessi is with this. answer. This is step 2.
At a,
Sorry, it's below freezing.
I'm sorry,
It's below freezing.
what is freezing in Fahrenheit?
Don't know, but it's 0 degrees Celsius,
Right.
and it was -5 degrees Celsius at the time.
Right, but would you agree that, and I want to be fair to you because I know you use Celsius more
Yes.
than Americans who use Fahrenheit, but would you agree that 30 degrees Fahrenheit is the freezing point in Fahrenheit?
I honestly wouldn't know.
Okay, fair enough.
Wow.
So in any event, in your experiment at 33.8 degrees Fahrenheit, you're getting a drop in your experiment in 13 minutes of 30.6 degrees, right?
Correct.
But much less drop in temperature on slide deck 60 of the actual iPhone of John O'Keefe on the morning of January 29th, correct?
Yes, correct.
So of course his little experiments, not that they matter anyway, but they are not, the data of what John's phone had is not, it's not similar at all, right? I mean, and we're
Do you
getting
know what the temp?
here it is. Step 3. Step 3. Step 3.
Do you know what the temperature was in Canton in January 29th, 2022?
I do not.
I remember exactly where I was when I heard this. I was leaving the Trader Joe's and I knew when he asked this question, I knew what the answer was going to be. And I literally almost fell over in the fucking parking lot. Ah!
Do you know what the temperature was in Canton in January 29th, 2022?
I do not know.
Don't you think that would
Fuck
be
me
an
then. Fuck
important
me.
piece of
Dude, what are we
information
doing?
in analyzing
What
where
are, if I was on this jury, I would walk out of this fucking courtroom. Honestly, this is, eventually when I get over being mad about this, it will be funny. But right now I'm mad about this.
Do you know what the temperature was in Canton in January 29th, 2022?
I do not know.
Don't you think that would be an important piece of information in
Absolutely
analyzing
crazy.
where
Crazy.
the phone of John O'Keefe was on the morning of January 29th?
I didn't think it was.
So you didn't think it was important, even though you issued a report discussing the temperature of the iPhone, and you did 2 test scenarios, one in a freezer, one in an ambient temperature of slightly above 33 degrees, and you didn't think it important to take the final step to see whether
Crazy.
there was anything to be gained from that comparison to determine where that phone was located?
My testing proved that the battery temperature is affected by ambient temperature. My report shows the data that was on the
Testing
device.
proved nothing.
I also don't know the condition that the phone was found in, whether it was in a case.
Your testing was useless, pointless, a waste of time. It wasn't even real. It doesn't count as an experiment because there's no controls. There's no hypothesis. 100%. 100%. And honestly, I feel like even under direct, I feel like 32, I feel like it came up in direct anyway, right? Like, how does he not know?
Anything to be gained from that comparison to determine where that phone was located?
My testing proved that the battery temperature is affected by ambient temperature. My report shows the data that was on the device. I also don't know the condition that the phone was found in, whether it was in a case, whether it was in a pocket. So to me, the ambient temperature in Canton at the time wasn't
Well,
particularly relevant. I just wanted to show what
I
data
thought you did
the
know
device
about
had recorded.
it.
The information that you create from your digital forensics analysis, including everything that's in the
I'm
slide,
having
in
another
your
cough
report,
drop. That's what I'm
including
doing.
battery.
I'm having another cough drop. Oh, wait. I talked over whatever nonsense happened in court. Hold on. I was announcing my
I'll go
cough
back.
drop.
Including battery
Yeah.
physics analysis, including everything that's in the slide, in your report, including battery.
Exactly, Annie. Exactly.
I'll go back to the question. In digital forensics, you work with law enforcement often,
Exchange.
correct? And you work
I
in
do
law
love these
enforcement in
podcasts.
investigating
I love them.
cases, do you not?
Yes.
And so oftentimes the law enforcement is using
Oh,
your
God.
digital forensics information to help them solve cases, correct?
Correct.
You didn't suggest to anybody on law enforcement
Uh-oh.
that they might want to take a look at this temperature information to assist in determining where this phone could have been by the temperature? You never raised that with them?
I did not.
And do you know whether any law enforcement person was aware that you had done all this temperature analysis?
It was in my report.
So you create a report as part of this case, and you deem the temperature important enough to do 2 test scenarios, important enough to put it in a slide presentation to this jury. Yet there's no discussion of that between you and any member of law enforcement as to what it means?
The details were provided in my report, and there was discussions, but it never came up as to say what was the temperature in Canton that night.
Oh, so there were discussions.
Not with law enforcement.
Uh-oh.
Oh, who were
As
the
part of my preparations for trial.
Uh-oh.
Oh, tell me about who you discussed this temperature information with.
It was with Hank.
You're hesitating, and I can't hear you. Who
He
did-
called him Hank. You know what's so funny is this witness doesn't know what happened. I mean, because he wouldn't have been there for what happened with ARCCA yesterday, and the whole thing about BREENAN losing his mind over Dr. Wolf saying Alan. This is hilarious.
You discussed
With Hank.
Excuse me,
With Mr. Brennan.
Attorney
Sorry,
Brennan.
Yes.
You discussed temperature
Oh my
with.
God. The
Prosecutor Brennan.
irony of this coming up after that is insane.
You're hesitating, and I can't hear you. Who did you discuss
With
it
Hank.
Excuse me,
With Mr. Brennan.
Attorney
Sorry,
Brennan.
Yes.
You discussed
Oh
temperature
my
with.
God. He was unsure of the last name even. Sorry, I'm eating a cough drop. Oh my God.
With Hank.
You're hesitating, and I can't hear you. Who did you discuss
With
it
Hank.
Excuse me,
With Mr. Brennan.
Attorney
Sorry,
Brennan.
Yes.
You discussed
Oh my
temperature
God.
with
Oh my God.
Prosecutor Brennan.
It was in my report.
It was in your report, but you said you discussed. Which is it?
It's in my report, and the discussion was that it is in my report. I'm not in a position to suggest that investigations take place and change based on my report findings.
Oh, sir, I'm not suggesting what you just stated. I'm just trying to get information about, you mentioned the verb discuss. Didn't you, in your answer moments ago?
Yes.
Isn't discuss a verbal thing? It's not a written thing?
It was discussed in preparation for trial, yes.
Oh, so there was a discussion, a verbal discussion
Oh,
with
God.
Attorney Brennan
Oh,
about temperature in your preparation for trial.
Yes.
Was there any interest at all as to what this could actually mean for the potential location of Mr. O'Keefe's phone on these very important time periods in January 29th that might assist to determine at various times whether Mr. O'Keefe is in a covered building based upon the temperature rather than outside in a nor'easter on January 29th?
I'm sorry, what was the question now?
Yeah, the question is, was there any discussion about the investigative value of what you had done in determining where that phone could have been on key
Good night, official.
time periods on the morning of January 29th?
That wasn't part of the discussion, no.
It wasn't part of the discussion. We went through, you may
Wow.
recall in my questioning, in your report,
Wow.
where you stated that it was possible that the phone could be inside the house of 34 Fairview based upon that big white circle. You testified that the low accuracy at certain points could be because of it entering a covered building, correct?
Correct?
And you do a temperature experiment
Yep.
to track the very accurate
James,
temperature change of an iPhone?
James, yes. James said in all caps, pulling a Heather, I love it. BREENAN, I'm going to say BREENAN. BREENAN told this guy, they will never question this part. Yup. James. Yup.
It doesn't match up the actual data with either of your test scenarios, and you don't raise that with anybody.
Sustained. You can ask it differently.
Did you ever put together in any kind of form your test scenario 1, your test scenario 2, and
Scenario.
the actual temperature chart of the iPhone of Mr. O'Keefe?
So how do you mean put it together? As in compare the two?
Exactly. Compare the two and reach any conclusions about location, because you spent time, did you not, sir? A lot of time in your reports on location of the phone.
Yes.
But yet, with all that data, all that testing, all the experiments that you did, you didn't include in your slide presentation and you didn't include in your report what that could mean for the location of the phone, did you, sir?
I'm struggling to see the comparison there.
Oh my God.
Let me see if I can ask it in a different
Please.
way.
I'm gonna need another coffee.
Nowhere in your slide presentation did you have any discussion yesterday about how your test scenario, did you bring up, by the way, in your slide presentation yesterday, your battery temperature at all, your tests?
Not the tests, no.
Great. So you didn't even raise yesterday in your presentation about where the phone might be located. You didn't even raise the experiments that you did, correct?
Sustained as to the terminology. Ask it differently.
Did you yesterday in your presentation to the jury in any way discuss your battery test scenario 1 and 2 in your March 2025 report?
I believe there was mention of testing, but not to the amount of detail to say what the testing was.
Right. So there was no detail given at all
No
about
detail.
it. You just mentioned that but no detail in your discussion at
Correct.
all. And
You guys, I'm stressed eating these cough drops, but I have to say, I bet my breath smells very fresh right now. I mean, it's just like, in other words, okay, what am I trying to say? If I were a dragon and like you imagine a dragon breathing fire, and if I were a dragon and I did like the fire dragon or the dragon like thing, it would be a poof of like, if you picture blue eucalyptus smoke, this is what my imagination is conjuring. It would be the blue eucalyptus icy freshness type of thing. Anyway,
are you aware
my throat feels cold basically in a good
with
way.
regard to the battery temperature, that battery temperature in investigations can be used to determine locations of phones at certain times? Are you aware?
This is an
No.
example.
So you have never used battery temperature information in all your years in any way for any investigation of a case in determining location of a phone?
Again, I don't see how you can determine location of a device from
Turquoise,
temperature
yeah.
reading,
Yeah.
other than to say whether it was inside or outside.
So battery temperature and the chart that you gave that is up there, in your opinion, has no relevancy to the topic of where a phone might be to investigators in a case? Is that what you're saying?
Is that what you're saying, Mr. Whiffin?
I'm saying I can't take a
Oh,
temperature
dear.
reading and make a determination about a GPS location based on the temperature reading.
That's not my question, though,
Okay.
sir, and I appreciate your answer, though. My question is, you work with law enforcement investigators regularly,
Yes.
correct? Isn't this information of potential relevance based upon your experience with investigations? Isn't this information at least potentially relevant in investigations?
I believe it could be. That's why I included it in my report.
Thank you.
Oh my God.
But you didn't include a discussion of it in your testimony
Twiz, what did you get at Walmart?
yesterday, correct?
Correct.
You know, part of it too, I think it's because he's clearly getting a fever, like he's getting ill. I think that part of it too is like I'm countering that by making my throat colder and colder with more cough drops. By the way, I think I'll have another one.
I just want to be clear
All right.
on a final point on as regards to temperature.
Super cold throat.
Were you aware of the temperature in Canton on January 29th, 2022?
I know it was a blizzard, but I don't know what the temperature was.
May I have a moment to switch
Sure.
topics? Thank you, Your Honor.
I love these cough
Thank you,
drops.
Mr. Whiffin. I'll be right back.
And I have to say, there's like nothing in them except for the eucalyptus. Like there's nothing bad. Like there's no sugar, there's no calories, it's great. Like I just, like they're like the best. And it says you can have as many as you want. There's no limit on the bag.
Your Honor, if I may, I have one last point to make with temperature. If we could put deck 60 back up.
So
please.
good.
Mr. Whiffin, if you bear with me, I just
Of
have
course.
one final sentence. But you then go down, what I'd like to start with is 1237 again. And this is a key time point, 1237.
Mm-hmm.
You've got a temperature of 72 degrees. And then 8 minutes later, the temperature only drops 6 degrees, correct?
Correct.
again, using 1237 is what I refer to as the baseline. You go all the way down, and you see to 1253 a temperature drop of only 11 degrees. Do you see that?
Exactly.
I do.
Thank you.
Right there.
That you can. Excuse me, Your Honor. One moment.
Okay.
Exactly, Happy Annie. That's exactly right. He didn't. That's why I said he may as well have been a bar soap. Where's You're gonna
The
reach
final
out to
data
my
point on this slide, Mr. Whiffin, and thank you for bearing with me on this. At 136, there's a temperature of 50 degrees Fahrenheit, correct?
Correct.
Several hours later, at 6:06, 4.5 hours, the temperature drop is only 7 degrees, correct?
Correct.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Look. He's like, is he coming in for the kill yet? Put me out of my misery. This dude could benefit from one of these cough drops. I'm just saying.
Okay.
Thank you.
He's just flipping through his papers. Oh, no, everything's fine up here. No, it's not. Not fine. BREENAN is, I'll tell you what it is. It's a great question from Twiz. Twiz is saying, do you think BREENAN set him up for failure or is he this stupid? I think it's neither. I think BREENAN is overconfident. It's his ego. I agree with what James said earlier that, where was it? Here. He underestimated the defense and overestimated himself. By the way, I'm still eating that cough drop. So anyway, but he doesn't want to set this dude up for failure. I mean, this dude is supposed to be one of their most important experts, right? You remember BREENAN's opening statement and how much he talked about that battery temperature? It was such a huge part of his opening statement. There's that, and then there's like the Jen McCabe factor, right? And this witness is crucial on both of those points, right? And he's not setting him up for failure. I don't think he's that stupid. I think it's overconfident. I think it's underestimating the defense and overestimating himself. That's what I think. Yeah. I mean, it's really crazy, right? Y'all would try these cough drops, man. I'm telling you. So good.
Yes.
March 2025 report.
I do.
And sir, just take a fair time to familiarize yourself with the exhibit before I start asking you questions. They're going to be very brief. And I'm going to be, you look what you need to, but I'm going to be focusing on just under detailed analysis communications on paragraph 3, on page 43, the top 3 or 4 entries.
Okay.
Tell me when you're ready, sir.
Goldfish, Twiz? I think you mean goldfish.
Okay.
Thank you. Your Honor, may I have 43, which is in evidence published?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Wolf, please, to detail a few entries. Yes.
Okay.
That is
Super,
great.
wait, super enlarged.
Super enlarge.
That's what she said.
Yes, that is great. So what I want to do is just cover the information here. Whose phone is the subject of the entries on this chart?
This is John's phone.
And if we start with the first entry, reading left to right, 12:14:36, end time 12:15:20, incoming call from Jen McCabe, duration 44 seconds. You see that, sir?
I do.
You see, and is that a call that is answered?
Yes.
If you go to the next entry,
Hey.
18:47, just 12:18:47 to 12:19:23, outgoing call, duration 36 seconds to Jen.
So now what is he doing? He's building his house. This is incredible, dude. So he just established, right? Before obliterating this dude's dumb experiments that don't even count, again, establishing John's using his phone. He's taking steps. He's using his phone while he's walking into the house and he's getting into the house, right? Now we've moved on to, but who is he talking to? Oh, he's talking to Jen. And again, when you take a good look, as we will do again some point here at the count 2 and the jury instructions for count 2, this really matters. I really have a whole different thought on the third party culprit approach for a strategy, like from a strategy standpoint. After examining the jury instructions, it makes a lot more sense why they're doing this now when they don't need to, right? They really do need to if they want not guilty. I think on count 2, this is a very weird and interesting and crappy jury instructions. Anyway, so, but they're now connecting it to Jen McCabe.
McCabe, duration 36 seconds. Do you see that, sir?
I do.
Is that a call that is answered?
Difficult to say. That could be a outgoing call that lasted 36 seconds of ringing, but I believe it was answered
Well, how is it that you can tell the first one was answered, but not the second one?
because it's an incoming call.
Okay, fair enough. So if we go to the third entry, 12:29:44, 12:29:51, incoming call from Jen McCabe. You see that, sir?
I don't mean to interrupt. Could I ask about the display?
What?
Just a second.
Can I ask about the display? What the fuck? BREENAN, what is it? What are you doing? Are you new to trial? What? Can I ask about the display? You have a question? What? Oh my God. Oh my God. Different fan view. Liz, are you munching on goldfish?
Thank you, Your Honor. May I approach, please?
I have a replacement.
Okay.
So, Your Honor, I have a replacement Exhibit 42 redacted, obviously replaced Exhibit 42, and it's per stipulation with Mr. Bryant.
Bob, he was going to go to bed, and then he said he didn't go to bed.
Thank you.
May I present it to Mr. Whiffin?
Liz, do you want to come on?
You're welcome, Mr. Whiffin.
You can eat your snacks and still come on the show,
May I publish, Your Honor?
as they say. Not that I call it a show, but
Give
that's
the chart again.
Oh wait, we're
Mr.
making
Wolf, if
things
you
bigger.
could Again, please enlarge. We're going to be focusing on the top entry
Please
of the
enlarge it again, Mr. Wolf.
chart again.
Why not? Make it bigger.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Mr. Whiffin, we had started going through the top 3 entries. The first one you had indicated was answered. The second one you, as I understand it, could not tell. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then the third entry, which is reading left to right, 12:29:44, end time 12:29:51, incoming call duration 8 seconds from Jen McCabe.
Correct.
That's the third one. So because it's an
So,
incoming.
Mr. Alessi, we need to enlarge this.
Okay, Your Honor. Mr. Wolf.
Even bigger.
Pursuant to the judge's order. Is that sufficient, Your Honor?
Yeah, it's not really
If you can make it as large as possible for the jurors, please, even if
y'all.
you have to do smaller segments.
If we have to, Mr. Wolf, knock off the final right-hand column, that's insignificant. There you go.
All right, that's better. Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
I hope it
Yeah,
rains.
you're
I hope it rains tomorrow for your sake, James, because I expect we'll see Jen McCabe on cross.
Yes.
Thank you.
Whoever's
So I want to
name-
now go to the last one for
Yes, official's a guy.
this Exhibit 42. It's reading from left to right, 12:29:44, 12:29:51, incoming call duration at seconds from Jen McCabe. Again, it restates duration 8 seconds.
Correct.
Given that it's an incoming call, you can conclude that that was answered, correct?
Correct.
Now, if we could go back down and focusing on just the first 3 by way of example, Mr. Wolf, do just as Her Honor has requested, enlarge it as large as possible. Those 3 after the first 3. Yep, starting there. Just take the first 3 by way of example. All right. Mr. Whiffin, you should feel free to look at the hard copy Exhibit 42 if that's more helpful to you. But what I want to do is to focus on start time 12:33:35, reading across activity, incoming call, unanswered, and then to the right, Karen Reed. Do you see that, sir?
I do.
And do you see the same types of entries for 3409 and 3438?
I do.
And those calls are unanswered, correct?
Correct.
So in contrast to the, and now Mr. Walker, we can go back to the chart, trying to capture 6 and enlarge those ones last time. Thank you. So in the first one at 1436, and then skipping 1 to 2944, those are answered, but then starting, excuse me, at 3335 and 3409, those are unanswered, correct?
Correct.
You can take that down, Mr. Wolf. Thank you. We have a moment, Your Honor, to switch topics.
So we love Official. And by the way, you can get a really good feel for Official. He's posted some videos in the Scroll Crew Discord of him like walking his dogs and stuff. And you get a really good feel for like who he is as a person, because he's talking to the camera and talking to the Scroll Crew and like singing along to music. And he's got some videos of him like cooking, all kinds of stuff. So if anyone hasn't joined the Discord, if you want to get a feel for people in their regular lives, I'll put the link in the chat. But huge shout out to Official. He's cracked me up. He made one video, I think it might have been the first one he posted, where he was playing the Backstreet Boys song where I all sing, "Tell me why." He's playing that song. I died laughing. He's like talking to the dogs and playing that song. Oh, it's just so funny. So shout out to Official. You're just watching these guys talk. What?
Mr. Whiffin, when did you start working on this case? What was the date, approximate date?
On this case or on this exhibit?
On this case?
Approximately September 2023.
So over a year and a half?
Correct.
How many times have you been in Norfolk County?
This is my second time.
So you were here once previously?
Correct.
Do you recall yesterday discussing what you had done with an iPhone, driving around and then moving it with your hand?
Correct. Yes.
Oh God. Oh God, it gets worse. I don't think I saw this part. Oh, and we're back to Murdoch. We're back to Murdoch. Oh
In
God.
the year and a half that you've been on this case, did you ever take an iPhone and do the same activity on the route that you were discussing yesterday between 30?
There's that microphone. Did y'all hear the
and one
gooseneck?
I actually did it on
Grabbing the gooseneck
Sunday night.
I'm sorry?
I did it 2 days ago on Sunday night.
And with
2 days ago.
regard to your time on this case, what was the results of that?
I object, Your Honor. I'll need to be heard briefly.
I'm sorry.
I object, I need to be heard briefly.
Okay.
Oh my God. He lives in Calgary. Twiz, or are you not? Why don't you want to come on? Why don't you want to come on now, Twiz? He lives in Calgary. Okay, so we're gonna jump ahead. They're approaching.
Yeah, Your Honor.
Yes.
Mr. Whiffin, I am now going to proceed to a different topic. Do you recall discussing the Google search, how long to die in the cold?
I do.
And you discussed that in your direct testimony, correct?
I did.
You were a police officer for years before getting into the data forensic analysis of cell phones, correct?
Correct.
You were a response officer of the South Yorkshire Police from 2004 to 2009.
Correct.
You continue policing.
Angel changed her picture. Yay! Angel, did you take my advice and I'm so happy about that. So we were talking about Angel and her picture, and you look beautiful, no matter what. I mean, I love all of you guys. It's a beautiful picture. I'm glad that you didn't let people ruin your fun with the dirge, as you were calling it, which I think is really funny. I love that name. So here's the thing. I love it. It's beautiful. So again, but what I think doesn't matter. What you think is what matters. So anyway, here's the deal. So here's what I want to talk about. So we're going to get into the Hoslong and the timestamp of the search, the time of the search, right? So let's talk about this. So if you are Mr. Alessi, right, and you're the defense and you've got this witness, you've got a number of areas, right, that you're going to be thinking about. And it's like, what areas are your priority? What is more important? Okay. So in order to assess that, we're going to be thinking about, okay, so let's say we've got the area of like the battery temperature, or like, where the location data of the phone, being in the house, that type of thing, right? The stuff that we've already covered for the most part. And then the other category would be the Jen McCabe, the Hoslong, the Google search. So, So if you think about that, right, and you think about the Google search, okay, a lot of people seem to put a lot of importance on the Google search. And I'll tell you what, I wanted to talk about this. So let's think about it logically. If you think about 237, right? Oh my God, I just drank my water and my throat is still so cold from these cough drops. So my water is like so cold in my throat. Anyway, it's so cold. Oh my God, it's just so icy cold. Okay. Right. So 237. If you think about the 237, if the defense can show that this search was made at 237, what does that prove? Well, that prove, and if it's made at 237 by Jen, right, then that definitely makes her seem like she's involved, right? That would definitely, I think that their third-party culprit would be complete and whatnot. Oh, I'm happy to see you just joined the Discord. Yay. That's awesome to know. Welcome. And yeah, you'll be able to we have a lot of fun. We have a lot of fun. Happy that you joined. So everybody give her a warm welcome. Woo! Yay. Yay. And what's fun too is all the Nightbot commands work in the Discord too. What? No. Just the cough drops. I'm addicted to these cough drops now. As of today. Dude, the stress of this cross exam, because I guess I do empathize with him, right? For me to be stressed about it because it's going so well for the defense. Anyway, I'm like stress eating these cough drops. Anywho, so the 227, right? If they can show that it was made at 227, then that definitely implicates Jen McCabe, right? Like job done. Okay. But if they can't, what does that mean? What is the, we always talk about here, like your cost risk analysis. Okay. If they can't prove, if the defense can't prove that it was the 227, let's just say that the jury goes with the Commonwealth and it was made at whatever time they say 6 something, right? What is the story behind that? Let's think this through. What is the story? What is Jen's story with these searches after 6 a.m.? Jen's story is like, it was a chaotic scene and Karen asked her to Google it. Well, here's the thing. I think that I was assessing this today in my mind because it's like, it seems like, oh no, right? I don't know what's going on. It's like, wait, hang on. What happened? Did anyone really assess this? If you really assess this, right? If you really assess this, then what you got is you've got a situation where they had already found John, right? They're already there with the body. He's in the snow. He's in the snow. He'd been missing. He's found in the snow. He's unresponsive. And they're all freaking out. And that's when she according to Jen, asks Jen to Google it. Right? So think about it, guys. Think about it. Welcome, Truth Seeker. Think about it. Why does that, like, why, how did this get made into a big deal? It's only a big, those searches are only a big deal if they're made before the body's found, right? That's the point. After you found the body, think about it, right? If you are at the body and the body's in the snow and it's clearly been there and it's he's unresponsive and he's cold and he's icy and he's in the snow, you know what I mean? And he's not got a coat on, but even if he did have a coat on, wouldn't matter here. Googling about how long it would take to dry in the snow doesn't seem weird, right? Like they've already called 911. You guys see what I mean? So the only thing that like the Commonwealth the only thing the Commonwealth can prove with these searches that they can try to prove is Jen didn't do it at 2:27. It's a defensive thing. They can't prove nothing about this will go towards Karen's guilt. It's only Jen's guilt or not, right? Which is part of why this is weird. So, and I still haven't found what I'm looking. I was literally just singing this yesterday, wasn't I? This came up in some document or something. So I don't remember what time the butt dials were at like 2:22-ish. So according to the timestamp in question is 2:27. So it would be after the butt dials, correct? But again, so in other words, the whole thing with this search, it's either going to prove that Jen is definitely like fucking guilty looking, right? If Jen made that search at 2:27, clearly, like I said, the thing that matters here is if anyone makes this search before the body's found, then that's a problem for that person, right? But the thing is that the worst case for Karen isn't really a bad case at all. The worst case scenario is it was made after 6, according to Jen, but that's what the time shows. But it doesn't matter. It's when all 3 women are at the body. They've already found him in the snow. He's lying in the snow. So why is that sus to then Google that, right? You see what I mean, guys? So when you think about that, then when you're weighing it out, what is more important for the defense here, right? The shit with the location data on John's phone and proving he went in the house, or the hostlong of it all? You guys following me? Does somebody have a stalker? Man, it looks like fast food got expensive. I mean, I've never been to fast food, or I used to drive my friends in college through the drive-thru. It was always actually just kind of a funny story. So we never ate fast food growing up and whatnot. And like, I was raised vegetarian. I've been vegan forever. And so I never went to fast food. Like I never been through a drive-thru until college. When I was like in college, I would be like the DD. And we have this place here. Do y'all have a cookout where y'all live anywhere? Probably not. I don't know. They might be an NC thing. But cookout is a big thing over here. And people love the cookout. And so anyway, whenever my friends in college were like drunk, they always wanted to go cookout. And cookout stayed open until 3 a.m. And so I would always be driving. And anyway, it's just so funny because literally the first time that this happened, like my freshman year of college, they wanted to go to cookout. And I was like, guys, I don't know how to do this. And they're like, wait, what do you mean? And they couldn't even understand what I was saying. Like, I don't know what you do. And it was like an absolute disaster. Like I was going the wrong direction through the drive-thru. It was like literally a shit show. And I should mention that cookout at this time would be packed. This is where everybody went to cookout, like after 2 a.m. Everybody went to cookout. So it was like a fuck ton of cars. And like literally I just was a disaster. And I'm like, and they're like dying laughing. And I've got like 8 people piled in my car, right? Or whatever. Anyway. It's funny now. It was probably funny at the time too. Anyway, it was just, this is a classic squirrel story where it's like only I could be a disaster like this, where I'm like, I didn't know how to do it, guys. And then when I got to the thing to order, I was a disaster. And I'm like, good day. I don't even know. I somehow just ruined the whole, just couldn't do it. I didn't understand how to order. And then I tried to give the money to the wrong people. And then and my friends were just dying laughing. And honestly, it remained a disaster for a number of times. I'll be honest. If I had to go through a drive-through, I'd still be like, I don't understand what I'm doing. Anyway, there you go. So that's the story. Wait, Swizz, why are you sad about your workout? What am I proud of? Hold on. I'm just looking to see what you guys are saying in the chat. What am I proud of? Oh, James? Fender's here. Woo! Welcome in, Fender. Oh, be proud I didn't eat fast food. Right. I see. Yes. James, have you ever watched the show called The Detectorists? It's really good. I don't know if it's still on, but it was really good. But we're glad Fender's here. Okay, so let's carry on with this disaster.
With the Calgary Police.
Disaster for him, I should say.
Working patrol, correct?
Correct.
You work frequently with law enforcement.
I do.
Indeed, law enforcement is the predominance of your work, correct?
Probably about 80% of the work. Yes.
What percent?
About 80%.
80?
80.
Your work is used in investigations for law enforcement, correct?
Sometimes, yes.
In your area of work, you use and apply various forensic methods that are extracted. That data is extracted from a cell phone, correct?
Correct.
And you have various forensic methods to analyze that data, correct?
Correct.
And that data that you analyze is often used by law enforcement in their investigations, right?
It can be, yes.
It can be, but it also is from your experience, correct?
I'm sorry, are we talking about my actual analysis or analysis that's created by the tools that me and Cellebrite create?
Your analysis.
Okay, my analysis is typically used in investigations, yes.
So it's typically, your analysis is typically used by law enforcement.
On the cases I work, yes.
Right. And you know that is going to be the case oftentimes when you're doing your analysis, correct?
Correct.
And forensic software is used to gain access to people's devices, correct?
Correct.
Such as cell phones, right?
Correct.
So, and there's something called an extraction process from a cell phone that you discussed in your direct testimony.
Yes.
Now, I'm not going to go into too much detail, but I want to cover, because it would be covering old ground, but I want to cover some of it.
Okay.
It's important, is it not, that the extraction process on a cell phone be performed correctly?
It is, yes.
And that's so that the data that's extracted from a cell phone is complete, correct?
Correct.
So that the data is correct.
Correct.
And so that the data is reliable.
Correct.
And data forensic examiners and people in your area of work need to ensure that the extraction file has not been tampered with, correct?
Correct.
Because if an extraction file has the possibility of tampering, then the information and data from it can be unreliable, correct?
Correct.
And there's a generally accepted methodology for how to perform an extraction of data from a cell phone, correct?
Typically, yes.
One of the key ways to determine whether the data extracted from a cell phone is valid and has integrity is to evaluate whether the extraction process created what is called a hash value, correct?
Correct.
And a synonym for a hash value is a hash signature, correct?
Correct.
And a hash value or hash signature, I'm just going to use hash value. Is that acceptable to you?
I'm fine with that.
Thank you. So a hash value is a unique and usually consists of a long string of numbers and letters that's generated from the data file from a cell phone using a computer algorithm, right?
Correct.
And one of the computer algorithms is SHA 256, right?
Correct.
And is it a fair analogy to state that a hash value can be thought of as fingerprint for a data file from a cell phone?
Yes.
And is it also a rough analogy that a hash value can function like the seal on a milk container? In other words, if you open the milk container and the seal's broken, that the same analogy can be provided that if you don't have a valid hash value, then there is a question with regard to the contents of a cell phone, just as there might be concern about contents of a milk carton. Is that a fair general analogy?
Yeah, if the hash doesn't match, then something has changed in the data.
So if the hash doesn't match or you can't determine a valid hash file, it's sort of like opening up a milk container and that seal cap is off, correct?
Okay, I'll accept that.
Thank you. Now, if a data file is altered in any way, the hash algorithm is going to produce a different letter in numeric string than the previous
So then,
hash value.
but this
for that
is the
same
point,
alleged data, correct?
dude,
Correct.
as Alessi comes in for the kill, he's making a whole other point here that, I mean, I didn't foresee, I guess, coming. Like, you know, it's like, I think we all could tell is he's going to go for the location data, right? He's check, like he's done, check, right? He is working on now the Hoslong, right? But this is a whole separate thing. We know this had come up in discussions, right? But this is like new information that we didn't have from the first trial, right? So this is like new to us.
Right.
So that alpha numeric number is important because it can, if it's different, then it means something happened to that data, correct?
Correct.
Runkle, hold on, sorry. This is how much I love Runkle. I'm pausing this real quick. For anyone who doesn't know Runkle, you might recognize his face. I love him so much. I have myriad clips of him ready to go in a moment's notice. Let me pull one up here. Let's see. Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Just kidding. I can't find it. I've got so many of these. Maybe that's my problem. Anyway, well, Runkle looks like an elf. He has long white hair and he's amazing and he's super funny and he's one of my favorite people on Law 2. So, okay.
And isn't it important for examiners, anybody in data forensics, to know whether or not the data they're looking at has a valid hash value?
It would depend, in my opinion, on the origin of the data.
But you would agree that it's much better to have a valid hash value for data than not, correct?
I'd like to see the hash value match, yes.
You would like to see the hash value match,
Yes.
correct? Now, once data from an iPhone is properly extracted and you get a hash value, then the examiners of the data seek to pass and decode the data
Why is that, Fender?
to try and make some sense of the data in a more user-friendly format so that a report can be created for investigators, correct?
Correct.
You know, I don't remember where the Bailey
Do
comes
you
from. Does anyone
recall
remember?
preparing a report for the iPhone belonging to Jen McCabe dated December 2024?
So,
I do, yes.
so the way Ian talks about Mrs. Runkle is incredible. I don't even know how to put it into words. Maybe Fender will have a better answer. I know that question wasn't for me anyway, but it is, yeah. And is Twiz famous? There you go, Fender. Like she hung the stars and created the moon when she had some time left over. Yep. That's well said. Well said. Yeah, but where did the of the Bailey come from though? Like where of the Bailey? I've always wondered that. Like it does sound like it could be like a township or a something like that. But his last name is actually Runkle. That's interesting. His last name is actually Runkle. So I don't know. Maybe it's a nod to that though. I don't know. I mean, it sounds like a town. Just saying. That's the connotation that I have, right? Like back in the olden days, like you know, in England, they would say shit like that, right? So and so from of the blah, da, 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 you know. Oh, Rumple of the Bailey is the old show. Okay, I see. Okay. So maybe he combined the two. Yeah, basically Fender's saying like the way that Mr. Runkle talks about Mrs. Runkle is the way that I would say a lot of people want someone, you know, Fender, let's just say Fender and I both are Fender and I both are saying that, you know, it would be nice to have someone talk about us.
Do you recall preparing a report for the iPhone belonging to Jen McCabe dated December 2024?
I do, yes.
Runkle's not part of a firm. He just works independently.
And in that report, you discussed your views of a Google search of how long to die in the cold.
Here we go.
Correct.
And in that report, you rendered various conclusions about that Google search, correct?
Correct.
And you rendered various conclusions about what is called a timestamp.
Correct.
And the timestamp that was in question was 2:27:40 a.m. on January 29th on Jen McCabe's phone, correct?
Correct. And
the question that you were looking at is that timestamp that appeared in the data, that timestamp of 2:27:40 a.m., whether that belonged to the Google search, how long to die in the cold, correct?
Correct.
And you testified yesterday with regard to that very issue, correct?
Correct.
Now, in your report of December 2024, you discussed the hash value of that cell phone, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Fender, I know, right? For real.
Yesterday,
We'll always
in your
have each
direct
other, though.
testimony, you didn't mention anything about the hash value with regard to Jen McCabe's phone, did you?
Not in my testimony, no.
The answer is no, correct? However, isn't it correct that in your report of December 2024, you had an issue with the hash value from the data from that phone?
I didn't have an issue with the hash value at all, no.
So you didn't note that it was not possible with the gray key extraction as the PDF containing the extraction hash value, that it was unsigned? That was not an issue in your report?
The hash value matches, but because I didn't do the extraction, I'm unable to actually validate that was an original hash and hadn't been modified.
Exactly. So you didn't do the extraction, but you couldn't validate the hash value, could you?
No.
So you couldn't determine whether or not any of the data on that cell phone of Jen McCabe had been tampered with, correct?
I take a holistic view of the data and try to find anomalies and didn't see any that raised any flags.
Here we go with the holistic view of the data.
That wasn't my question, sir.
Okay.
I'll try it a different way.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
You concluded that the hash value was unsigned, correct?
Correct. They were always unsigned. Okay, apologies.
You concluded that the hash value was unsigned, correct? Thank you. And you went on, did you not, in your report to say that this hash value could be used as a suggestion of authentication, but cannot be guaranteed 100%, correct?
Correct.
Did you discuss any of that doubt, that suggestion of authentication, but can't be guaranteed 100%. It all in your direct testimony yesterday.
I didn't know.
And again, hash values are very important concepts for data forensic examiners, correct?
For integrity, yes.
Oh, fuck.
Do you know the chain of custody of Jen McCabe's iPhone?
I don't know.
So you don't know the chain of custody of her iPhone.
I will just say,
You-
they're getting into a lot more here than I recall them getting into with him the first trial. I mean, that's true with a lot of these witnesses, right? Like there's just, I think that, again, potentially, and understandably so, the defense was expecting maybe an acquittal. I'm just saying, right? Because, like, for example, like not cross-examining Kerry at all, just as one example, right? But you know, and then some of these other witnesses, like, they cross-examined him and they cross-examined him well, but we didn't know. Well, if you don't know, now you know, right? We didn't know what we know now. And like, clearly there was a lot more they could have done. And we're seeing that now, thankfully. So
have an unsigned hash value, and you can't guarantee the hash value authentication, correct?
but if you
No.
don't know, now you know.
The objection's overruled.
Not from the hash value, no.
Andale, mama. EI. Uh-oh. Sorry, that's just what I thought of there. You can find me in St. Louis rolling on tops.
Let's go back to the 22740 timestamp and the question of whether that timestamp is associated with a Google search, house long to die in the cold. You understand there is a dispute as to whether that search was performed at 2:27:40 a.m. as the timestamp states, or whether that was performed later in the morning, say around 6:23 a.m., correct?
Correct.
You understand there's a
Okay.
dispute.
Yes.
And do you understand that the defense asserts that that timestamp means what it says? The Google search occurred at 2:27:40 a.m.
That's for you there.
Do you understand that?
I do.
I
Why
didn't
is
hear your
it-
answer, sir.
I understand.
You understand?
Okay, why is he objecting?
Or whether that was performed later in the morning, say around 6:23 a.m., correct?
Correct.
You understand there's a dispute.
Yes.
And do you understand that the defense asserts that that timestamp means what it says? The Google search occurred at 2:27:40 a.m.
I'm going to allow it. Do you understand that?
I do.
Okay, I want to say real quick again. We were just talking about this, right? But what does it state here? 227 versus whatever it was, 623. What does it state here, right? Remember, like I said, guys, I think you guys were talking about something, which is great, fine. So yes, on delay, ANDALE, ANDALE, Spanish. So, and then you have arriba. Anyway, so, okay, so, the 623, right? Remember, like, it's only weird if somebody's Googling this before they found the body, right? To me, again, if the defense doesn't get anything with this, right? If the jury takes away 623, fine. If like, yeah, we think it was 623, fine. That doesn't actually prove anything for the Commonwealth other than that Jen McCabe didn't search at 227. Again, to me, if I'm on the jury, it's only weird if you're Googling this before finding the body. But after you found the body in the snow and everybody's there and it's cold and he's in the snow and he's not responding, it's not weird to make that search, right? It's not weird if Karen asks someone to make that search. How long to die in the cold when you've just found a body unresponsive in the cold is not weird, right? You guys see what I'm saying? So in other words, if the defense can't fully get through with this, like it was definitely 227 thing, they don't lose anything, essentially, right? They just don't gain a guilt again, Jen McCabe, if that makes sense. However, again, that's why when we were talking about what's their biggest thing here, is it the location with the phone and the steps and showing where the phone was when the number of steps were taken and the battery temperature and who he was texting. He was talking to Jen, you know, all that shit, right? The proof of life with the lock button, the proof of life. That I think is the more important bucket, if you will. If you say two buckets, you've got a proof of life phone bucket in the house bucket, and then a bucket of Hoslong, we'll say, guys. And I would say the first bucket is the more important one for that reason. Okay.
There are various data forensic tools.
They did call 911. They did. She did. Yeah. They did call 911. Yeah. There was not a delay in 911. There was not a delay. It wasn't Googling it instead of calling 911. Wait, what are you saying, Twiz? At 2:27? What? So it's either Jen made the search at 2:27, and then Jen looks really fucking guilty. But if the defense can't land that, and it just goes with what the Commonwealth is saying, oh, they were made at 6:23 because it was Karen asking Jen to look it up because they were in front of a body in the snow. How does that doesn't make Karen look any more guilty. It just doesn't make Jen look guilty, if that makes sense. I'm confused what you're saying, Twiz. Okay. So the defense is saying, the defense argument here is that Jen McCabe Googled it at 2:27 because she already knew there was a body. Like I said, that's the only reason it's sus, right? Is if you make that search when the body isn't been found yet, because it means it's consciousness of guilt, right? You know the body's out there, right? The defense theory is Jen McCabe made that search at 2:27 because Jen McCabe knew there was a body out there, right? The Commonwealth theory is that search wasn't made at 2:27. It was the issue with the timestamp because of the tab, but the search was actually made at 6:23, when all three women are around John McCabe's body, and they're in a panic, and Karen frantically asks her to Google it. So what I'm saying is, if the jury doesn't go with the defense's theory and instead goes with the Commonwealth's theory, it doesn't really move the needle. All it does is it means that the defense hasn't made Jen more guilty, but it doesn't have any effect on Karen. Does that make sense what I'm saying? Welcome back, Kane. Am I making sense, people? Are y'all even listening to me? You don't have to be listening to me. It's totally fine. It just Twiz looked confused, and so I'm just making sure I'm explaining things. We'll talk about it more as we go on.
Are there not to evaluate
Kane's the rat
is called
daddy.
an artifact, this timestamp, correct?
Correct.
And those data forensic tools include Cellebrite tools, your company's tools.
Yes.
And some of those Cellebrite tools are called Physical Analyzer.
Correct.
And then you have another tool, I believe, called Insights.
Insights is a suite that includes Physical Analyzer. But yes,
So Insights is a
it's
suite.
essentially the same tool.
Essentially the same tool. So there's Insight, well, essentially, but they're two different tools, correct?
They're two different versions of the same tool.
Thank you. Two different versions of the same tool.
Yes.
Sorry. Oh, insert jokes here, right? The other thing I was going to say, and part of the reason I was thinking about this is because I feel like, I don't know, did this happen to you guys? But what happened, like, I feel like for me, what has happened is it morphing over time, right? I sort of had taken away, I had this thought that, like, oh no, if they can't prove the 227, it means makes Karen look guilty. And I reassessed it all today because I was like, yeah, let's have to do that, right? I completely reassessed it of like, hang on, what? It doesn't actually make Karen look more guilty because it's completely reasonable when you're in front of the dead body and you've already called 911. Like that's fine. Like, you see what I mean? But so it's like, let's just say that Karen had asked Jen to Google that, but they weren't already at the dead body. Then it would be different, right? Then it would be different. But they were with John O'Keefe in the snow. So, yeah.
But there are other tools from other companies, are there not, sir?
There are.
And a competitor of Cellebrite
I agree to
that
now.
can be
I
used
just
to
heard
analyze that
awesome.
227:40 a.m. timestamp and to
Oh,
potentially resolve that dispute.
Twiz.
Whether the Google search "How long to die in the cold" occurred at 2:27:40 a.m. or later at 6:23 or so a.m.
Thanks, Kane.
There's other companies and tools that can be used for that, correct?
Correct.
And isn't one of the companies that can
We'll
be
throw a wrench
used, a
at
competitor
Twiz.
of Cellebrite, called Magnet Forensics?
Correct.
And they have a tool called Axiom, AXIOM, that evaluates questions such as this, correct?
They do.
It is Magnet Forensics a reputable company?
Join
They
the
are.
party. Join the cough drop party. Join the cough
Am I
drop.
correct that yesterday
Cough drops.
you essentially said that as of today, no Cellebrite tool, no Insight suite such as Physical Analyzer, today shows that 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp?
Correct. If you use any version from the last approximately year, that timestamp won't show up.
It won't show up as you sit here today.
Correct.
But that's not always been the case.
Yeah,
Correct.
With regard to Cellebrite.
I'm with you, Fender. Welcome,
forensic
Scott.
Tools.
Wow,
correct?
Party Central.
As a matter of fact, in the first proceeding in this case,
You're just now getting here. Welcome to the party. Please feel free to have a cough drop.
June of 2024, when you testified under oath, the situation with the forensic tools was Cellebrite Forensics Insights did not show the 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp, but another version of Physical Analyzer.
Sorry, I'm going to back this up because this is important, but James is cracking me up. If you guys are just now getting here, this has been a joke this whole live stream because it started with Kane and well, okay, so James said I sounded stuffed up, and then Kane said he thought I was yelling, and then I was like, my throat does feel a little scratchy. We've had the pollen going on, and then I've been stress eating cough drops because I have this bag over here, and they're delicious and they're yummy with the eucalyptus, and I'm like, I'll have another cough drop. And I'm just stressed out for this witness who's being devoured alive here on the witness stand in what is, in my opinion, one of the best cross-examinations of an expert I've ever seen. And he's being methodically ripped limb for limb very slowly. And he's getting really hot and fevery. And I'm just stress eating cough drops. And that's, but they're delicious. Everybody should have a cough drop.
It won't show up as you sit here today.
Correct.
But that's not always been the case
Correct.
with regard to Cellebrite Forensic Tools, correct?
Correct.
I literally
As a
am.
matter of fact, in
Literally.
the first
I
proceeding-
have a pile. It's not even a tiny waterfall or a tiny pile. It's a big pile of cough drop wrappers.
in this case, in June of 2024, when you testified under oath,
Sorry. Going to a party in real life. It's like, come on. I'm just dying laughing. Come on and help yourself to a cough drop. They'd be like, where the fuck am I? Girl party, that's fair.
the situation with the forensic tools was Cellebrite Forensics Insights did not show the 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp, but another version of Physical Analyzer did show it, correct?
Correct.
In that second program, that second tool, Physical Analyzer, not only showed it at 2:27:40 a.m., but it showed
My throat is so cold, guys. It's so good, though.
27:40 a.m. timestamp. But another version of Physical Analyzer did show it, correct?
Correct.
In that second program, that second tool, Physical Analyzer, not only showed it at 2:27:40 a.m., but it showed it as a deleted state, correct?
It's a deleted record, yes.
A deleted record.
Yes.
I'm dying. I need another cough.
Did you
drop.
mention that yesterday in your direct testimony?
I don't believe so.
You don't believe so?
No, we changed it since then.
Exactly. You changed it since then.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Your company removed it
Yes.
after the first trial.
Before the first trial.
Well, you removed it from
Oh,
one tool.
Oh, fuck. First trial came in again. Uh-oh.
for the first trial, but you didn't remove it from the other physical analyzer program, did you?
Up until the following version was released.
No, I'm talking about the time of trial when you were testifying.
I appreciate that. There's some complexities with how we released the software, which resulted in one being released several weeks later and one being released several weeks earlier.
At the time of trial,
Yes.
last year in June, when you were testifying under oath, one of the Cellebrite tools showed the timestamp of 2:27:40 a.m., correct?
Correct.
Don't worry, there's a
But that
link to
timestamp doesn't
redirect.
exist anymore. It doesn't exist today, does it?
Correct.
Okay. For anyone who missed direct, there's a lengthy redirect where basically all it is what he did on direct, pretty much, with some more crossing the line of things. So don't worry if you missed direct.
Right, removed it.
Yes.
Could I see counsel at sidebar for just a minute, please?
And that is a good time to take a look at the little dispenser here for anyone who missed it, because they're going to sidebar. I'm sure it's over the first trial being talked about, like it's, whatever. So for anyone who missed it, here's the tiny dispenser of the tape dispenser. There it is. So cute. There it is. Oh, I love it. I love it. It makes wrapping presents so easy. And I have a whole thing about wrapping presents. Like, I'm the worst present wrapper, so I just embrace it. And so what I do is I always have different, okay, all the wrapping paper that I have is like animals, but funny. So I've got like sloths, sharks, dinosaurs, penguins, all kinds, but they're all being funny, like either surfing or like wearing a Santa hat or like just doing funny things. And people, no matter what it is, if it's birthday or whatever season, it's Christmas animal themed wrapping paper. It's all and what I do is I patchwork it. So like one present is never one wrapping paper. It's like half squirrels or half sharks, half dinosaurs. And it's just like a hodgepodge, like of little pieces. And I just embrace the disaster that is my wrapping. So basically having a nice tape dispenser helps aid in that goal. Okay. There you go. Yeah. I don't know, teal. It's really, honestly, in real life, it's really the color of what's on the screen, like that color. It might look more blue in the picture, but it really is more greenish. It's like exactly the color of like where it says Happy Annie there. Official called it cyan. All it's just covered in tape. Exactly. And then it gets covered in tape. Yep. So it's like shreds or like pieces of different animal wrapping paper. Anyway. Okay. James. All right. Now we'll go back to back to here. And I was also talking about my my beloved laminator. Meg, you might care about that because I know you like stuff like that. Okay. No sound? Huh. Can you guys hear me? Can you guys hear me? Can you guys hear me? Let me know if you can hear me. Can you guys hear me? Was it just you couldn't hear the video? Oh, weird. It must have, okay. Sometimes it does this. It's been doing this. StreamYard's been doing this. Hold on. I'll back it up. StreamYard's been doing this where it sometimes it just boots the audio from the Chrome tab. Let me just, all right. So here we go. I'll just unshare, reshare. That usually fixes it. Thanks for letting me know. Okay. So he was just coming back from sidebar. All right, here we go.
Go ahead, Mr. Alessi.
Thank
Y'all
you,
hear it now?
So with regard to the first proceeding,
Can you hear it?
there was one Cellebrite forensic tool.
I should have fixed it.
that
Usually it gives me a
still showed
notice,
the
but
2:27:40
Okay,
a.m.
cool.
timestamp,
Correct.
and it was shown in a deleted state.
The record was deleted, yes.
The record was deleted. And then after that, Cellebrite outright removed the timestamp from, so none of its programs had, correct?
Again, if I could explain a little bit about how it works.
No, I'm sorry.
Okay.
If you could just respond to my question. Is that correct?
The timestamp's been removed, yes.
However, the competitor of Cellebrite that we just talked about, Magnet Forensics
Right.
Axiom,
yeah, because they were saying first trial like without any problem, and then I my thought was that's why they got called the sidebar because they can't be saying that.
that program at the first proceeding showed the 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp, correct?
Correct.
And as a matter of fact, as you sit here today, the Magnet Forensics program, Axiom, still shows the 2:27:04 a.m. timestamp, correct?
As far as I know, yes.
And Magnet Forensics Axiom is a reputable company, correct?
Correct.
Cellebrite removed that 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp, which is in a deleted state, in response to issues raised in the first proceeding, correct?
It was changed because of the research that I did, and that was verified by the forensic research group
But the issue arose because of what had come up in the first proceeding, correct?
in the first investigation prior to the proceeding, yes.
In the first investigation in this case, correct?
Yes.
So Cellebrite, after the first proceeding, after the investigation, just outright went and removed the timestamp.
It's not unusual to change.
I didn't ask if, I just asked whether
Yep,
they
we
removed
removed it.
But Magnet Forensic Axiom still shows that 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp, right?
Again, they refer to it differently, which is why they
But
can
they
do that.
still show.
They do still show it.
Can you just finish the answer?
So,
Sorry. Just let him finish the answer. Is that what you said, Mr. Mayor?
yeah, my apologies, but I'm having trouble hearing, but I'll pause more just to make sure you're done. In that 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp, the dispute is whether it's associated with the search, House Long to Die in the Cold, correct?
Correct.
Let's talk a little bit more about the first proceeding in this case. In terms of your testimony under oath in that first proceeding, do you recall stating that it was your opinion as to whether that 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp was associated or not with the Google search House Long to Die in the Cold?
I believe so.
Right, so you called it your opinion.
Yes.
You
Probably.
didn't describe it as a fact, you described it as your opinion, correct?
Correct.
This is where he starts walking it back, flip it down, put your thing down, flip it and reverse it. He's going to do that to all his opinions made on direct examination. Prepare thyselves.
Because you realize that there are other fair interpretations of that timestamp and when the Google search occurred, correct?
I think even if I believe it's a fact, it's my opinion.
Right, so it's your opinion.
Yes.
So you also, do you recall stating that there's plenty of other evidence on that extraction that shows what activity was occurring at 2:27:40? You recall that?
Correct.
And you use the word evidence, correct?
Correct.
But that evidence on the Cellebrite program is now gone, correct?
No,
It's not gone?
it's not gone.
So the 2:27:40 timestamp still exists in Cellebrite programs?
Sorry, are we talking about the additional evidence that shows what
Well,
happened at 2:27:40?
No, I'm just asking whether,
Okay.
I thought we had that clear, but I thought, is the 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp show up on any Cellebrite program as you sit here today?
The decoded value does not show a timestamp for
Thank you.
that artifact.
Sir, does your work include shaping how examiners will see the data when they open it?
Yes.
So you shape how the data is going to be.
Oh.
Yes, we have
Yes?
ways to create the data so it's usable. Yes.
So the answer is
shape it.
yes, you
Yes.
shape the data.
Yes.
These various forensic tools, Cellebrite, Insight Suite, including Physical Analyzer, Magnet Forensics Axiom, these are all tools, and we know that no one has access to the Apple source code on iPhones, correct?
Correct.
And the best source of information about what may be happening inside of an Apple iPhone would be if one could get the source code and look into the source codes to see what's actually happening, correct?
Correct.
So what happens is in data forensics, because Apple considers it proprietary and people can't access the source code, there's these various data forensic tools that in some ways try to serve as a surrogate, given the fact that there's no access to source code, correct?
Correct.
So the best information would come from the Apple source code, but nobody has access to that, or few people do. Therefore, these other forensic tools are used.
Correct.
So sometimes examiners have to give opinions like you give because you don't have access to the source code, correct?
Correct.
So it's your opinion oftentimes with regard to ultimate conclusion.
Based on research and testing. But yes,
Not
it's an opinion.
100% absolute certainty because you don't have access to the source code, correct?
Correct.
Tanel. So Tanel was there for some of the twin flames. Yeah. Craziness.
You have a moment, Your Honor, to switch topics, please.
A moment for
Thank
him
you.
to just continue. I'm gonna need another cough drop here, guys. I need another cough drop. And how cold is my throat? Let me test it with some water. Not nearly cold enough. Let's take another one. Cough drop.
Before I do switch
time.
topics, a couple points on the 22740 timestamp, if I may.
Keep using it. Keep using
The
it,
Google
Bender.
search
Keep
in
using it.
question associated with that timestamp, the dispute over that, is how long to die in the cold, correct?
Correct.
And
That's
you
how I tested
understand,
out.
sir, do you understand the significance? If Jen McCabe made that Google search, house long to die in the cold at 2:27:40 a.m. instead of 6:23 a.m., do you understand the significance of that?
Of course.
Sustained.
He said yes, Your Honor.
I'm sorry. I said sustained.
Oh, thank you. I didn't hear that.
Juris, strike any answer that may have come.
What do you understand to be
Wait, I
the
wanna hear that.
significance of the
I'm cough dropping again, guys. I just can't help it. My throat wasn't cold enough. No, Jonka.
is house long to die in the cold, correct?
Correct.
And you understand, sir, do you understand the
Just few
significance?
questions.
If Jen McCabe made that Google search, house long to die in the cold at 2:27:40 a.m. instead of 6:23 a.m., do you understand the significance of that?
Of course.
Sustained.
He said yes, Your Honor.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
that's interesting. He said yes, he understands the significance. Interesting.
I said sustained.
Oh, thank you. I didn't
Wow.
hear that.
Juris, strike any answer that may have
Wow.
come.
Well, they heard it, so whatever.
What do you understand to be the significance of the dispute over 2:27:40 timestamp?
Sustained.
Well said on that, Tanel.
Mr. Whiffin, with regard to the 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp, have you looked at any forensic tools
You're right.
to answer that question other than Cellebrite tools and your tool Artex?
I've used Axiom as well.
So you used Axiom, and so did you therefore see that 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp still appeared?
Yes.
Did you discuss that with the jury yesterday, that you analyzed the Axiom program and that 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp still appears?
I didn't. No,
You did not.
I did not.
Y'all. I'm gonna take a picture of the cough drop so you guys don't worry.
Could we
There's no
please,
drugs. There's no
with
anything
the
weird.
court's permission, put the
Take a picture.
PowerPoint presentation back up and go to deck 26.
They're so good, guys. These cough drops are so good.
Mr. Whiffin, does an iPhone discriminate between whether it's in a car, a bus, a bicycle, or walking?
It can, but I don't have the the research on that.
So as you sit here today, you can't say that an iPhone can tell the difference between a car, bus, bicycle, or walking, correct?
The iPhone can, but I haven't researched that data fully enough to understand it forensically.
So you
I
sit here,
can't, but
you
the phone
can't.
can.
Does an iPhone merely register movement? Let me rephrase that. Does an iPhone register movement?
It does.
Do you recall yesterday discussing movement at a speed of about 1.4 miles per hour at 12:24:37 a.m. on
Yes.
January 29th, 2022?
I do.
A person walking at a normal to even a slow pace
I'm going to show you guys.
can walk at approximately 1.4 miles per hour. Is that correct?
It sounds reasonable.
And
Again, we're well past the point where he could be like, is it okay if I call you Sally? Sure. I mean, people walk at all different rates. I mean, it doesn't matter. He's just going to agree. He just wants to get off the stand. I'm just going to wait for these pictures to sync up so I can show y'all. Oh, I'll pull them up when they, no, I'll pull them up when they happen. Come on. Okay.
does it sound reasonable that a normal speed of walking is between 2 and 4 miles per hour?
Reasonable.
I mean, I walk faster than most
Any
people.
topics, Your Honor, if I can have a moment.
I'm like a fast walker. I'm a fast walker.
You can take
I'm
that.
a fast
Thank you.
walker. Okay.
When you were examining Jennifer,
Okay, guys. Here is. You guys ready? You guys ready? Okay. Here you go. So here we have the cough drops. They're delicious. Compared to active ingredient and Vicks severe vapor cool. See, look, maximum strength menthol for greater cooling effect. Mint flavor, menthol flavor. And then here's the back of them. Well, that is a shitty picture. It says menthol, 20 milligrams, oral anesthetic, whatever, however you say it. There you go. There you go. There they are, guys. They're delicious and amazing. Don't mind if I have another one. Now that you guys can rest easy. Okay. Just so good.
McCabe's phone. You used an operating system
Don't
of
be on top of that,
iOS
people.
14, correct?
That's one of the versions of iOS I used, yes.
That was one of the versions.
Yeah.
Do you understand that Jen McCabe's phone was actually using iOS version 15?
Yes, I do. 15.2.1.
15.2?
2.1.
Thank you. And do you recall saying, with regard to iOS 15.1, etc., that the iOS operating system, your words, had fundamentally changed, correct?
Correct.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about, Twiz?
Now, with regard to
Because of the
we're back to Jen McCabe's phone, we're back to
Vicks Vapor Rub is what it's
2740,
talking about.
the issue of deletions. You stated yesterday that deletion occurred after January 31 of 2022. Is that correct?
Correct.
But you couldn't determine how that deletion occurred with certainty, correct?
Correct.
And you gave 3 possibilities that you analyzed, correct?
3 or 4, yes.
3 or 4. And one of them
Well, it doesn't say
was
anything
omitted
about
by
a laxative
using
effect.
text.
Correct.
people. Y'all are great.
Another one was that the search occurred but never loaded.
It doesn't say that.
That would be the reason that there was no data found in the history.db file.
But that was another of the 3 or 4 reasons, correct?
That wouldn't cause the deletion of the record
Right, but-
necessarily.
Right. And then you you discussed those possibilities, but you can't state with certainty how that
I mean,
deletion
The
occurs.
thing, it makes sense to me. Like, for example, if you're on a bicycle, what's the phone going to do? Right? It's probably not going to be registering steps or anything like that, even though you're exercising. I mean, the phone only knows what it can detect. You know what I mean?
Can you?
Correct.
And like, for example, again, like Runkle was telling that story the other day about how he had somebody, I can't remember if it was him or a coworker, but they had their phone on like a desk all day and they were at work. And then they were like, oh crap, I forgot to keep my phone on me and I need to get my steps in. And then they checked and it was like, you've walked 1.5 miles and done 12 flights of stairs or whatever. You know what I mean?
Have doubts about how it occurred? Is that fair?
Yeah, I have an idea how it
Cross assignment? Can you-
occurred, but I can't
You
prove
had,
it.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's okay.
No, please finish. I want to make sure you finish.
I have an idea of how it occurred, but I've not been able to replicate it. So my idea is unsubstantiated.
So is it fair to say you have some doubts
Yes.
about how the deletion occurs?
That's fair.
And you believe your doubt is reasonable
Yes.
under the circumstances?
Yes.
Scotty said Manchester accent. Jinx. I said Scotty because I think some people have been calling you Scotty. So anyway, hopefully that's okay.
Your Honor, that is the extent of my questions.
Okay, let me back that up. Hold on. Because that was actually one of my favorite moments. You guys are cracking me up in the chat.
Occurred, but I can't
You
prove
had,
it.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's okay.
No, please finish. I want to make sure you finish.
I have an idea of how it occurred, but I've not been able to replicate it.
Okay, listen, guys, pay attention. This is how you finish a cross exam. Listen, listen, listen.
Discussed those possibilities, but you can't state with certainty how that deletion occurred, can you?
Correct.
You have doubts about how it occurred. Is that fair?
Yeah, I have an idea how it occurred, but I can't
You
prove
had,
it.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's okay.
No, please finish. I want to make sure you finish.
Oh, wow.
I have an idea of how it
Listen,
occurred, but I've
listen.
not been able to replicate it.
Listen.
So my idea is unsubstantiated.
So is it fair to say you have some doubts
Yes.
about how the deletion
Listen.
occurs?
That's fair.
And you believe your doubt is reasonable
Yes.
under the circumstances?
Yes.
Did you hear that? Let it sink in. Wow.
Your Honor, that is the extent of my questions of the witness at this time.
We're done here.
Mr. Brennan?
Thank you.
Goosebumps, and it's not even from the cough drops, guys. Literally just got the expert witness for the Commonwealth to say, yes, I have reasonable doubt. Could you ever ask for a more masterful cross-examination? Guys, one more time, because this is incredible. And the timing and the way he lets it sink in. And I have this little clip that I just played. Where'd it go?
We're done here. We're done here.
Wait, where'd it go? Come on. Come on.
We're done here.
That's Mr. Alessi when he finishes destroying Matt McCabe in the first trial. And like literally that's this.
Have doubts about how it occurred? Is
Incredible.
that fair?
Yeah, I have an idea how it occurred, but I can't
You
prove
had,
it.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's okay.
No, please finish. I want to make sure you finish.
I have an idea of how it occurred, but I've not been able to replicate it. So my idea is unsubstantiated.
So is it fair to say you have some doubts
Yes.
about how the deletion occurs?
That's fair.
And you believe your doubt is reasonable
Yes.
under the circumstances?
Yes.
Wow.
Your Honor, that is the extent of my questions for the
Beautiful.
witness at this time.
Mr. Brennan?
Thank you.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Oh, speaking of Jeff, we have a new Jeff emoji. This is Jeff making the crazy face. And I keep forgetting we have the solo cups as well. I'm just looking here. Oh, Fender, I can do you one better on that one, my friend. Or shall I say, my lover. Fender and I are going to marry each other if we never find anybody else. Where'd it go? Hold on.
But you'll agree with me, justice in general is a good thing?
Big fan of justice.
All right, me too. No further questions.
Yup.
We're done here.
It's so good. It's so good. Also, Kat Randall, welcome. And I have to just say something. I was going to do a poll earlier, and the poll was going to be who thinks that Kat Randall is going to show up at some point and say meow. But then I got sidetracked with all the cough drops. So glad you're here, Kat Randall. Oh, God. All right, here comes BREENAN. Here he comes, guys. Here he comes.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Oh.
As a forensic analyst,
So he does. Okay, we have a new counter. Did I save the counter for his paper stacking? Hold on. We have a new counter for his angry paper stacking. Fuck, I deleted it. God damn it. It was a lot. It was like 68 or something. I'm going to keep a counter. That's going to be the counter that we're going to do. Now, he only does it when he's angry. So, but what made me think of it is we just heard it. So let me back this up, and we're just going to go with 68. I'm pretty sure it was 68. And this is going to be a counter that we're going to keep track of for BREENAN.
good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
There's one.
As a forensic
What,
analyst,
69?
do you study data?
I do.
Do you consider it a science?
I do.
Are you a criminal investigator like a police officer in your present role?
Not anymore.
Are you a detective in your present role helping aid one side or another in an investigation?
I'm not now.
At some point, you and I spoke about reviewing phones.
We did.
You had begun your whole process in some of this work before you had met me.
Correct.
And I'd asked you to look at Mr. O'Keefe's phone.
Got a weird
Correct.
jaw.
Did I ever tell you what you should look for?
No.
Did I ever tell you what I wanted to see or what I wanted the results to be?
No.
Did I ever share with you parts of the investigation that had nothing to do with your actual data?
Remember, this was his theme from opening. I remember thinking this. He said over and over again, BREENAN did, the facts, the data, and the science. The facts, the data, and science. He's like trying to brainwash the jury. It was pretty funny. So.
Analysis?
No.
Welcome, Trisha.
Would it be inappropriate or not helpful for an advocate to provide you information that might taint or influence your thinking when you're looking at data in a case?
100% it would be problematic.
When I asked you to look at data in this case, did I ever express any opinion
Yeah.
whatsoever that I cared one way or another what your results would find?
No.
Did I ever attempt to shape or influence your process by offering you information that had nothing to do with your assessment of data?
No.
And so as a scientist, what
All the shades of gray.
legal investigator
And
or
look at the color of his skin. We talked about this earlier on. I mean, he's become a different human. He's shorter. He's sweatier. His skin's a different color. He's like matching. You know, we started out with what was it, 6 shades? How many shades of gray did he have? 1, 2. Too many to count. Too many to count. And now his face is another one.
an advocate for either side thinks, is that relevant to you?
No.
The data is the data.
The data is the data. I can explain my opinions on the data.
The science is the science.
The science is the science.
That's sustained. Watch the form.
Oh, that's right.
No.
This is where he leads the fuck. Oh, I forgot about this. Dude, this is the probably the most leading I've like ever heard from a prosecutor. It's
mind-boggling.
Council showed you some parts.
He's
of the
like,
report
my
regarding-
witness is dead, so I'm going to have to testify for him. That's literally what's happening here.
Science is a science.
The science is science.
That's sustained. Watch the form.
Now, council showed you
Redirect.
some parts of the
Redirect.
report regarding
Redirect.
John O'Keefe's cell phone, didn't he?
Yes,
You
Correct.
saw select pages from that report,
correct.
a few pages you were asked about,
Yes,
but you wrote an entire report, didn't you?
I did.
It's nice.
And
What are you
would
making
you-
to know?
Do you think that your entire report puts into perspective some of those select pages that you were shown?
Definitely, yes.
So I move to introduce Mr. Whiffin's entire report.
Okay.
Oh boy. What are you making for dinner tonight? I'm sure it is. It's crazy. It's crazy. For anyone who's just now getting to the party, welcome to the squill party. Care for a cough drop? Sorry. Why are we getting the lamp? What is that? You guys, what? Why the lamp? Why? Tell me why. James is right. I could yodel for like 8 hours right now. I think you're right about that. I don't know what you're talking about, Twiz. Cough, drop.
Do you still have your report with you, Mr. Whiffin?
I do, yes.
Okay.
Let's start with questions that council asked you about the battery. When you were trying to determine how the battery worked,
Maybe the only fan is at Bev's Cave House getting shit based on a White Claw.
you shared with the jury that you did certain testing.
Correct.
What was the purpose of that testing?
To make sure that the battery temperature sensor would be affected by environmental temperatures, such as being in the freezer, such as being outside, being brought back indoors, and to make sure that the fall and rise of the temperature sensor, at least the pattern would match the expected pattern and would match the thermometer that was alongside it.
When you put the batteries or the phone in the freezers, did it matter what the temperature of the freezer was when you put it in it?
I didn't believe it did.
What was the purpose again of putting it in the freezer?
Just to remove the device from the warm environment, which was outside of the freezer, placing it inside the cold environment of the freezer and just seeing how the temperature dropped.
As you mentioned, you look at data through science, correct?
Correct.
And so did anybody ever share with you the important points of the decrease in temperature of the cell phone battery to try to influence your results?
I'm sorry, could you
Did
rephrase?
anybody try to tell you important points of the evening on January 29th, 2022 in an attempt to influence your studies on the fact that a battery or a phone, when it gets colder, the battery temperature decreases?
No.
So when you developed the graph of the battery temperature and you followed the progress of that temperature declining through the night, was there any other scope or focus of yours other than to simply track the data?
Just tracking the data.
Similarly, when you looked at healthcare data, were you asked to try to see if the healthcare data could fit a certain theory or argument?
No, I was not.
You were looking at the healthcare data. Were you looking at it independently?
I was.
Now, it's not your opinion, or you're not taking a position what the meaning of that data matching up is, are you?
No.
No one's actually given an opinion about the coordination of data, have they?
No.
So if the data just coordinates on its own, that has nothing to do with your opinion. You mentioned when you put a cell phone in a colder environment, like a freezer, you noted that the temperature goes down.
Correct.
Do your studies also show that when the cell phone is taken out of a certain temperature and put in an increased temperature, the cell phone battery temperature goes up?
It does.
Do you have available for the screen the battery graph that we had on your PowerPoint?
I do. 2 seconds.
This is really sad. I feel like, dude, what is the right way to put this? I need help on this one, guys. What is the way to put this, what BREENAN is doing to this witness? Bender, I'm gonna need help. I can't even think of a good example. There's like a lot of things, and I'm like, I don't know if that some of these are. No. I'm thinking about coming back for round 2 of like the
That also, but after having killed them and killed him himself type thing. Like in other words, again, like going back to what James said earlier, right? That BREENAN thought was like, oh, don't worry, they'll never ask about this shit, right? Like this dude's actually honest, right? And so BREENAN set him up for failure. BREENAN set him up for failure. And he got crucified. And now BREENAN is trying to take him and say, but wait, I'm still going to try to squeeze something out of you that can be helpful here when you're already dead. What do we call that, guys? It's just awful. Oh, I didn't even think about that offender, to be honest, actually. I didn't make that connection, but yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, we have a lot of friends. So we got front right now. We have Fender. It's so exotic here, right? We got Tonka in Alaska. We got Fender in India. We got Tanel in New Zealand. We got Angel in Australia. We have a number of people that join us from Australia all the time. We got, of course, people here on the main. Oh, and then of course we got Scott in England. We got all over the place. I freaking love it. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. Where's Annie? She might be listening. Let us know if you're okay, Annie. I didn't even. James. Exactly. Right. Brennan said, oh, they will never question that, you smuck. Yep, exactly. And so I don't even know. It's like you guys are so funny. Stop it. You guys are killing me. Oh, y'all. Oh my God. You guys, I'm going to fall over in my pile of cough droppers. Oh, my face hurts. Thank you for that. Thank you. So this is like, okay. I don't know. It's like using him in a very not good way. Like tricking him, telling him it's going to be fine when you know it's not going to be fine. And then like getting all you can out of him. And then he's dead. And then you're coming back for more to try to see if you can squeeze some more life out of him when he's already dead. And it's like, anyway, in other words, this is really, what am I trying to say? This is really especially gross behavior from BREENAN, in my opinion. Because really, like, let him go. Let him pass away. Let him go quietly into the good night. Let him go get shit-faced. You know, whatever he is doing. Because that was a really funny thing from Bunny earlier, who said, she was like, how drunk is this man right now? So funny.
If you could go back one to where it's just the chart, please. And if you could enlarge it, we'll start near the top.
That's part of it too, I suppose. I mean, I'm thinking it's way more nefarious.
Okay. At 12:20:43 on January 28, 2023, the battery temperature is 77 degrees.
I'm sorry, that's 8:43 p.m.
That's
All right.
8:43 p.m.?
Yes, the first record.
77 degrees?
Yes.
And if we look down to the last box on January 28, 2023.
Yes.
So at 23:28, that's 12:23:28?
Okay.
Who are you referencing here, Kat, with the ambush?
Mr. Whiffin, I'm going to ask you to start at 12:13 on January 29th, 2022. Battery temperature 82 degrees.
Yes.
And now you were also tracking healthcare data, weren't you?
Correct.
You were also tracking location information.
Correct.
At 12:22, the battery temperature is 77 degrees Fahrenheit.
Correct.
And during that time, 12:22, that is the time with the location data where we see Mr. O'Keefe's car traveling near Cedarbrook, isn't it?
The form sustained.
Leading.
At 12:22 on January 29, 2022, where does the location data show Mr. O'Keefe's phone in progress?
It's around Oakdale Road, I believe.
And the travel that you're noting, is that consistent given the speed of being within a car?
I believe so.
And do you know whether or not that car had heat on?
I've got no idea.
You have healthcare data that the phone moves for a 20-second period, right?
I believe so,
And
yes.
that is after the Waze information stops.
Correct.
So you have to watch the form. I know it's hard to orient. You have to watch it.
Pain. Pain.
In your PowerPoint presentation,
This can't- Stop it. Y'all,
you are tracking the Waze information, aren't you?
you want
I am,
emoji cane?
And at some point that switches to more local location data?
Again, Waze is not recording the location data. Waze is requesting location data from Apple's location services, and location services is doing the recording of the location data.
So if we're following the phone through Waze at 12:24:25, is it in a car moving at 16.6 miles per hour?
According to the data, yes.
At
God.
12:24:26?
Notice how
according to
he's
the data,
twitching
it's
now.
still in a
Y'all,
car moving at 17
Notice
miles.
how he's twitching now when he says data. Like this is so different than his initial direct. Remember, he's dead. This is just a ghost we're looking at here. And so like wow.
Is it in a car moving at 16.6 miles per hour?
According to the data, yes.
And at 12:24:26, according to the data, is it still in a car moving at 17 miles per hour?
Stand his two forms.
Can you pull up your PowerPoint and we'll start at 12:24:25. You can show the jury the progress of that phone.
Okay.
And at 12:24:25, how fast is Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone moving?
The data on the device says that it was moving at around 16.6 miles per hour,
Next page, 24:26.
17 miles per hour,
Next page, 24:27.
15.9 miles per hour,
Next page, 24:28.
14.5 miles per hour,
24:29.
12.1 miles per hour,
24:30.
11.5 miles per hour,
24:31.
10.4 miles per hour,
24:32.
8.9 miles per hour,
24:33.
7 miles per hour,
24:34.
Meg Molly
5.2 miles
Costa
per hour,
is everyone's my
24:35.
family's favorite.
3.5 miles per hour,
24:36.
3.2 miles per hour,
24:37.
1.4 miles per hour,
And 24:38.
0 miles per hour or 0 meters per second.
And at 24:38, that phone is stopped near the flagpole.
I would say so, yes.
Then the location data gets more broad.
It does.
Yeah, my brother, even my
There's
niece
no
and
movement
nephew.
at that time after the
my
car
mom- oh my
stops.
God, Molly Costa.
Is there any movement when the car stops at 24:38, between 24:38 and 24:30? Is there any movement indicated on the healthcare data?
Not from the health data, no.
At 12:31:57, does the phone demonstrate any movement?
If I may just look back at my
Of
report,
course,
just to
please.
recall. What time was that, sorry?
12:31:57.
Yes, around 12:31, 56 or 57 is the start of the health event, 36 steps.
How long? How many seconds does that phone move for?
20 seconds.
12:31:56 to 12:32:16.
Correct.
And is that the only time that the phone moves from the point it stops at the flagpole until the next morning?
Correct.
The only time.
Correct.
12:31:56 to 12:32:16.
Yes.
And when that phone moves, you can't tell if it's walking a straight line or in a circle.
Correct.
You don't know if the phone is pacing back and forth.
Sustained is to form.
Can you tell how far a phone moves from its origin, from its original point when you're counting steps?
No, iOS creates the calculation, number of steps times the person's gait, and provides the 25.4 meters value.
At 12:32:16, when that phone stops moving, John O'Keefe's phone stops moving.
I mean,
You know the
you're
next
right,
time it moves
Tonka.
again?
I'm going to allow it.
Either this is Tonka's making a great point here. Like either this expert is completely wrong about this issue, or he's correct. And if he's correct, this could have a huge impact because what Tonka, I'll read it for anyone who's just listening. This expert disclosure throws tens of thousands of cases into question. Correct. If he's right about this whole issue, absolutely. And it's a huge deal for Cellebrite and it could have huge implications. Absolutely. Yep. If he's right. I mean, and the fact that it is such a big deal, I mean, I would hope that regardless of this trial and whatever happens in this trial, I would hope that people, other experts that are not tied to this case, follow up on this and really verify this claim about the timestamp issue. Because if it's correct, it's a huge deal, right? And if it's not correct, it's still a huge deal, but maybe not so much as for other cases, right? But yeah.
It's approximately 6:15.
Now, less than 5 minutes later, 12:37, that battery in that cell phone gets another temperature reading, doesn't it?
It does.
Does it go up?
It goes down.
And it goes down to what degrees?
72 degrees.
And over the next 8 minutes, does that temperature even or go up?
At 43 minutes past, there was another reading of 66 Fahrenheit.
And then at 12:53, that's about what, 21 minutes or so after that phone stops moving. What's the temperature?
I'm sorry, at 12:53?
Yes.
Oh, 61 Fahrenheit.
61 degrees.
Yes.
And over the next 14 minutes, does it drop again?
It does. It drops to 55 degrees at 1:07.
And at 1:36 a.m. that morning,
It's down to 50 degrees.
and this health data shows that that phone hasn't moved. Does
Correct.
this healthcare data show that this phone hasn't moved since
There's
12/32/16?
no more steps were recorded.
That's not even that's not even an answer. Oh, that was not a good face for him. But it's okay. I can forgive him because he's not alive anymore. So
It's down to 50 degrees.
And this health data shows that that phone hasn't moved. Does this healthcare data show that this phone hasn't moved
And
since
there's
12/32/16?
no more steps were recorded.
I mean, I will say I appreciate that that's a more accurate answer. He's not BREENAN is trying to push him to give all these opinions. He's not doing it. He's like, look, you already slaughtered. It's your fault. I got killed already. He's not doing it. He's not going to say that much. He's going to say no more steps were recorded. That's a better answer in terms of honesty, but it's just interesting because BREENAN's really trying. Again, he's trying to squeeze out any last little death rattles out of him, you know?
Now, you had studies where you put the phone in a freezer.
Correct.
When you put the phone in the freezer, did you wrap it in anything?
I didn't.
Did you use any type of heat source that would slow down the process of the temperature dropping?
No.
Let me ask you a hypothetical. If a person, a human, was lying prone on a cell phone
It does look a bit
outside and had a body temperature directly touching the phone, in your opinion, could that slow the process of the temperature decreasing as compared to just simply putting a phone in a freezer?
Sustained.
I don't think he cares. I don't think he cares. Tonka's asking, I wonder if Brennan even understands the implications of what he's doing. And the other thing is this, the fact that he's doing this, maybe he knows that this whole thing is bullshit, right? Again, it's like, if we have other people that could come out and validate this besides this one dude, you know what I mean? Because we all know how it goes. Battle of the experts, right? One dude looks at it and sees one thing. One dude looks at it and sees another thing. But so maybe BREENAN is just not, maybe he knows that it's not really a whole thing and he's just trying to win this case. I don't know. Or maybe he knows it's a whole thing and he just doesn't care because when it all costs. Oh, what else was I going to say? Oh crap. I forgot. Oh well.
The phone in the freezer, did you wrap it in any warmth?
No.
Any clothing?
Nothing at all.
Did you wrap it in any dude? These are all dumb leading questions. Right.
Now, you don't know the temperature, but you said there was a blizzard
Oh, I
outside?
know what I was going to say. Fender, did you know that I have a tattoo in Sanskrit? I don't know if you knew that.
That's my understanding, yes.
At 6:06 a.m., is there a change in the battery temperature of John O'Keefe's phone?
Yes, the temperature has dropped to 43 degrees Fahrenheit.
So there's a 7-degree drop in temperature at 6:06.
Correct.
Were you shared any of the facts or information that has nothing to do with data and science? Were you shared any facts or information about what may have occurred to that cell phone and its exposure to colder air that morning, minutes prior to 6:06 a.m.?
I may have heard around that time is when John was found.
Oh, so could you answer the question? Yes or no?
He's like, yep, fair, dude. Wow. He's like, I agree with the defense.
You shared any facts or information about what may have occurred to that cell phone and its exposure to colder air that morning, minutes prior to 6:06 a.m.?
I may have heard around that time is when John was found.
Oh, so could you answer the
You said, fair. I agree with the defense attorney. He's agreeing with the defense. I can't. Oh, Lord. Okay. So Fender, it is a very specific translation of Namaste. And then Tonka is saying, I'm all for reanalyzing this technology. If it has bugs, it needs to be fixed. In every case, it's been used. Absolutely. You know, something happened like this with Henry C. Lee. Do you guys know that name? You might know him from, I don't know, things like OJ, Joe. I think he was involved with Jodi Arias. Not like all these other big, I think Phil Spector, a bunch of other cases. I think he was also involved with Michael Peterson. I think Scott is still listening from what I can tell. Every time we ask about him, he pops in. So hi, Scott. Yeah, thanks, Fender. I figured Fender would go ahead and correct Kane on that. So it's really funny, Kane. Oh, Kane. So Henry C. Lee, you know, he did the actual forensics, right? Let me get the exact name of it here. Similar thing though, Tonka, okay, of what happened here. Scientist and biochemist. So he was with the Connecticut State Police, but then he's been on TV. I mean, my gosh, he's done all kinds of famous cases. John Benet Ramsey, he was involved with. O.J. Simpson, Lacey Peterson, John F. Kennedy assassination. I mean, the list goes on and on and on. There's the Michael Peterson. He was also involved in the early stages of Casey Anthony. Phil Spector. And then what happened was, well, I'll skip to the end part here. Well, kind of the end part. In July 2023, well, hold on, let me back up. So this dude, Henry C. Lee, not only was involved in all these cases, but he had people that were working under him, right? Like interns and shit that were involved in cases that had trained under him, but he was their supervisor. Okay, so keep that in mind. So remember, so you got federal trials and state trials and in all over the country. Okay. In July of 2023, a federal court found that Lee had fabricated evidence in the Henning and Birch trial, which is a trial, I think, in Connecticut. These two individuals spent more than 30 years in prison before being cleared of the crime, and he fabricated the evidence. So what will happen here, and I'm sure it's in the throes of it, is a lot of things. I think a lot of people think he should be facing jail time because essentially that's the short version. This is called into question every single case he's been a part of, and that's a fuck ton. And not only that, but all the cases that people who work under him have been a part of. And a similar thing, Tonka, right? Where a lot of people have been wondering, like, do we just, it's so many cases. Honestly, he was in North Carolina for a long time working on cases. Like, it's so many cases that it's almost impossible. It's like, should we just overturn all these convictions? Probably. I mean, it's like the implications of this are massive. And so it's a similar thing here, like what Tonka is saying. And I totally agree, though. If there is a problem, it needs to be addressed, and better to overturn these convictions than have innocent people, right? As we know, in prison. So, yeah, so great point there. Make Scott's message. Scotty doesn't know. I need another cough drop, guys. Have a cough drop. You deserve 1 or 20. I'll take the 20, please. Oh my God. No, I think he's definitely English. Kane, there are people in India that can write in Sanskrit. I've met them. I have met them personally. And Fender too. Oat cakes. Wait, is somebody making oat cakes? Wow. Kane used to dream in Spanish. You guys are so funny. You guys, I've been eating these cough drops over time. Like the other day, I was like, oh wow, I forgot I have these cough drops over here. I think I'll have a cough drop. Because I bought these when I had laryngitis, right? But I bought this huge bag, and then I have a ton of these left over, and they're just right next to me. I was like, oh, I'll have a cough drop. And then I was like, oh, this is tasty. And then like the next day I was like, oh, I think I'll have a cough drop. And then today I was like, because of James said I sounded stuffed up, and then Kane said something about my throat being scratchy or whatever. I don't remember. Yelling, I don't know. And I was like saying that we've had the pollen's been terrible, and my throat does feel scratchy. And I was like, I think I'll have a cough drop. And then I was like, and then from there it went into just stress eating cough drops, because A, this dude is stressing me out because he's dying on the stand, and B, they're just tasty and funny and fun. Like, it's fun. I enjoy it. This is like a snack, right? You know, I'm not like a snack person. Like, you guys are almost like, not all of you guys, but many of you guys are like eating snacks. Like, I don't eat snacks, but like I'm eating these cough drops. Cough drop pancakes. Y'all, there's nothing in there but menthol. You guys are just making me laugh. I'm high on laughter. Okay, so yeah, but I just, to Tonka's point, it's a lot like that. And I mean, it's going to be a long time before they even sort all that Henry C. Lee shit out too. So.
Prior to 6:06 a.m.
I may have heard around that time is when John was found. But,
Oh, so could you answer the question, yes or no, that Mr. Brennan asked you? Did anybody share information with you about that, sir?
nobody shared it with me, no.
If the phone was in an environment and it was exposed to further colder air or drop in temperature, could it register a reading?
I'm sorry, can you just ask that again?
Sure. Let me ask a different question. The phone drops to 43 degrees, John's phone at 6:06. 6:14, is there another change with this phone dropping in temperature?
Yes, it drops to 37 Fahrenheit.
Do you know what, if anything, happened as far as the environment that phone was exposed to seconds before 6:14?
I don't know.
Do you know if that phone at 6:15:01 was then placed in a warmer environment, like a pocket or a car? Do you know?
No idea.
But your data shows at 6:35, there's an increase in temperature,
Correct.
doesn't it?
It does.
So at 6:14, you don't know if there's been any increased exposure, do you?
No, I know that according to the battery temperature, it's increased, but I don't know the reason for that.
Now, If you look at the battery temperature at 6:06 a.m., it's 43 degrees.
Yes.
That's a change in temperature, isn't it? Is that a change in temperature from
Oh,
136?
God.
It is.
Bleeding.
Looking at your healthcare data, is there something happening relative to the phone at 6:04 to 6:11?
There is, that is 432 steps were recorded at that time.
Can a phone record steps if it's being moved back and forth?
It may record some. It's difficult to say how many would be misunderstood as being steps taken.
If you're shaking an object that moves the phone violently, could it record steps?
Again, potentially it could record some, but it's not a consistent enough pattern of movement for it to be recorded as lots of steps.
Now at 6:14, the temperature is 37 degrees, and you just
So you know what I think
By
that is?
6:35.
Do you know what he's suggesting there? Did you guys figure out what he's suggesting there? Because I have some thoughts.
over the next 21 minutes, the degrees goes up by 6 degrees.
Right?
Correct.
You don't know what was happening with that phone at 6:15:01, do you?
I don't.
Oh, do you know?
I don't know.
Next question.
But what you do know is this healthcare data at 6:15:14,
Correct.
and that demonstrates what?
At 6:15:14, it was the start of 180 steps.
So the phone at 6:15:14 is again moving.
Correct.
And after that starts moving wherever the phone may go, it starts getting warmer temperature.
Correct.
Now, you shared with us location data, and you explained the difference between Waze and other types of location data. I'd ask you an opinion about where the phone was located based just on location data, nothing else. When I asked you that opinion, I didn't ask you to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, did I?
I don't recall.
I asked you if it was consistent
Oh, boy.
with being near the
Oh,
flagpole the
boy.
entire night.
Sustained.
Based on location data alone, are you offering an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty where that phone was?
It's difficult to say with a reasonable degree of certainty based on the randomness of the location data.
So I'm going to ask.
Row. That's not a good answer for BREENAN, dude. Wow. I mean, he's being honest,
Scientific
though.
certainty, did I?
I don't recall.
I asked you if it was consistent
Yes.
with being near the flagpole the entire night.
Sustained.
Based on location data alone, are you offering an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty where that phone was?
It's difficult to say with a reasonable degree of certainty based on the randomness of the location.
I mean, wow. Wow. Right there. If you're on this jury, guys, what does this sound like to you? If you're on this jury, you've already heard him say, I have reasonable doubts at the end of the cross. Now you're hearing this.
Based on location data alone, are you offering an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty where that phone was?
It's difficult to say with a reasonable degree of certainty based on the randomness of the location data.
So I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up, Mr. Whiffin. Could we turn the AC off, please? Thank you.
She didn't want the jury to hear the answer. That's insanity to me.
No, it's difficult to give an answer based
Well,
to a high degree.
I hope, see now that's a better answer for the Commonwealth. His first answer was, anyway.
Of scientific certainty based on the sporadic nature of the records that night.
Based on the data you have, just on location data alone, is that location data consistent with that phone being near the flagpole
Great.
area from midnight until 6:15 the next morning?
It is, yes.
There's also information because the broadness that it could have been somewhere else.
Correct.
Yet it is consistent.
It is.
You didn't just rely on location data for your opinion, though.
I didn't.
Watch the form, Mr. Brennan.
Yeah.
Sustained.
Did you rely just on location data for your opinion?
No, I did not.
Did you also consider the health data?
Remember,
And did you also consider
he has recross action.
the battery temperature?
Sustained.
In
Wow.
addition to location data, what are the other things you considered, in your opinion, to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty that that phone was at the flagpole the entire night from 12:30 until 6 the next morning?
I'm going to allow that.
It was based on the location data that recorded high accuracy, based on the health data that showed when the device moved and how far, based on the battery temperature information, and based on the Doppler face detection information.
Let me ask you some more questions about the health data. You were shown pieces of information on examination. You told us that that health data, well, the phone was it your opinion the phone was in the car until it stopped at the flagpole?
Bleeding.
Um,
Kane.
At 12:31:56 and 12:32:16, does the data show that is the time that the phone was moving?
At what time, sorry?
12:31:56 to 12:32:16.
I'm sorry, the rest of the question was?
Does that demonstrate movement of the phone at that time?
Oh God. He can't even, dude. Let him go. Let him go.
Yes, it did.
You shared that you can't tell the direction or the distance of steps.
Everyone's making their dinner.
If, no, please.
Whoa,
If that phone moved
that was interesting.
from the flagpole in a straight line away from the flagpole, like for example, towards the house,
Like, for example, towards the house.
wouldn't it have to move again before 6:04 to get back to the flagpole?
I'll allow it.
There's that
I
grabbing up
presume so.
mic.
All right, you asking me to strike that, Mr. Alessi? I'm going to strike that.
Does
Yeah.
health data register when a phone moves?
It does.
I'll ask you some more detailed questions about your research into a phone that's been attributed to Jennifer McCabe.
Oh boy. He's not just.
You looked at one piece of your report on the screen, and that was a phone call register.
Yes.
Could you turn to that phone call register, please?
What are we doing with the slide that's up there, Mr. Brennan?
I would like to change to the phone call register if possible.
It's not me.
I believe it's exhibit
I don't
phone call
have.
register.
I don't have this one that was shared as
Okay.
Exhibit 14.
This is now marked as exhibit 42. In the phone call register, you noted that there was a call at 12:14:36.
Yes.
Have you found it? Is that you?
This is not me. No.
I think it's Ms. Gilman.
Thank you, Ms. Gill. Could you enlarge that, please?
That's what she said. By the way, I think my favorite part is kind of coming up here for this redirect.
Which portion of it?
Up the top part. The first 4 or 5 calls. Thank you.
And we need it larger.
Oh my God, make it bigger, guys, bigger.
That appeared to be from Jennifer McCabe.
Correct.
At 12:14:36, the location information is the John O'Keefe's cell phone at Fairview by that point?
So the question, is it?
Yes, is it?
No.
And then at 12:18:47, there's another call, and again from Jen McCabe.
That's an outgoing call to Jen McCabe.
It's an outgoing call to Jennifer McCabe.
Yes.
12:18:47, the location information, does that place Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone at Fairview?
No, it does not.
Then at 12:29:44, there's an 8-second call that you said you believe is answered. Do you know if there's any conversation in that call?
No way to know if there's any conversation.
And at 12:29:44, does the location information place John O'Keefe's cell phone somewhere
It does at Fairview Road.
at the flagpole?
Yes.
Strike, I'll strike that.
Yeah,
Now, there is not a call.
They can't
let
say
me
that.
ask you the next call.
can't say that.
What time is the next call?
33 minutes and 35 seconds after midnight
And who's that call from?
from Karen Reed.
After midnight,
Is that before or after John O'Keefe's health data stops?
morning will come, and the day we'll see. You're gonna
At
get
12:37, you offered us that the cell phone
Vendors have
battery's
her appointment.
temperature is decreasing.
Yes.
How many calls have been made from the defendant to John O'Keefe by the time that cell phone battery stops dropping in temperature?
7.
Oh, this poor
I want to turn
dude.
now to some questions about your analysis of Ms. McCabe's phone. You were asked about hash values, a way of trying to confirm the integrity of
Hashtags.
the data on a extraction.
Yes.
When forensic analysts look at phones, do you sometimes get to actually see the phone?
Yes.
Do you sometimes have to use an extraction, a copy of the phone?
Yes.
is it important to try to look and research or search the item to determine whether or not there's been any tampering?
Yes,
You were asked if hash values is one way to do that.
I was.
And you were shown or read part of your report about hash values.
Yes,
There's a second part to that, isn't there?
there is.
This is my favorite part coming up. And it's why I say favorite in a sarcastic way, I suppose.
You didn't get a chance to share the second part, did you?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustain.
In this case, there was a hash value, wasn't there?
There was.
Now, just so we can understand simply, how is a hash value created during the extraction process? What does that mean in very, very simple terms?
At the end of the extraction, an algorithm is run on every piece of, every byte of data within the extraction, and it comes out with a value at the end. The idea is that if any of that data ever changes, be it through user interaction or through corruption of data in how it was stored, then that value will change at the end.
You mentioned Gray Key. Is that a software hardware that makes the copy of the phone?
It's a piece of hardware and includes software.
How commonly is Gray Key used in the industry?
It's very common.
Did I hear you say that with Gray Key, the hash value is never authenticated?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustain just to four.
Does Gray Key authenticate the hash value?
The hash value is placed inside a PDF, which is not signed.
And is that common or typical in the industry?
That is the way that Gray Key do it.
Was there anything anomaly or untoward or different about the way this one was done?
No,
Did the hash value from the Gray Key extraction match the hash value?
it did.
Anything irregular whatsoever about it?
No, not my see.
Now, you don't just read software programs when they spit out reports, do you?
No.
As an analyst, as one of the leaders of Cellebrite, you have a history of being a researcher,
Yes, I do.
a history of study.
Yes.
Have you written reports and papers for people to learn?
I've written multiple
Asked
blogs,
and answered. He just does blogging.
done multiple presentations, webinars. Some of my blog posts have become peer-reviewed articles.
Is it sufficient to simply look at a report that is generated by Cellebrite or Axiom? Or
My
any
favorite
other
part
service
hasn't
and
happened
make
yet, by the way,
conclusions
guys.
just on the report?
I don't believe it is, no.
Why do you think that's imprudent?
Sorry?
Why do you think that is not prudent to simply rely on a report?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow him to answer.
The tools are very good at surfacing data, but I believe it's up to the examiner to understand what that data means and to provide context to the information which the tool itself can't give.
And when you were considering the hash value and determine whether or not you thought there was anything wrong with the data, aside from the hash value, how do you do that?
How do I do
How do
what?
you make a determination whether or not this has integrity, the data hasn't been tampered with, so to speak?
So notwithstanding the hash value, I'd be looking for issues with the data that don't make sense. In this particular case, there was lots of data points that all appeared to work together. Like you would see one artifact change in one database and an artifact would change somewhere else. And it all just made perfect sense in how it was functioning. That kind of leads you to believe that it's not been tampered with, or the person tampering with it did an exceptional job to be able to cover all of these different tracks and make it undetectable.
Did you try to summarize that perspective in the part of the report that wasn't read to you on examination?
I did.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty if there was any data integrity issues in the information you reviewed?
I don't believe there was any.
But like the tampering level, okay, the tampering though, I don't think this was the biggest serve that they thought it was, BREENAN. I mean, because I don't think that that's what's on the jury's mind more than likely. I think that the more likely thing is either he's the one dude going against what everyone's been relying on, right, for all this time how these timestamps work. So it's like more than likely, it's like I think the options are like either he's right or he's wrong, right? And he got it wrong. And the timestamp is what it looks like, right? Versus like a tampering, but you know. It's in all of your reels. Okay. Your reels. I don't know that I've seen your reels. I'm usually, when I pop in, it's usually like in the middle of a live stream. So I don't know if what your reels is like your intro. Wasn't that in foundation? I don't know what you mean by in foundation, Kat.
It was characterized on examination. There was a dispute about the time origin of the search, how long to die in code. Do you remember being asked the question about a dispute?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm never there at the beginning.
Have you, in your studies and in your position, is there any viable dispute in the
I
forensic
can
data
make
science
it now that
community
I know where to.
about that issue?
I don't believe there is anymore.
That's interesting. I don't believe there is anymore. But again, we need to hear that from the other people, not him, right?
Of the search, how long to die in code. Do you remember being asked the question about a dispute?
Yes.
Have you, in your studies and in your position, is there any viable dispute in the forensic data scientific community about that issue?
I don't believe there is anymore.
Now, you got involved in this case because you received a complaint from a consumer.
received a question from a consumer, yes.
Again, I think that we need to hear this from other people, right? In terms of we being like the community at large who follows these cases and is like, well, hang on now. Like, what is this going to mean for other cases? Because like it is huge, but like, are they, anyway. They do this thing. I don't know what you're talking about, Kane. I don't know. What? Saving your lives. Saving lives. I don't know what you're talking about.
To resolve that?
Correct.
Status.
Other than that source, have you received any information, feedback, opinions that would make this issue in any way dispute?
I'll allow that.
I'm sorry, can you rephrase the question?
Other than that one person, that one consumer, have you received any information in the forensic community which you're part of? Any data, any information that would suggest that your conclusions are in dispute?
Yeah, I received a very similar question from an examiner in Europe. Fairly similar circumstances with a case and with a timestamp that didn't make sense, that was originating from the same database. I applied the same logic and theory to his question, and he confirmed it solved the issue for him. It all made sense then.
And since then,
I don't like this at all. First of all, it sounds like he misunderstands the question. Second of all, he says, I applied the same logic and theory. I mean, well, we all love logic. It's like what he didn't say, he didn't explain it, that it was exactly the same situation and what he did, like he did in this case, step by step. Like he didn't, like either he's just shortcutting it, right? Or he's just being vague,
In Europe, fairly similar circumstances with a case and with a timestamp that didn't make sense, that was originating from the same database. I applied the same logic and theory to his question, and he confirmed it solved the issue for him. It all made sense then.
A timestamp that didn't make sense.
and since then, has in your world, academic and research world,
The thing is this. If you're starting with that premise, you're starting with a bias, right? Because somebody who's asking that question is like, oh, this timestamp doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. Why? It doesn't make sense as in it doesn't fit into your theory of a case. You see what I'm saying? There's a problem here inherently with this, because the only people who are asking this question are people who are like already have a bias. You see what I'm saying, guys? Like, is the only way that they could even check this with other cases to be to like go through and be like, what timestamps were in question? Because like, is it one of those things where like they can't figure out where this is happening unless you go and look that up thing by thing,
forensic data science, other than the person who originally raised the question, has there been any dispute brought to you by anybody about your conclusions about when the search actually happened?
No. If anything, I've heard people who have confirmed the research that I did.
Do you know Jessica Hyde?
I do.
Is she well known in the forensic community?
She is.
You were asked questions about your law enforcement background and the fact that Cellebrite is used as a forensic tool oftentimes by law enforcement.
Yes.
Did you go into your company's software and change it to accommodate law enforcement?
No, definitely not.
Would you ever do such a thing?
No.
Why wouldn't you do something like that?
Aside from being,
I mean, I can't make your emoji while I'm live streaming. If I have, I will make your emoji. I might be at max capacity because they only let you do a certain number until more members join. I will make your emoji. Don't worry. I don't know what to do about the frozen coat. We never clarified how to make those, so I can't help you with that. But
being
good
ethical
night.
to change the data in that way. This is an artifact that is easily validated by any examiner. And if I was to tamper it for the purposes of changing the outcome of the case, it would be detected by all of our customers immediately and would destroy the reputation of Cellebrite, which I've got no intention of doing.
Before a prior proceeding, the printout from the software, when it was showing the timestamp of the Safari search, was it labeled something in particular before?
The Cellebrite search was labeled last visited time.
Last what?
Last visited time.
And when it was labeled last visited time, did it show 227 on the report?
It did.
Cellebrite, after research and consideration, removed that label?
We removed the timestamp when we determined that it was not relevant to the last time that page was visited.
Why was it important to remove that timestamp from the program and the software?
It was clearly causing confusion.
Does the company have concerns when consumers are confused about information?
Of course, yes.
Do companies have concerns if a consumer tries to manipulate the use of that information?
Of course.
Are companies concerned that a label could be
I
misleading
love
for
kombucha.
somebody who may not have a higher level of experience?
Yes.
When that decision was made to change that for clarification, do you make that solely by yourself?
No, I did not.
Who do you consult with and who's part of that decision process?
So again, after my research, I passed the results of my research to the forensic research group. This is a team based at Cellebrite whose sole job is to do the research, do the coding to make sure that what we're giving to
The
customers is
research
correct.
group.
They spent some time validating the research that I did, verifying that my research was correct, and then they were responsible for making the change based on the updated research.
It was suggested that a separate software program, not the company you work for, Cellebrite, but Axiom, reflects this search as deleted. That's not entirely accurate, is it?
Sustained is default.
Running an Axiom program, would it reflect this search as deleted?
Yes, and it is a deleted search.
Does it have a label on it?
It does.
Is that carb?
Yes, it would be.
Now, are you familiar with the Axiom artifact reference guide when it talks about the dangers of relying on the timestamp?
I'm not familiar with it referencing dangers, but I'm aware of the document.
Are you aware of the reference guide when it talks about Safari suspended
Yeah.
tabs?
Yes.
And offers that since these are local tab states, results from this artifact may contain an earlier date and time compared to the results from the Safari history artifact if iCloud Safari synchronization.
Sustained.
Are you aware of the reference guide?
I am.
Are you aware that it cautions that a timestamp can be misinterpreted?
Sustained.
Lee. You looking at the clock?
Sir, when you came to your opinion that the search for how long to die in the cold at 6:23 and 6:24 in the morning of January 29, 2022, was the time that they were actually inputted, not 2:27. In informing your opinion, did you consider both Cellebrite and Axiom software?
I did.
Did you consider other tools as well?
Yes, my own.
And tell us a little bit about your own tool.
Again, this is a tool I've been writing for.
Oh dear, I'm going to make the joke for Fender here about the forensic tool. Did he use his own forensic tool in lieu of Fender? Shout out Fender.
2 years now. Partially for fun, partially for research purposes. And it's a tool I make available to other examiners globally.
And sir, when you were trying to examine these searches that in your opinion were 6:23 and 6:24 a.m., did you ever try to test it yourself and actually take a phone so you could either prove or disprove to yourself that that earlier timestamp didn't mean it was the time that it was searched?
Oh, definitely. That's the kind of thing I do all the time when verifying artifacts.
And in your opinion, is that helpful in understanding how a timestamp earlier could relate to a later search?
Exactly, very helpful.
Would you be willing to do a live demonstration for us on the screen and show us how that works?
Yes.
How long would that take?
Probably about 5 minutes.
Okay. Could you show us?
Of course.
Okay.
5 minutes. That's what she said. I loved it when Sports 24/7.
Mr. Whiffin, I'd like to ask you a couple of general questions.
Heather's here.
You mentioned with reference to location data that the
Oh, he
scope
said,
of-
he said with reference, he sounds like Folly. This part is so funny with the presentation. I just realized something though, guys. I think my favorite part that I mentioned, I think it's actually BREENAN on redirect. I think there's a redirect when my favorite thing happens that he does. I'm saying that sarcastically.
identifying a location of a phone can change depending on what information the phone is receiving.
I'm sorry.
Yep, I'll try
Rephrase.
again.
Mike might
You
be
show us a
browsing.
number of graphs and exhibits
Yes.
that show different circles. Some might be smaller, some might be larger than others.
Yes.
And you share with us that location information is being received from a number of different sources.
Yes.
Can you remind us again, what can affect that location data as far as receiving some high accuracy, mid and low level? What could affect the receipt of that information?
So primarily, the requesting application defines how accurate it needs the data. iOS Location Services then determines the best technology to use in order to work out that location. And it can use GPS information for the most accurate. It can use Wi-Fi cell sighting. So it understands the Wi-Fi networks that it can detect close by. And it knows where those networks are. And from that, it can derive where it itself is. Similar idea with both Bluetooth beacons and with cell tower technology. It understands where the cell towers are. It understands where the Bluetooth beacons are. And if it can see those particular cell towers or
Oh my God,
beacons,
everybody
it
stop
knows
everything. Fender, how was your sleep appointment? We love you. We're glad you're back.
roughly where itself must be.
You share with us there are some factors that can affect that location data.
Yes,
In addition to being in a building, like a house or a business, that's one way it can be affected.
it is.
And there are other ways as well, isn't there?
There are.
And could you share again the other ways that location information could change?
Yeah, the weather can play an effect on it, the geography of the area, whether it's in a rural or urban environment, other kinds of interference. If there are other items close by that are emitting electrical interference, it could affect the location data as well.
How about a body being on the phone? Could that affect location data?
Fuck's sake.
Ask it differently.
If a human being was covering the phone so it wasn't exposed to the air, could that affect the location data?
I'm going to allow it.
I believe it could, yes.
You were shown Exhibit 40. It was one select piece of the report. It was a graph. With the court's permission, I'd like to show Exhibit 40.
Yes.
Exhibit 40 has two circles, one darker, one white.
Yes,
And do you remember being asked questions about
Touch
this
the
particular
circles.
exhibit?
I do.
And in addition to this exhibit, is there other information in your report that wasn't shown to you that would put this in context?
There is.
This exhibit is to demonstrate a window of when location data was taken for a particular time.
Watch the form of the question. Mr. Brennan.
This photograph, what does it represent?
There were two particular time periods of approximately 5 seconds where multiple records showed identical latitude and longitude. So the same center point of the radius, but the radius themselves differed. So in this case, the white circle or the white circles show the lowest accuracy and the highest accuracy for 5 records that were all within a 5-second time period and that shared the same latitude longitude as the central point.
Looking at this snapshot of 5 seconds, is this still consistent with your opinion that to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, you opine that the cell phone was in the flagpole area the entire evening of January 29th, 2022?
I'm going to allow it.
Yes, it still aligns with my opinion.
When you provide a report with all the different graphs and explanations, do you expect it's going to be shared with the defense attorneys?
Of course,
And you understand in this case, everything is shared.
of course.
And when you shared your report with this piece of information, did you include a summary chart that wasn't shown to you on examination?
I believe I did, yes.
This might be the part I was waiting for. This might be the part I was waiting for. This might be the part I was waiting for. Not sarcastic as I'm saying it. Favorite part here in BREENAN. That's right.
Showing your
Thank you.
report?
Right, Benner.
Do you recognize your report?
I do.
And what page are you on?
20.
Hang on. This is BREENAN's big serve, so he thinks.
2.
Do you recognize anything in particular as far as a chart on that page?
I do. There's a chart at the top with the location data that was used to create the image shown.
Does that chart help explain this photograph?
No, I'm gonna send you some of my cough drops here via Lori's closet portal.
It does.
And move that chart into evidence.
Oh, not yet.
Any objection,
Not yet. We're not there yet.
Mr.
Sorry,
Alessi?
sorry, guys, I edged you all again. We're not there yet. It's not the thing yet. Dang it. Okay, it's still coming.
No objection, Your Honor.
That's what she said. I haven't had a cough drop in a while, guys.
With the court's permission, I'd like Ms. Gilman to show us the chart.
Yes.
How long of a time period does that photograph
Doesn't he mean Haas long?
encompass?
The photograph has got 2 time periods of 5 seconds each, which are approximately 40 minutes apart.
And what does it show us? Can you explain the chart that goes along with that photograph that was shown to you?
So this chart is, or I should say, the map shows 5 of the records from this particular chart. But we can see that all of these records have a consecutive timestamp 1 second apart. The latitude and longitude is identical for all of these records, but at the same time, the accuracy drops from 43 meters to 7 meters within that same 8-second time period. The idea was to demonstrate that if you had one of these
Shut up,
records on its own,
twins.
if you only had the 43-meter accurate record, for example, then the phone could be anywhere within that 43-meter radius. But as time goes on, the accuracy is refined. The same central point is used by iOS, but we've now got an accuracy of 7 meters. And again, if we were to say that the phone is anywhere within that 7 meters, it's a much more accurate representation, according to the data, than the 43 meters would be. And with an 8-second time period, if the device was actually moving during that time, I wouldn't expect to see the latitude and longitude remain exactly the same. There'd be some degree of movement in the coordinates.
When you're producing location information in the circles that represent the location change, small, medium, large, at different times, does this chalk help represent that there can be changes in the location data, but the item can remain dormant?
So ask that differently, Mr. Brennan.
What is the exact point of the demonstration of this chalk? How does that help us understand the movement or the lack of movement of the cell phone?
I believe it demonstrates the fact that the phone is constantly refining the location data, or the accuracy of the location data, even though it's using the same central point, the latitude and longitude, as the reference point. It doesn't necessarily mean the device had to move.
If I could go back to Exhibit 40, please. So looking at your photograph that you were asked about, there are 2 different circles, one dark and one light.
Yes.
And those circles are in different spots.
Yes.
Based on the chalk, or the chart you just showed us, are both of those different color circles consistent with a phone being in the same spot and not moving? The
previous chart that was shown only accounts for the white circles on this map. and it only shows the highest and the lowest accuracy. 20 minutes later, there was another similar scenario where there were multiple records with the same central GPS coordinates, but with different accuracy levels, and that's what was used for the black circles. Importantly, in my opinion, they all overlap. So it's possible that the device is somewhere in between those two circles for the duration of the time.
Now, finally, I want to turn back to the phone that was attributed to Jennifer McCabe. And you had shared with us your opinions about the time in which the searches at 623 and 624 were made.
Correct.
And I asked if you could just show us live right now how it works that a person can open a tab, and there's a timestamp, the time when it's open, and then make a later search but still retain the original timestamp.
Yes.
Is that something you can do for us?
It is, yeah.
Okay. With the court's permission, I'd ask Mr. Whiffin to give
Yes.
us a live demonstration.
Okay.
Of this.
You want the light off? Mr. Whiffin?
The light off would be better, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dave.
Okay, first of all, I will highlight on the left side of the screen here, this is actually a live representation of what I have on a phone that's in front of me. So as I move this around, you can actually see on the screen that the screen refreshes. I'll also point out the iOS version here is 15.2.1, which matches that from Jennifer McCabe's phone. On the right side of the screen is the tool which I spoke about earlier, the one I've been writing for several years. I make it available for free for any examiner who wants to download it and research primarily iOS devices. Here, you can see I've got a live connection to the device. So every file and folder that is on the device I can see within this directory view as you would normally see on a regular computer. And we can see the browser state.db database. If I open that database up, you can see there are 4 tables, one of which is called tabs.
Mr. Whiffin, I hate to interrupt you. Can we make this larger? I know juries are
Try to.
have a larger view of what's up there.
Dude, Judge Bev, and the number of times today she's asked people to make things bigger is the best thing
Does that impact
today.
your demonstration in any way?
It shouldn't. I should be able to work around it. Thank you.
Is that better for the jurors?
Okay, got it.
Yes.
It's just a little closer.
Let me pull forward.
Turn the air conditioning on.
So at this moment in time, the tabs table has 2 records. I'm just going to ask you to ignore those for now. They're from a previous demonstration. I can't delete those without taking longer to do this demonstration. If I go back onto the phone itself, just takes a second to refresh and open up Safari. And I can open up a new tab. What I will just do now is search for the time that we're on now, so 14:10, and hit go. So right now that page is loaded. Sure. And I can go back into the database and just hit reload. That will bring the most recent version of the database from the device back onto my computer and show it back in this window in exactly the same way as I was viewing it a second ago. And you can see right now there's still only 2 records. So the fact that
Wait. We missed the best part. Hold on. You guys are, for anyone watching this replay group, make sure you're watching with the live chat replay on, honestly. It'll explain a lot of things.
file and folder that is on the device I can see within this directory view as you would normally see on a regular computer. And we can see the browser state.db database.
Hang on, I think I need to go back further. There's the best part coming up here. Well, one of them. Okay.
Okay, first of all, I will highlight on the left side of the screen here, this is actually a live representation of what I have on a phone that's in front of me. So as I move this around, you can actually see on the screen that the screen refreshes. I'll also point out
To Ben before she says make it bigger. That's fine. I'm fine listening to that again. Okay, here we go.
Time in which the searches at 623 and 624 were made.
Correct.
And I asked if you could just show us live right now how it works that a person can open a tab, and there's a timestamp, the time when it's open, and then make a later search but still retain the original timestamp.
Yes.
Is that something you can do for us?
it is, yeah.
Okay. With the court's permission, I'd ask Mr. Whiffin to give
Yes.
us a live demonstration.
Okay.
Of this.
You want the light off? Mr. Whiffin?
The light off would be better, thank you.
Okay.
Turn it all goes back to the same songs, doesn't it? Turn off the lights, turn off the lights. Oh my God, I can't.
Okay, first of all, I will highlight on the left side of the screen here, this is actually a live representation of what I have on a phone that's in front of me. So as I move this around, you can actually see on the screen that the screen refreshes. I'll also point out the iOS version here is 15.2.1, which matches that from Jennifer McCabe's phone. On the right side of the screen is the tool which I spoke about earlier, the one I've been writing for several years. I make it available for free for any
A forensic tool, Fender.
examiner who wants to download it and research primarily iOS devices.
So I got a thing for that. I never get to use this one. There we go.
Here, you can see I've got a live connection to the device. So
I
every
know.
file and folder that is on the device I can see within this directory view as you would normally see on a regular computer. And we can see the browser state.db database. If I open that database up, you can see there are 4 tables, one of which is called tabs.
Mr. Whiffin, I hate to interrupt you. Can we make this larger? I know juries are
Try to.
Well, okay, so we didn't miss the part I was waiting for, so that's good. But we got to hear this again.
Is that going
It's
to
better.
impact your demonstration in any way?
It shouldn't. I should be able to work around it. Thank you.
Is that better?
I don't have that.
Yes.
It's just a little closer.
Let me pull forward.
Turn the air conditioning on.
Oh my God.
So at this moment in time, the tabs table has 2 records. I'm just going to ask you to ignore those for now. They're from a previous demonstration. I can't delete those without.
That's what I was waiting for because we all know what this is from. This is so shitty of him to say, though.
Turn the air conditioner on.
So at this moment in time, the tabs table has 2 records. I'm just going to ask you to ignore those for now. They're from a previous demonstration. I can't delete those without taking longer to do this demonstration.
I mean, that sounds terrible to the jury, I would imagine. But also, is he saying,
Your Honor, I can't do this in 2 minutes.
something like that? Something like that?
Hard as a rock, freeze thaw effects on penetrometer resistance. You know, his head's as hard as a rock.
Oh boy. Sorry.
If I go back onto the phone itself, just takes a second to refresh and open up Safari. And I can open up a new tab. What I will just do now is search for the time that we're on now, so 14:10, and hit go. So right now that page is loaded. Sure. And I can go back into the database and just hit reload. That will bring the most recent version of the database from the device back onto my computer and show it back in this window in exactly the same way as I was viewing it a second ago. And you can see right now there's
No,
still
we didn't do this demonstration on direct. This same demonstration on direct. No. This is from the other trial. He didn't do this on direct. He did a PowerPoint, but he didn't do this demonstration.
the 2 records. So the fact that I did a new tab and a new search has had no effect on what I can see. This is different to on previous versions of iOS, where you would already now see a new record with the 14:10 search, which I'd made. I'm then going to do another search. Hopefully it's going to catch up with
Plus, if he had already done this, he wouldn't be allowed to do it again. Now, this is from last year.
It's now 14:11, so I'll do a search for 14:11. Okay, we can see the page is loaded, and I can go back over to this tool and reload the database. We still don't have a new record that shows that a search is being conducted. I'll just take the time to do another little search and just do 1411X. Reload the page again. Still, nothing's appeared. I can even close down Safari, just minimize it into the background.
Really?
Wow.
Wow.
And then bring it back into the
That's
foreground by
stable
just
up.
pressing the Safari icon.
He could solve
Hit reload
insomnia,
again.
though.
We still don't have a new record. And I can do a further search for now 1412. 1412 is loaded, and I can reload the page. Still no records present. I can now go into Safari and just close the tab.
What do you
So
mean
now
by
that tab is closed, and I can just prove that. So that tab is now closed. And I can go back over here and reload. And you'll see a new record has appeared. I'm just going to change the time zone just so that this shows accurately and tell my tool to treat the timestamps as Eastern time. So we look at this particular record. You can see the title is 1412. That's the last item that I searched for. You can see the URL is the google.ca /search 1412. Again, that is the content that I searched for. And then we see this field here, the last viewed timestamp. And the time here still says 1410 because that's the time that I first loaded the tab. The fact that I navigated between, the fact that I minimized and reopened Safari, bears no relevance to this timestamp. It is purely the timestamp that tab was created or brought back into focus.
To an untrained eye, can that development of a timestamp become confusing?
Yes, the name last
Now
viewed time.
that was a dig at their the defense expert right here, right here.
Purely the timestamp that tab was created or brought back into focus.
To an untrained eye, can that development of a timestamp become confusing?
An untrained
Yes,
eye.
the name last viewed time clearly has implications that would make you believe that it was the time that the page was last viewed. It's a very simple test that I just demonstrated to prove that that's not the case.
Is there any other reason that Cellebrite removed that process as timestamp other than to clarify that issue?
No, I'll allow it.
Purely because we determined it was unreliable to use as a time that the page was last viewed.
Again,
Examiner.
all of this at the expense of what is going to happen if this is true, right? Again, to Tonka's point, this is huge. The implications of him repeating the answer to this question and really saying, yeah, like this is a real issue and we fixed it. Like, dude.
Simply made a report from Axiom or Cellebrite or another software, but didn't have the time or skill to actually go into the data. Could they be easily confused by this?
Yes, the way that Cellebrite provided this information showed as last viewed timestamp. The way that Axiom provides this data is called last interaction time. So there is some leeway there to misunderstand it less from Axiom because it's talking about tab interaction rather than a web page that was last viewed.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
All right, thank you. The lights on, please. Mr. Alessi?
Lights on.
Thank you.
Okay, recross.
Mr. Whiffin to take this down?
Yes, please, Your Honor. Good afternoon, and hello again, Mr. Whiffin.
Good afternoon.
Magnet forensics axiom still shows a 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp on its forensic tool, correct?
Correct.
And Magnet Forensic is a reliable forensic tool company, correct?
As reliable as they come, yes.
The demonstration that you just performed, when did you create it?
The demonstration?
What you just,
Like literally just now as I was doing it live.
so you
Is that
just
what you mean?
created the demonstration now live on the stand?
That particular demonstration, yes.
So that demonstration, therefore, was created after Cellebrite removed the 2:27:40 timestamp from all of its tool programs, correct?
No, incorrect. I mean, that demonstration I just provided was right now, it was live. Initially, when I did these tests, I did the same kind of experiment, the same type of testing back in late 2023, I believe. And after I did those tests and used that research, that is when Cellebrite removed the timestamp.
Maybe my question wasn't clear. Let me
Yes.
see if I can rephrase it. The demonstration that you just gave, when did you prepare it? The demonstration, not just the demonstration that you just showed on the screen. When did you create that demonstration on your computer?
Again, I've been doing this demonstration for 2 years.
My question, again, is the demonstration you just gave.
Yes.
When was the last time you altered that demonstration?
Other than to use different search terms, it's the same demonstration.
I'll try to differ.
Yes, please.
When was the last time you altered in any way the demonstration you just gave?
Right now.
So you altered it right now, and that alteration was made after Cellebrite had removed the 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp from its programs, correct?
Yes. Okay.
Thank you. No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Well, I guess we were laughing over my favorite part then. My favorite part that I missed apparently was when BREENAN goes. Maybe it's at the very beginning. Hold on. Maybe it's at the very beginning of this redirect. Hold on. It's, if I can find it, I think it might be there. Let me just see if I can find it real quick because it's worth it. It's funny.
Watch the form, Mr. Brennan. Sustained. I'm going to.
10.4 miles per hour.
Do you have available for the screen the battery graph? When you were trying to determine how the battery worked,
Okay, let me just see. He's so super proud of me. I think he's happy to be done.
Do you still have your report with you, Mr. Whiffin?
I do, yes.
Okay.
let's start with questions that counsel asked you about the battery. When you were trying to determine how the battery worked, you shared with the jury that you did certain testing.
Correct.
What was the purpose of that testing?
To make sure that the backing doors, the expected.
In the purpose again. And so did anybody ever share with you the important point of the Eden graph of the battery temperature? When you look at healthcare, you remember what they're matching up is, are you?
I'm looking for the thing I was looking
You
for.
studied battery.
I want to find the thing.
27 degrees Fahrenheit. In a
Correct.
PowerPoint 5, you showed the jury the problem.
Oh my God.
Yeah,
Like
well,
I could
10.4
say it,
miles per
but
hour.
he is funny.
2432,
That's
8.9 miles per hour.
it won't
2433.
be as
7 miles per hour.
funny.
17 miles per hour. 12:31, 56, or 57 is the start of the health event, 36 steps. 12:31, 56, or 57.
I'm going to allow it.
If a person, a human,
Yes, the temperature has dropped to 43 degrees Fahrenheit.
do you know what, if anything, happened? They couldn't record steps. Location data consistent with, well, the phone was.
Eh.
44 doesn't come to hash value. How do you do that?
How do I do
How do
what?
you make a determination whether or not this is
I have lots of data points that all,
Around
or the person,
being reviewed?
I don't believe that.
Of the search, how long to die in code? Studies about that issue. Other than that one can you
fairly similar circumstance like the
data science. Other than
No.
do such a thing?
purposes of
The last visit at a time, did it show 227?
move the time.
Is concerned that
Nah.
Which I passed, being.
axiom,
Gosh.
Yes, and it is
the reference guide when it make a that opinion that the yeah,
right.
3 and 620. You could ending for us on the screen and show us how that works.
Well, I don't know where it is. At some point, BREENAN, the thing he does that I was kept referencing is BREENAN goes, Your Honor, or he goes, So the defense was only asking you bits and pieces about, your report or whatever. And he's like, whatever. He says yes or whatever he says. And then Breen goes, and he makes a big thing about it. He's like, Your Honor, we would like to enter his whole report into evidence. And that's the part that I thought was just, I died laughing. So anyway, okay. The question was pointless. So yeah, I mean, it might have been, I think that the point of that question, I think the reason that recross was so short was because it's basically invalidating everything BREENAN just did. BREENAN just went through direct again. And I think it's a way of being like, look, we're not worried about any of this. We don't need to recross on it. We're just going to be like, whatever, and I think he was just setting it up. Like, I think those questions are supposed to be setting it up for whatever their expert will testify to. Assuming the jury can remember what they finished what his testimony finished with, right? Type of thing. Yeah, right. And there's that. Okay, so Fender had made a motion to hear the motions before Jen. So we're going to do that. I'm totally fine with that. Oh, there she is. And I haven't seen this yet, whatever these motions are. So, okay. They're not long. Pause long, not long.
We're back in session. You may be seated.
And then we
All
go
right,
to
Mr.
Jen.
Brennan, I'll hear you.
Then we go to Jen.
Your Honor, in light of yesterday's hearing with the ARCCA witnesses,
Oh, boy.
the Commonwealth is going to ask the court to preclude the ARCCA witnesses from testifying both about any new testing and any new opinions, and secondly, from testifying about their original opinions turned over in a report prior
Of course. Wow. Who's surprised?
to last year's trial. To be brief, what we learned or
Could hear Judge Bev sigh on that one.
confirmed is that we do not have all of the discovery of communications. There was a court order for the ARCCA witnesses to provide Your Honor with all of their information, phone records, text messages, communications about this case. Instead of providing their information to the court, they instead chose to send it to the defense, and then it was summarized and provided by the defense to the court and to the Commonwealth. It appears to me that is not in compliance with the court's order. What we learned during the hearing yesterday is that Dr. Wolf admittedly destroyed over 100 text messages. He mentioned that he
Are you joking?
changed phone carriers, but then later admitted that he actually intentionally, for no apparent reason, destroyed the text messages.
Destroyed? Are you joking?
And so what is left for Your Honor to look at is a summary of phone records from the defense and ARCCA's information that is passed through the defense to the court. You do not have the text messages. You do not have the content of the text messages. There is no summary of the conversations, dozens and dozens of calls between the defense and the experts. It is difficult to believe that.
I was surprised there wasn't already an order from her. I kept looking, I kept checking after yesterday. I kept checking. I was surprised she didn't already rule on this. I was expecting her, and I haven't watched this yet. I don't know what she says. I was expecting her to just rule after the voir dire and say they can testify. They just have to turn over any new opinions by May 6th. I think that was what I decided, because the thing was like, can you get it done before the 7th? And I was like, well, maybe she'll say on the 6th.
All of those text messages and all of those phone conversations dealt with simply logistics. In fact, we later learned during the questioning of Dr. Renschler, there is much more involved than simply logistics. But to get back to Dr. Wolf, he did not disclose to the court that he was communicating and having conversations on Signal. How odd.
No, I didn't
Expert
see it.
using Signal. Never used it before.
I only saw.
Dr. Renschler said would not use Signal, never use Signal. But Signal, as we know, is an application that does not create a record of communication.
I only saw Ian Whiffin. I didn't even see all of that until now, but I saw most of it. I saw most of Ian Whiffin. But then I saw Jen, like, as in I saw what she looked like. I didn't hear any of her testimony, and I didn't see any of this. I had lessons.
Dr. Wolf maintained on his direct that everything he did was logistics, even when we showed him the direct examinations with comments that asked for input from the defense to questions in a way that would be advantageous to the defense and to thwart the Commonwealth. Dr. Wolf actually still continued to testify.
Oh,
that
that's
was
funny,
simply
Meg.
procedure and
Okay, I
logistics,
see.
never admitting the fact that there was, in fact, conversations or information exchanged about bettering the presentation for the defense. Inevitably, I asked him about the sequestration
Did
order.
she actually say
and
that?
how evasive he was. You simply have to compare him to Dr. Renschler, who was quite candid. An hour or 45 minutes with Dr. Wolf, difficult getting a straight answer. Dr. Renschler told us more than 5 minutes than Dr. Wolf told us his entire examination.
No.
And what we unfortunately learned is that during the trial,
Wow.
when this court had a sequestration order, information was being passed to the experts about witness testimony in this case, unknown to the Commonwealth, unknown to the court, information, particular information, not general information, witness testimony, issues in the case. That we have no idea who is deciding or identifying the issues and who the advantage is given to in describing those issues. But that is witnesses being prepped through an intermediary. So we know the Department of Justice, at least, is violating the order, helping the witnesses along, and then they testify unbeknownst to the Commonwealth that they have this information, but obviously is reflected in the testimony. In addition, I provided some clips to Your Honor for review.
Yes, do you want me to mark these as an exhibit?
Oh my God.
Okay, so this was an exhibit from yesterday.
Clips for her to review. Are you joking? What the fuck? Dude.
I did have the opportunity to look at them.
To
I
go
suggest
home.
that
and
the
drink
relationship was not designed to mere logistics. And so from that subterfuge, what we
What do
stand
you
with
think
today
they're all doing? Sleeping with each other? BREENAN? Are you just jealous because nobody wants to sleep with you? Probably.
is that we know that the witnesses were well prepared. We know that there was not true independence. And what we know is that they are refusing to provide the necessary information to support their original opinions that they gave at the first trial. They cited that it was a protective order. Perhaps it is. That has nothing to do with the issue. By calling the ARCCA witnesses as their witnesses, they then have the obligation to comply with Rule 14. Unlike the first trial, where the Commonwealth had no ability to do any
Don't try
testing,
to make it. Don't
review,
try to make it.
vet the reliability of the information, properly prepare for
BREENAN needs to join Twisted Church of the Logic.
cross-examination. This trial, that should not occur. Just because it happened last trial and the Commonwealth was disadvantaged does not mean it should happen this trial. And that is precisely why I began moving for discovery in this case early on. Inevitably, if these witnesses cannot provide information because it's under a protective order, it may not be the defendant's fault in its inception, but it is their problem and difficulty because they chose to hire the ARCCA witnesses. They could have chosen any witnesses they want. Rule 14 is not obviated because they made a strategic decision to call the ARCCA witnesses. So now going into this trial, even Dr. Rensselaer admitted that an expert should have time, in their opinion, a month or more, to review the raw materials. It's not enough simply to have a report, as Attorney Alessi preached.
Oh my God, why are you calling him
We
Alessi
should have the
still?
opportunity to go through the raw data, the history, the videos, determine whether there's any failed testing. We don't have that benefit. And so my position has changed, that those early opinions should not come in because we have no ability to fairly cross-examine.
last name.
As for the new opinions,
Forget all of that.
the report may not be done until May 7th. We are in the middle of trial.
Oh,
Concedingly by the defense, or at least their witnesses, it takes a month to go through the discovery. When I filed my motion on the eve of trial that we would be unable to prepare or we would want a continuance in this case, I appreciate why this case wasn't continued. But I knew, given our scheduling, our experts will not be able to look at this material. Our expert is away until after the first week of May. He is going.
That's on him. That's on y'all. That's not on the defense. Tell him to come home.
to be testifying shortly after. He will have no ability to digest this enormous amount of
Don't
material.
come home. Tell him to come home.
Vet whether it's
You're
accurate.
the
or not,
Commonwealth.
Conduct tests to combat it if he thinks that it's inaccurate or unfair. And so the discovery violations, regardless of the state of mind, are upon the defendant.
I will say, and I said it yesterday, my read on this is Judge Bev is even getting tired of him. Like the way she shut it down yesterday, and she was like, "Are you done?" And like, you know, we commented on all that. And then I heard her sighing a number of times already today. But I can just tell you that she's got to be, it's funny. It's like, as biased as she may be towards the Commonwealth, I think she's really getting sick of Hank Brennan. So.
There's no exception that you used ARCCA witnesses. There is no exception that you hired somebody that used to be under a federal protective order. They chose them, and I would suggest it seems strategically. When we noticed we'd have new experts in October, the defense from past experience, and probably other experience, but we know from this case, knows the process. They would have to file a TUI letter and wait for a response. And yet they waited until February to seek permission, which then extended their permission past February into March.
Just repeating everything that they've already talked about ad nauseum.
And then they didn't even start the review until late March. And so it's fundamentally unfair. We should not be placed in the position of cross-examining experts without the fair ability, as any participant, defendant, Commonwealth, any participant would have in a case, to consider and then to rebut. And so for that reason, I ask you to exclude both the new opinions and new testing, and also to exclude the earlier opinions that we will never, at this point, receive the proper discovery with to prepare.
All right, thank you.
That's what he waited for. He said all along, I'm not trying to stop them from testifying, but I am trying to stop any opinions from coming in. So there it is.
I have one question for you.
No one's surprised with that.
Would you stand, please? You're arguing this, right? This was your motion. So my question is, how do I reconcile the fact that 100 text messages were deleted by counsel. And we heard yesterday, counsel's preferred method of dealing with Dr. Wolf was via Signal. How do we reconcile that with the Massachusetts Rules of Professional Conduct 1.15? I don't see how you reconcile that, where all correspondence related to the matter, whether in physical or electronic form, must be saved for 10 years minimum. How do you reconcile that? How do I reconcile that?
Should I go to the podium?
Right there, and I expect a short answer.
The short answer, Your Honor, is the rule that you're citing has absolutely no applicability to this proceeding. Can I finish my answer, Your Honor?
Right ahead.
Has no applicability. That rule is intended to be between an attorney and the client. The court has no jurisdiction to enforce that rule.
I agree. That's a different body, but I'm asking you how I reconcile that when I'm trying to figure this out. Mr. Alessi, you know what? You're going to win this, so why don't you just let me make my ruling?
What?
Okay. So I understand there have been repeated violations of the reciprocal discovery orders and my orders, repeated and deliberate. But, and Mr. Brennan, I understand completely the Commonwealth's argument, completely the ambush that has been set upon here. However, a defendant's right to a fair trial is paramount to everything. So I'm going to allow the ARCCA witnesses to testify. I am going to allow what I expect to be a very robust cross-examination. And I'm going to allow them to testify to everything that they said up until yesterday. So you'll get the report May 7th. And I know that's late. And if you need anything.
Oh, they're going to get it May 7th. Interesting. Because she said to Dr. Rentschler, could you get it done earlier? And he said, yeah, I think we could. I was expecting her to say May 6th. Wow.
As a result of that being late, I'll hear you on whatever motion you have. But that's where we stand. And I expect counsel to comply with all rulings and rules of the court and all rules of professional conduct, and no more nonsense. Let's just try this case. All right, that's it. I'll see you tomorrow.
All rise in the court, please.
Happy Annie, welcome back. We were missing you to everything. I don't know what you mean. Tanel says, how is the judge not doing their homework? Lawyers need to be experts in every field. Want the judge. I don't know what you're referencing there specifically about the field. Kat Randall's been a member for a month. Love it. Shout out to Kat Randall. That's funny. I don't even know what my reaction was. It was obviously, I just have no idea. But yeah, that was very weird. How do I reconcile it? Like, what? That made no sense, though. I mean, why are you asking these questions if you're like, you know what it is, though? She just wanted to get out of there. So clearly. Kat Randall gifted 5 memberships. Thank you. Yeah, they aren't limited. Yeah. The only thing I thought she was going to make them say is make them turn it over by May 6th, but she said May 7th. So, wow. I mean, I didn't expect her to limit it. I really didn't. I just thought maybe she would say turn it over by like the 6th. But yeah, I wouldn't have thought that were it not for how she acted yesterday, right? Normally I would have expected her to be to limit something, right? But the way she acted yesterday is why it was like clear to me she's over it. She just wants this done. She's getting fed up with Hank. And yeah, so okay, so now we're going to go back and watch the Banshee Returns, the Ghoul Returns. Oh, wait, there is. Am I an idiot? Did we watch this? Hold on. Did we watch this? Was there?
Does that photograph encompass?
The photograph has got 2 time periods of 5 seconds each, which are approximately 40 minutes apart.
And what does this show us? Can you explain the chart that goes?
Yeah, I was thinking there was a redirect, but am I crazy? No, there's the thing. We did watch this. Okay, so there's no break. He goes right into Jen, and there he is smiling. Okay, never mind. I got it. I got it. I'm okay, guys. Don't worry. We're okay. All right, we're gonna have Jen. I thought maybe there was a break, but there's not. Well, they take a long ass time. All right.
Commonwealth calls Jennifer McCabe.
Now, here's the thing. One of my favorite things is how he announces this. I did hear him announce it. Like literally, the only thing I made sure I caught, I was like, I just needed to know she was going to testify so I could make my thumbnail. That's it. So I heard this and I was like dying laughing because like the way he announces this is like, it's bugle worthy. Hold on. Let me get this ready.
identification.
Thank you very much. Your Honor, may I call my next witness?
Please.
Commonwealth calls Jennifer McCabe.
As if she's a good witness for the Commonwealth is hilarious. It's like, here she comes. Like, I don't even know. Do you guys know what I mean? Like, that's hilarious. Like, even if she wasn't a disaster, that she's not that witness. It's just really fucking funny. What am I looking for? Here we go. And she looks. There's the bugle. So I was playing that before too when was that real? Well, it's a sound thing. I can play like it's I was playing it too like when Alan Jackson gets up on certain times because of his Civil War beard. It's the sound of a real bugle doing that real bugle call thing. Where is it? Of whatever it is for battles or what have you. Yeah, I mean it does sound real because it is real, but like it's a little sound clip I have. But it's just, it was appropriate for that. That would be even funnier. But you know what? That just goes to show you how my point about, right, in court, like that would be fucking, that is the attitude that Hank Brennan had though. When he says, Your Honor, the Commonwealth calls Jen McCabe. I mean, it literally had that air about him. And that's why I played that. Exactly. Right, you guys get it. Kyle Rittenhouse was called, the defendant was called with less fanfare than BREENAN called Jen. Exactly. That is so funny. Yup. Okay, so you guys see what I mean with that. That's freaking hilarious. But boy, does she look different, guys. But my favorite thing of all is the huge ass cross around her neck. Incredible. Like when I saw that cross, like, again, I haven't seen what she says, but I saw that cross. And just based on that cross alone, my expectation is she's been prepped the fuck out of.
Hold the microphone close.
Because that is what that means. They watched this testimony, they being the Commonwealth, they were like, disaster. We watched it just not that long ago, actually. Disaster. And they were like, we need to fix this. And I agree. It is definitely too low buttons to be wearing that type of cross, right? I mean, come on.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Go right ahead.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Hi, I'm Jennifer McCabe, MCCABE.
Ms. McCabe, how old are you?
I'm 49 years old.
Are you married?
Yes, I am married with 4 daughters.
Oh my God, that cross is... I mean, at least make it a little bit subtle. Or was it that they wanted to give her a reason to have to unbutton her shirt that low? Although having said that, I think she still could button it up one more button. Dude, that is incredible. I will say this. The one thing they can't fix, though, is her mouth. Her mouth is still the mouth.
Children's names. Can you tell us a little bit about your family?
Sure. I have 4 daughters that are 16, 17, 19, and 21.
Now,
2 are in high school and 2 are in college.
Dude, I'm sorry. I have to pause this for Tanel's comment here. I'm surprised it's not upside down. You win. That wins. Look at the other thing about Jen that's great is no matter when I pause it to say something, we discovered this just again when we rewatched her testimony from Retrial. No matter where I pause it, it looks like a person's possessed. No matter where I pause it, just happenstance. Dude, y'all.
In raising your children, was your family active in local sports?
Yes, all 4 of my daughters played multiple sports from when they were young. 2 now are playing in college. My husband and I both coached them. My husband coached them from when they were young up through 8th grade in soccer, and I coached them in basketball.
I think she had her teeth whitened, but I don't think she had the tooth fixed.
Without telling me your address, what town are you from?
I'm from Canton.
How long have you lived in Canton with your family for?
I was born and raised in Canton, and now I'm raising my family there.
So your family, their whole life, you've raised them in Canton?
1 year we lived in Stoughton with my daughter.
Who do you live with now?
Meg, are you still here? Move these. I could go on and on about what happened to her hair, but most of you guys probably wouldn't understand what I'm saying.
I live with my husband and my 4 daughters.
Can you briefly give me a little bit more background on your children's school and your participation in that in interaction with your children, raising them?
Yeah, so I was a teacher, and then once I had children, I stayed at home with them, and basically.
Okay. I'm going to stay away from color first and just say this. What hairdresser? Was there a prank? Like, what hairdresser decided that this cut was the cut for her? This blows. Again, with the pause, I have so many thoughts right now. Again, with my point about, I just literally pause it. But this pause is perfect for what I'm saying. Who made this decision? Because the hollowness of her face and the mouth and the eyes, it literally, what? Do I even need to say what I'm thinking? I'm sure you guys know what I'm saying, right? Like, what? Who made this decision? And was it a prank? Literally anything. And they parted, I was commenting on her hair and stuff like earlier. We were watching her testimony from last time. And like, what's really funny is I gave some suggestions. I didn't say change the color. I think the color was fine. What I suggested was that she could probably actually do with a bang, because it would hide the forehead and maybe some of the eye bit, right? If you like a long bang, like a long blunt bang. Okay. Because I think I can't remember where her part was last time, but her part was different. It might have been a side part. Instead, they changed the part, they changed the color, and they changed the cut, literally in the absolute worst possible way. It was better last time. I could go on about the color and what happened there. But man, oh man, is it puzzling. I'm blown away. I am blown away. What have you been asking for forever, Kat? Oh, is this a prank? Okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah. Pretty sure it's not even the same lady, or she's got to wear a filter. Wait, what is SHAM? Something hockey mom, maybe? Something hockey, or I don't know what SAHM is. Yeah, the definitely with the image, 100%. Like, definitely with the image. I mean, the cross, and yeah,
Was just kind of like your typical, I don't know, small town mom. I was the room parent.
Now, one thing I will say, I don't know if MS causes a face to look like this. So if it is, I don't want to be making fun of something that's disease related, right? Obviously. But from what I know about MS, it doesn't cause the issues that she has. So
I coached them.
I'll allow it.
Stay at home mom. Thanks, guys.
When I coached, I drove the kids back and forth on my team, would take them places, etc.
In the growth of your family and raising your children, at some point did you meet a gentleman by the name of John O'Keefe?
Yes.
Share with us meeting John O'Keefe.
Sure. When my third daughter was in kindergarten, she became friends with John's niece. And during that kindergarten school year, unfortunately, Kaylee's mother and father both passed away, and John moved in the house and became Mr. Mom.
When John took over guardianship of the children, did you assist in an active role in helping him?
Also, I think she went to the tanning bed and they did her makeup differently. The makeup's not as bad as last time. It still isn't helping, but it's not as bad as last time.
Yes, Kaylee and my daughter were very close. So she would come over and play. My daughter would go over there. Kaylee would come and have sleepovers. A lot of times it would be on Friday nights. I would have Kaylee, and then another individual would have Patrick.
Had you known John O'Keefe well before he took over guardianship of the children?
No.
During the time when he was the guardian of the children, did your relationship, not just with his niece and nephew, but with him, grow any closer?
Yes, we became very good friends.
How close of friends did you become over the years?
Well, throughout the years, obviously, when they were younger, we talked more, just about the logistics of CCD, pickup, drop off, basketball, sports. But then he would also call me, about, as the girls got older, the girl drama or, the hormones and things like that. He would also come over, and hang out and have a beer and, just talk about whatever was new in his life or going on, or, just the day in and day out struggles of his, life and raising the kids now and figuring it all out with, work and family and all of that.
Leading into January 28th of 2022, so the jury understands, how close is your friendship with John O'Keefe at that time?
He was a very good friend of mine that I knew I could call for anything.
What? Oh God. No. Tell me this is not. Am I misunderstanding something? Hold on.
How close is your friendship with John O'Keefe at that time?
He was a very good friend of mine that I knew I could call for anything.
Oh God.
I want you.
I can see you, James. Wow. Well, we all know that's not true. Are they going to try to have her do like this, like emotional route? No way.
Take us forward to January 28th, 2022. Do you remember that day?
I don't even think last time she pretended to be. I don't even think last time she pretended that they were close friends. And we just watched her testimony. I did not get that feeling at all. It was like, dude, what? Also,
Yes, I do.
Do you remember it well?
Yes.
Take us to the early morning.
Oh my God, they're going to have her try to be like a normal person? No. Are they going to try to have her be a normal person? I have not seen this, Fender.
It was January 28th, 2022. Did you learn there may be weather or a storm coming?
Yes.
Tell us a little bit about that.
We all saw the report that
She had, hold on. Watch. Look at there. Literally, I don't even know how it's like magic right here. This is the face I was looking for, but the timing of this facial expression. Hold on.
Yes, I do.
Do you remember it well?
Yes.
Right there, that afterthought. That's like because they coached her. She doesn't know how to be a normal person. So she's like, yes, I know it well. Pause. Oh, wait, remember you have to try to look sad. Like that's what that is. Wow. Fender, you can, I don't know. Do I want the spoiler or not? I don't know. Because I don't know what the spoiler is.
Morning hours, January 28th, 2022.
Maybe not.
Learn
I
there
don't
may be weather or a storm coming?
Yes.
Tell us a little bit about that.
We all saw the report that there was going to be a big storm, a nor'easter. So we all knew that basically all the Saturday activities were going to be canceled.
That includes sports?
Yes.
Was and is the sporting events of the children a big part of your life?
Yes. Back then I had, two in high school that played 3 sports, and they played club sports as well. And then the
Are
two
we going to do the whole sports thing again though?
school played club sports and town sports.
Right.
So most of our weekends were taken up by kind of running from one sporting event to the next.
When you learned about the weather and the changing schedule, did it change your plans for that day?
No, not particularly. I had my day was pretty set out. I had my niece, and then I had sporting events. It was kind of my plans for the next day that obviously got changed.
Take us through the afternoon.
Oh my God, her stupid face.
What's happening?
Wow. Wow. Yeah, no, this is crazy. Like, again, how every time, like literally every single time I like, it's proof that she's not human. We watch a lot of dude, the number of trials and video, it doesn't even have to be trials. I will just say, even like Jeff and Shalia, right? I'm constantly pausing videos, even if it's not live streaming, whether it's just I'm getting a screenshot or I'm making a video or whatever. I'm constantly pausing or doing timestamps. I'm constantly pausing videos on YouTube and hitting the back and the 4 to 5 seconds buttons. So I see a lot of people in a lot of different faces being paused. It's just I can just tell you guys without any hesitation that this is not, I've never seen anyone like this where this is not normal. Like, I don't know how else to explain it, right? There's no normal pause for her. It's very odd. I don't know what to say. I'm blown away. But I was going to say, even for like Jeff and Shalia of Twin Flames, like, even for anybody, there's something very different about her facial expressions. Not just what they are, but how they move and the timing. I don't know.
Changed.
Take us through the afternoon of the 28th. What's happening?
Well, I had my niece for the week, and she
I don't
was
know, James. I can see you if you're saying you're hidden from. I can see you.
picked up. My oldest was on the hockey team, and she was having a team dinner at the house. So I picked up pizza, got desserts, set it up for them. And then I left with my daughters and my husband, Matt, and we met some of the parents from the high school basketball team at a local pub to grab a bite and a drink before the basketball game, because my other daughter played on the high school girls basketball team.
Are we doing
What
all
time is
this?
the basketball game set for that night?
Oh my God.
I believe
Really?
it's 6 or 6:30.
I
and your family go
thought
to the
this
game?
trial,
Yes, we did.
we were beyond this. Again, proving my point though, right? Literally. I pause it. There it is. What is happening? This looks like, dude, what would you call this though? What would you call this? James, I don't know if I can tag you because I'm on StreamYard. Somebody tag James because he's confused. Can you see this, James? Can you hear me? Anyway, what would you guys call this expression in this? But I thought we were past this and beyond this whole basketball game bullshit background story that means it's so irrelevant.
After the game, what happened?
After the game, I drove my daughter home. My sister, Nicole, sent me a text and said that she was going to be at the waterfall, and it was my nephew's birthday. He was going to meet up, and did I want to come by for a drink?
What is your nephew's name?
Brian Jr.
It was his birthday that night?
Yes, it was.
When you received a call to meet with friends and family at the waterfall, do you remember what time that plan was made?
I don't. My sister sent me a text at some point letting me know she was going to be there, so I don't know what time.
After the game and after some time, did you go to the waterfall to meet your friends and family?
Yes, I did.
Describe very briefly, what's the waterfall?
It's just a local town bar.
Remember about what time you got to the waterfall?
About 9 o'clock.
When you got there, was there anybody there that you knew?
Yes.
Okay, now take us inside the waterfall. When you get there, who do you see?
God. All this.
I walk in and I see Julie and Chris Albert, my niece Caitlin, my sister Nicole, and my niece's boyfriend Tristan.
You said you saw Julie and Nicole Albert in the
my God.
waterfall?
Yes.
Were you related to either of them?
Nicole is my sister.
So Brian Sr. would be your brother-in-law?
Yes.
Also, you mentioned there was a niece?
Yes, Caitlin.
And is that Brian and Nicole's daughter?
Yes.
You mentioned the name Tristan. What's his relationship to your niece, to Brian Albert's niece?
He's now her fiance.
And was there anybody else I missed?
That's all who was there. I'm not sure if Nick Kolakidis was already in there when I got there or if he arrived right after. And then his wife joined us.
So when you're in the bar and you see your friends, what do you do next?
I immediately just, join them and sit down.
Were you eating, drinking?
I know I ordered a beer. They had appetizers on the table. I'm not sure whether I had any or not.
Were you drinking alcohol that night?
Yes.
As you're spending time with your family, did the night grow?
Yes.
Did you stay at the table where everybody was eating, or did you move inside the bar?
We were pretty much right around the table.
Did anybody you knew join you or join the group at some point?
Yes. A little while later, Brian Albert and Brian Higgins joined us at the waterfall.
So when you first got there, was Brian Albert already there?
No, he wasn't.
Is that your brother-in-law, Brian Albert?
Yes.
And you said Mr. Higgins. Did you know Mr. Higgins?
I had met him a few times when he was out with Brian.
You had met him a few times before that night?
Yes.
Were you friendly with him?
Oh,
He was a friend of Brian's.
Was he your friend?
No, he was Brian's friend.
You knew who he was?
Yes.
So when Mr. Albert and Mr. Higgins joined the group later, did they come directly to you, or did they stay somewhere else inside the bar?
No, they came over to our table, I believe.
How long were you in the waterfall for that night?
Approximately 9 to around midnight-ish.
About 3 hours?
Yes.
Do you have an estimate how many drinks you had, alcoholic drinks you might have had?
I don't. I don't know. Maybe 2, 3.
Oh,
Throughout the
come
night,
on.
were you feeling any effects of the alcohol?
She literally was like, I don't know. And then it's like, well, then anything you say after that is bullshit.
Not that I recall, no.
When the group was together, you mentioned a number
Yeah.
of people have joined. Were you joined by other people later?
Yes.
Who were you joined by later?
John O'Keefe and Karen Reed.
And you
Dude,
talked about the
I
relationship.
recall, I feel like that came in last trial. Are you saying that's something different? I expected that. I was not surprised by that. So I would imagine it must have came in last trial, unless I just assumed so, because it sounds like they are all drinking all the time, which is also possible.
With John O'Keefe?
Right?
Yes, earlier, yes.
Did you make plans with him or did he just show up?
I believe he had started the conversation about the night with Chris Albert.
Chris Albert is a different Albert than Brian Albert?
Yes.
How was the relationship between them?
James,
Brian Albert and Chris Albert are brothers.
Was
delicious
Chris Albert there when Mr. Higgins and Brian Albert
and helpful.
arrived?
Yes. Actually, Chris, did I miss him? Because Chris was there with Julie. Did I? I'm not sure if I said that when I was naming everyone at the table. I apologize.
You may have.
Okay.
So when you first got there, he was at the table with your
Yes.
sister?
Yes, he was.
When moments before John O'Keefe arrived with the defendant, what was the mood in the group?
Cheerful. Good mood. Everybody was just out having a drink. We all knew the storm was coming tomorrow, and just a typical average night.
Celebratory?
Yeah.
You said you were going to see Brian Albert Jr.
Literally, I was just going to say, are they going to get into poor Brian? Dude, the way that I hate the way that they all use him for his stupid not his stupid birthday. His birthday is normal and it should have been celebrated. And I hate that they use him for his birthday when it's not even necessary. Why are they doing this? It's already been established from prior testimony that they were out just because this is what they do, right? They don't need a reason, but it's the trying too hard of it all. I really thought they would have tweaked this time. Like they don't. Anyway, oh my God.
Okay, was Brian Albert Jr. at the waterfall when you got there?
No, he was not.
Was Brian Albert Jr. there anytime when you were at the waterfall?
No, he was not.
Without relating a conversation with some other person, did you have an understanding where Brian Albert Jr. was?
He was at home.
Did you historically or typically see?
How old is Brian Albert Jr.? I think he's like 21, or he was, I think 21, 22. I mean, I'm sure we learned it in the first trial. I just don't remember. I mean, we could go find his testimony and see. I'm sure we find out. I remember at some point thinking he was underage. I will just say this. When you asked that question, I literally thought in my mind, I remember thinking at some point that I figured out he was underage, but that they tried to hide that because it seems like he went, yeah, no, I feel like that happened. Like clearly went to the bar all the time and but he was underage type thing. So I don't know if that's a part of it, but he does look older for his age, for sure. He does look older for his age. And they definitely try to use his birthday as like an excuse for things. So that's all true. Does anybody remember, Fender, you were here last time for the first trial. Do you remember us talking about that? We know who you're talking about. Yeah, it's dead, Birchmore. But this part I did not, I'll back it up. I didn't hear that question. I didn't take it to mean that, but we'll double check.
When moments before John O'Keefe arrived with the defendant, what was the mood in the group?
Cheerful. Good mood. Everybody was just out having a drink. We all knew the storm was coming tomorrow, and just a typical average night.
Okay, I didn't go back far enough. Thank you. Okay, so it was Colin that I'm thinking of, because it did come out in the trial that Colin was going to the bars with them. So then it was Colin that was, again, same thing, right? Like, what is going on?
Albert is
Yes.
John O'Keefe and Karen Reed.
And you talked about your relationship with John O'Keefe?
Yes, earlier, yes.
Did you make plans with him or did he just show up?
I believe he had started the conversation about the night with Chris Albert.
Chris Albert is a different Albert than Brian Albert?
Yes.
How was the relationship between them?
Brian Albert and Chris Albert are brothers.
Was Chris Albert there when Mr. Higgins and Brian Albert arrived?
Yes. Actually, Chris, did I miss him? Because Chris was there with Julie. Did I? I'm not sure if I said that when I was naming everyone at the table. I apologize.
You may have.
Okay.
So when you first got there, he was at the table with your sister?
Yes, he was.
When moments before John O'Keefe arrived with the defendant, what was the mood in the group?
Cheerful. Good mood. Everybody was just out having a drink. We all knew the storm was coming tomorrow, and just a typical average night.
Celebratory?
Yeah.
I think
you said you were going to see Brian Albert
to the extent that there was all collusion and they all, everybody was involved in, to the extent that what the defense is alleging is true, right? The only thing I can think of
would be the reason for doing that would be related to Standard Birchmore. That's the only thing that makes sense. The whole thing about picking a fight with someone, no. Jealousy with Higgins, no. I think it's got for all these people to be involved. Are you kidding me? I think it's got to be related to Standard Birchmore.
Yeah. For his birthday, was Brian Albert Jr. at the waterfall when you got there?
No, he was not.
Was Brian Albert Jr. there anytime when you were at the waterfall?
No, he was not.
Without relating a conversation with some other person, did you have an understanding where Brian Albert Jr. was?
He was at home.
Did you historically or typically see Brian Albert Jr., your nephew, on his birthday?
Yeah, typically we always, get together. We try to and do a cake for whoever's birthday it is. And then whatever, aunts or cousins are around, come over.
When
John O'Keefe is a link, because remember when he took custody of those kids, his niece and nephew, they put him in a different unit where he was doing what was it called? Like office work or something like that, where he was not out on the, on patrol, and it was for SA stuff. And he was Boston PD, and Timothy, or what's his face? Matthew Farwell or whatever for Birchmore, that cop, that was Boston. And then everybody is all involved in it, like the law enforcement. So Tully and Garino, I think Proctor also, right? Like it's all the same law enforcement. And like Garino, quote unquote, missed like 50 bazillion SA and underage SA texts between Farwell and Birchmore. And like, just there's a lot. I'm sure people in the chat are also elaborating on that too.
O'Keefe arrived at the waterfall with the defendant. Do you have a general estimate or not guess, but a general estimate of what time they arrived?
Approximately 11.
When they first arrived, did you see them?
Yes.
Where did you see them coming from?
I saw them walk in.
Mm-hmm.
When they walked in, did you react in any way?
Yes, I was happy to see them.
Why were you happy to see them?
Because I love John and I liked Karen.
So
I'm sure there's even more links.
Yes, very.
You were happy to see the defendant?
Yes.
That's just like.
Do you remember your first interaction with either John or the defendant that night inside the waterfall?
I believe John walked over to where I was, kind of to my end of the table, and then maybe Karen had walked to the other end of the table. But I would assume I probably hugged both of them when I saw them.
I'm going to ask you not to assume if you don't know. That's okay. You said that you had known the defendant as well.
Yes.
Do you remember how long she had been dating John O'Keefe up until that point?
I know I met her in July of 2020.
Had you had a chance to spend time or interact with her over that time before that night at the waterfall?
Yes, I had.
And share with us some of the moments or some of the reasons that you would interact.
The first time I met Karen, John had reached out. We would do pool days with him and his niece and his nephew. So he had told me he was dating a new girl and he wanted to bring her over. He said that she had multiple sclerosis. I also have multiple sclerosis. So he thought that would be something.
Okay, Angels requesting. I don't know the rest of the song, but I only know that one part. Yeah. Don't you remember you told me you love me, baby? I don't know anything after that.
We could, we would talk and bond over. I said, yeah, great, bring her over. So her and John and Kaylee and Patrick came over. We had a pool day. I liked Miss Reed immediately. I thought we hit it off. It was really great, talking to someone my age that also had MS, because I didn't really know a lot of people who have it. So it was really nice to have somebody to relate to. Then moving forward, we would see them, if it was my daughter's birthday party, when it was time for pickup, they would come in, have a couple drinks. Same thing for like a Halloween party, after basketball games.
So you spent time both with John and Miss Reed?
Yes.
Did you spend time with the defendant separately without John around?
No.
Did you become friendly with her?
Yes.
And were you friendly that night?
Yes.
After John and the defendant entered the bar and you agreed, did you interact or spend time with Miss Reed at the waterfall?
Yes, I did.
And speaking of the defendant, do you recognize her here in the courtroom?
Yes, I do.
Could you kindly point to her and describe an article of clothing she's wearing?
She's sitting right over there with a black shirt or a blue.
Is she between Attorney Jackson and Attorney Yannetti?
Yes, she is.
When you were at the waterfall that night, do you remember who you were speaking to or where you were spending your time?
As to earlier in the night or after?
I'm sorry, after Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant arrived.
Yes, Miss Reed came over and spoke to me because I had seen her the Saturday before, and she had told me how she had started a new medication and it was giving her some awful side effects. And I said, I'm shocked they put you on that, etc.
Let me not ask you about the conversations you had.
This did never keep. Why are we getting way more?
Did you spend time with Miss Reed that night?
Yes, I did.
Inevitably, did you drink more alcohol as the night went on?
Okay, a couple things. Answer to this question, Heather. Satan is who did this, and I think they were pranking her. Thanks for this heads up. Meg says there's a new iPhone update. This is a lot more BS and fluff than we got last time, which is interesting, right? You know, if you're BREENAN, are you going to try to run out the day with this bullshit and procrastinate? I mean, there's no, like, that would be what, like, is it just to procrastinate? Just to try to run out the clock? I mean, oh my God. Yeah, it's new. This is just, they did not go all into this with the medical treatment. And this is new details. None of it matters. It's just more fluff. Do you really want me to put it on the list though, Kat? I mean, does any of it matter? Do you think it matters? I mean, I guess I should put it on the list. For anyone who has missed it, I've got a list going of all the things that were new that didn't come in the last trial. However, the things I was including were things that were like changes in, you know, factual things. Yeah, right. For real. Feels fake and rehearsed. Yeah. Okay. I guess I didn't make that. I didn't catch that Proctor knew. Interesting. Okay. I'll back it up. I thought she knew. Hold on. Let me see.
Into the bar and you greet. Did you interact or spend time with Miss Reed at the Waterfall?
Yes, I did.
And speaking of the defendant, do you recognize her here in the courtroom?
Yes, I do.
Could you kindly point to her and describe
Angel!
the clothing she's wearing?
She's sitting right over
That's
there. with a black
hilarious.
shirt or blue.
Is she between Attorney Jackson and Attorney Yannetti?
Yes, she is.
When you were at the Waterfall that night, do you remember who you were speaking to or where you were spending your time?
As to earlier in the night or after?
I'm sorry, after Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant arrived.
Yes, Miss Reed came over and spoke to me because I had seen her the Saturday before, and she had told me how she had started a new medication, and it was giving her some awful side effects. And I said, I'm shocked they put you on that, etc.
Let me not ask you about conversations you
Okay.
had, but about the moment that you were in. Did you spend time with Miss Reed that night?
Yes, I did.
Okay, I see.
Inevitably, did you drink more alcohol as the night went on?
I believe I had, like I said
Okay,
earlier.
I see what you guys are saying. I guess I never questioned. I never questioned how Trooper Proctor knew that. I assumed it was told to him by one of these people. So I guess to me, that's why that didn't register as new. But you're right, I guess, guys. I see what you're saying, that we didn't hear that testimony, and that does connect. That could connect for the jury. Yeah, interesting. Okay. I wonder, is that going to like open a door? Did the defense catch that? Did he cut her off? Hold on, let me back it up. Huh. Interesting. So, because this does have implications with,
Time with Miss Reed that night?
Yes, I did.
Inevitably, did you drink more alcohol as the night went on?
I believe I had, like I
Drink more.
Medicaid spoke to me because I had seen her the Saturday before, and she had told me how she had started a new medication, and it was giving her some awful side effects. And I said, I'm shocked they put you on that, etc.
Let me not ask you about conversations you
Okay.
had. But
he does try to switch it. I'm surprised they didn't coach her not to say that, though, because I can see how that could be problematic. Like, that could be good for the defense, right? Like, as in, now they can ask, like, how did Trooper Proctor find? Okay, I see what you guys are saying with that. I made that assumption that this is what was going on, but you're right. You guys are right that hadn't come out in court like this trial, right? Okay, I see that. Okay, I'll put that on the list. Is she peeing? I have no idea. Imagine the looks her husband. I'm just, oh, right. Okay, I see what you guys are saying. Okay, I'll add it to the list.
about the moment that you were in. Did you spend time with Miss Reed that night?
Yes, I did.
Inevitably, did you drink more alcohol as the night went on?
I believe I had, like I said earlier, a couple of drinks, 2, 3, not sure.
Did you ever have a shot of alcohol?
I do not believe I had the shot, no.
Did you see the party, the group of friends and family doing a shot?
I was in the bathroom and walked out, and they were doing or had just done a shot.
With the court's permission, I'd like to display parts of Exhibit 22, which has already been introduced into evidence, which is video surveillance footage from the waterfall.
Okay.
I'd like to start at 10:54:20, please. If you could just stop for 1 second. Do you recognize what's in that video?
Yes.
And what is that?
That is the waterfall.
Okay, kindly proceed. If you could stop. Do you see the two people entering from the left?
I do.
Do you know who they are?
I believe that is Miss Reed and John O'Keefe.
Ms. Gilman, is there any way to enlarge the top of the video where the other people are closer to the table or bar? No. Okay. Looking at this video, can you tell or identify anybody under that
You need a
timestamp?
waterfall.
And if you can't, that's okay. But if you can you tell us who you see?
I mean, you can't see
I
anything.
think
And
the
honestly,
guy
in
right
terms-
there, or
where's
where
it?
she just is Brian Higgins.
Okay. If you could go up a
Oh
little bit,
yeah,
Ms.
you can
Gilman.
kind of tell him.
I believe that's my husband, Matt, and
On the
then
right?
on the right, and I think that's me on the left.
Okay. And if you can go down the table to the left, Ms. Gilman. You recognize who that might be from the clothing?
I'd have to take a guess
Huh?
that
Okay,
it could,
don't guess. It's
Okay.
okay if you don't.
Yeah,
Anybody
you
else at the
can't tell.
table more to the left, do you recognize?
not from this picture.
Ms. Gilman, could you highlight where Ms. McCabe thinks that she is on that video with that circle you just had and play the video? If you could stop. Is that you clapping, Ms. McCabe?
Yes, it is,
Why are you clapping?
because I was happy to see them.
Both of them.
Yes.
I can't see any clapping.
Could you continue, please? And who's that person walking right to left hugging people?
That is John O'Keefe.
Can you continue,
Is
please?
she
Ms.
doing the
Gilman?
fake crying again? Oh my God. Did this come in the last trial? I don't remember the hugging
Are
thing
you interacting with anybody?
from him.
I can't see where I am.
Okay. If you could stop the video,
Or-
please. Could you,
Or
Move ahead.
was it that no one could identify him? Do you guys remember? I don't remember anyone saying that John O'Keefe was going around hugging people, but that could be my memory, but I don't remember that. Do y'all know? Do y'all?
do 11:26:50, please? 11:26:50. Is that your group still at the waterfall?
Yes, it is.
If you could stop there, Ms. Gilman. If we could hone in or circle where you were previously, where we saw Ms. McCabe. I know it's a bit blurry. If you can, and if you can, please let me know. Can you see whether you're in that area?
I believe I am, yes.
Could you put the circle down just a little bit, Ms. Gilman? Okay. Now, if you could play from 11:26:50 to 11:27, please. We're a little bit ahead right now. Who are you hugging there?
I believe that's Miss Reed.
Thank you. One more, Ms. Gilman. I'm going to ask you to move forward to 11:46.
So Tanel, to your point about the people who are involved in Birchmore, here's what I will say too while they're playing this. That I don't know, I'm not, that hasn't gone to trial. I don't even know that we'll see it because I think it's federal, right? And it's going to all be, he's a law enforcement officer. He was anyway. So it's not easy to get documents and stuff. I don't know, I know that there was something
Could you
that
pause,
came
Ms.
out
Gilman?
that was really
Could you circle in that same area where Ms. McCabe was
like, it might have been like the
last
PCA.
describing?
I'll pause it.
Can you make anything out in this video?
It might
Yes,
have been like a PCA that came out. There was something that came out that shared a lot of it must have been a PCA, and it's really awful.
and that might be the best source of information. But what I was going to say is that, like, I'm not like up on that case because I mean, I'm covering a lot of cases anyway. And again, I don't know that we're going to get anything else from that case apart from the PCA until like the results of a trial type of thing. Right. But here's what I will say, like, because I'm not going to make a video on something if I'm not like, if I don't feel like I'm a scholar on it or whatever. You know, when I cover stuff, I cover it gavel to gavel with everything. And I do every filing, and I feel like I can speak confidently and not lead anyone astray and not get things wrong. You know, I'm oftentimes like, oh, do I remember this thing correctly? But, you know, obviously, but basically, you know, my knowledge as to the standard Birchmore cases is pretty limited. And I don't think there's like that much out there really apart from the PCA. I mean, you know, I don't know. I'm sure there's people that maybe are local or they might do some like digging onto social media. That's just not, I don't go that route just because I just feel like it's too easy to make mistakes and whatnot. So, but here's what I will say is that as it pertains to this case, whenever there's people that take the stand or that are mentioned in this case that I know are related to that case, I will point them out in this case, if that's helpful, because that I can say with 100% certainty, like there's no doubt, right, that a lot of the people who will continue to testify in this trial are in direct connection. I mean, like it's one, like Trooper Proctor's already been fired. The rest of them are being investigated, and that will probably even come up on cross at some point too for some of these guys. So I will definitely point them out in this trial and be like, oh yeah, this is that trooper I was talking about, for anyone who's not as familiar. So hopefully that helps.
Looks like they're all, you know, toasting or doing a cheer before they do a shot.
Can you see whether or not
Yeah,
the
federal-
in that part of the video?
I mean,
Yes,
I agree, but federal trials there's no cameras allowed in the court. There's no cameras allowed in federal courts.
Looks like she is in front of the man in the plaid coat.
Were you participating with the drinking at this moment?
I don't see myself in the video. I don't believe I was.
But you were drinking separately that night, weren't you?
Yes, I was drinking beer.
If you can continue, please.
Yeah, right?
Thank you.
Now,
Shortly after the shot, was there conversation?
The other thing I will say is the subject matter of that case is a tough one as well. Like, I'm just remembering, now I'm having flashbacks. I remember when the PCA came out, and part of the challenge was that A, covering it meant your channel could get taken down by YouTube. And then B, even if that doesn't happen, it's going to be so triggering for so many people. I'm just remembering some of the challenges that other people had when they wanted to go through that. So because it's like essay of a minor who's also had like learning disabilities and stuff, like basically the most fucked up situation you can have. But she was groomed by a law enforcement officer, right? So you know, and then it was a staged suicide, but when it was murder, it's all of the things. Like that's just so there's that challenge as well. And I was just thinking like maybe when something else happens with it, but like it's going to be a tough one to cover for anybody really for that reason as well. So but I'm sure if you want to find the PCA and read it for yourself, I'm sure you can find that. But I will say it should come with a lot of warnings, trigger warnings. So.
In the waterfall as a group.
Yes, there was.
Was there any discussion about where the group should go?
Yeah, it is. It's horrible.
At first, Ms. Reed was asking if we could go up the street to D&E.
What's D&E?
D&E is a sub shop that's owned by Chris Albert.
Was it open that late at night?
No, it wasn't.
Yeah.
Had you in the past gone to that pizza shop after hours to eat?
Yes, we had.
And tell us what the defendant was saying.
She just kept asking, can we go up to D&E? Can we go up to D&E? She wanted just to go up and, you know, Chris makes food and then we were going to go she wanted us all just to go up there and eat and hang out.
That wasn't an uncommon occurrence for the group to sometimes go to that pizza shop after hours, was it?
No.
Did the group decide to go to the pizza shop?
They decided they weren't going to go.
Okay. Was there a different plan made?
Before Brian Albert left, he said to the group, hey, you know, we're going to go back home and have a beer with Brian Jr. If anyone wants to come by.
When you received the invitation to the group to go back to Brian Albert's house, did you decide whether you were going to go home or go back to your sister's house?
Yes, I decided I was going to go to my sister's house.
Without saying what was said, was there any discussion in the group among the participants about going back to your sister and Brian Albert's house?
Everybody seemed to want to go back.
Did anybody object to going back?
No.
Had you been to your sister's house before?
Yes.
Many times?
Yes.
Do you know the
Hang on.
address
Did
of
she
where
change
your
the
sister lived?
food? Did
Yes.
she change the food? Fender, did you hear my question? Were you here when I asked the question about the hugging, the John O'Keefe hugging everybody, or Kat Randall? Did anyone hear that question? Because I don't remember that from last time, the part about John O'Keefe hugging everybody, or was it just that no one could identify him? Let me just make sure I'm hearing this part about the pizza.
Albert left, he said to the group, hey, we're going to go back home and have a beer with Brian Jr. If anyone wants to come by.
When you received the invitation to the group to go back to Brian Albert's house, did you decide whether you were going to go home or go back to your sister's house?
Yes, I decided I was going to go to my sister's house.
Without saying what was said, was there any discussion in the group among the participants about going back to your sister and Brian Albert's house?
Everybody seemed to want to go back.
Yeah, asked and answered.
Did anybody object to
So
going back?
Fender, hold on. So Fender remembers him hugging everyone? Okay. Okay, there's the part about the pizza.
She
Okay.
wanted just to go up and, Chris makes food and then we were going to go she wanted us all just to go up there and eat and hang out.
That wasn't an uncommon occurrence for the group to sometimes go to that pizza shop after hours, was
Oh,
it?
he says
No.
pizza.
Did the group decide to go to the pizza shop?
They decided they weren't going to go.
Was there a different plan made?
Before Brian Albert left, he said to the group, hey, we're going to go back home and have a beer with Brian Jr. If anyone wants to come by.
When you received
So
the
if
invitation
Fender-
to the group to go back to Brian Albert's house, did
If
you-
Fender remembers hugging, I'm going to go with that means that she seems to remember it. So I'm going to go with Kat. You and I must have forgotten it, which is fine. We're humans, but I'm going to say that if Fender remembers it, then clearly I think it would be easier to forget it than it would to be to remember it,
decide whether you're going to go home or go back to your sister's house?
Yes, I decided I was going to go to my sister's house.
Without saying what was said, was there any discussion in the group among the participants about going back to your sister and Brian Albert's house?
Everybody seemed to want to go back.
Right. I know.
Did anybody object to going back?
No.
Had you been to your sister's house before?
Yes.
Many times?
Yes.
Do you know the address of where your sister lived?
Yes.
And so after that conversation, did you stay at the waterfall for a little bit or did you leave immediately?
Probably left after maybe 5-10 minutes.
Without saying what was said, before you left, did you have a chance to speak to John O'Keefe?
I did, yes.
You spoke to him inside the waterfall?
Yes.
Did you have a chance to speak to the defendant?
Yes.
And was your plan to go back to your sister's house?
Yes.
Before you left, did you have any understanding whether or not Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant were going to join you?
Hold on. Did you have another understanding regarding that?
Yes.
And what was your understanding?
They were coming.
Who else was going to go back to your nephew and your sister's house?
Brian Higgins and my niece, Caitlin.
A little after 12, did you leave the waterfall?
Yes.
Do you remember that night leaving?
Yes.
Before you left, did you talk to anybody in particular?
Yes. Miss Reed and then Mr. O'Keefe.
Did you speak to them inside the waterfall?
I walked out with Miss Reed and we spoke at the doorway and then John joined us.
Did you invite Miss Reed to come with you?
I did, yes.
Did she decline?
Yes.
And who did you go to your sister's house with? Who drove?
I drove and I went with my husband, Matt.
Anybody else?
No.
Do you remember about what time it was that you were speaking to Miss Reed about going to your sister's house?
After midnight.
If I could have Exhibit 22 again.
After
Ms. Gilman, if you could take us to
midnight.
12:10:36.
Martin will come.
Okay, if you could stop it there, please. Did you have a chance to talk to Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant outside of the waterfall?
Yes.
And do you know specifically what time you left the waterfall?
It was after midnight.
When you left the waterfall with your husband, you said you were driving. Did you stop anywhere along the way before you got to your sister's house?
No.
Tell us what you see when you get to your sister's house. What are the weather conditions like as you're driving there?
It's starting to snow to the point where it's starting to accumulate. It's on your car. It's just, getting on the street.
Is it light? Is it heavy?
It's light at this point.
How long does it take to get from the waterfall to your sister's house?
5 to 8 minutes, depending on lights and weather, etc.
When you first get to your sister's house, while you're still in the car, describe what you see.
My wipers are on. I'm just looking out the window and it's snowing. It's dark.
Anybody in the driveway? Any cars in the driveway that you see?
Oh, when I pull up to my sister's?
Yes.
As I pull down the street, I take a left into the driveway and there is a Jeep that's parked on the street. And there's maybe a couple of cars in my sister's driveway.
Oh,
What do you do
boy.
when you arrive at your sister's
So
house?
you guys,
I go in the house.
Now, there are a couple doors at your sister's house.
Yes.
if y'all
Is there a front
remember,
Yes.
Is there a side door?
oh
Yes.
boy.
Which one's closer
Okay.
to the driveway?
If y'all remember this, we were watching her testimony. This whole thing about the Jeep, she was cross-examined a lot about this because her statement changed. Now, I'm not saying that at this time she's saying something different from this first trial, but what I'm saying is, in other words, the impeachment here. I'm saying at the first trial, she was already impeached on this hardcore with the Jeep. So just something to keep in mind as we hear this being brought up again. So
The side door.
Which door do you go in when you get to your sister's house?
The front door.
Was anybody with you when you went in?
My husband, Matt.
You walked in together?
Yes.
Tell us the first person you remember meeting.
When I went in the house?
Yes.
Probably my niece was at the table, and then I saw my nephew, Brian.
Was there anybody else you saw at the table?
Julie Nagel and Sarah Levinson.
So when you walk in the front door of the house, is it what table?
her niece, Caitlin Albert. Question: do you guys remember Caitlin Albert being there at this point? Fuck, I'm trying to remember. When did what's his face drop her off? Or damn it, I can't remember. I guess she was there. Let me know if you remember something different. Come on. Okay.
Walked in together?
Yes.
Tell us the first person you remember meeting.
When I went in the house?
Yes.
Probably my niece was at the table, and then I saw my nephew, Brian.
Was there anybody else you saw at the table?
Julie Nagel and Sarah Levinson.
So when you walk in the front door of the house, is it what table? Is this a living room table, a kitchen table?
Oh, you walk in and then you go to the right and it's into the kitchen and there's a table there.
Is the kitchen separate from the living room or is it open?
It's open, but they're separate.
Can you see the kitchen table when you walk in the door if you turn and look right?
Yes.
And when you go into the kitchen, you said there was a woman by the name of Julie Nagel
Yes.
and then another woman, Sarah.
Yes.
You know her last name?
Levinson.
Okay. Julie Nagel, did you know her when you walked in the house that night?
I had met her a few times.
Had you spent time with her? Were you friends with her?
No, I just had met her a few times, and she had watched my dog for me when my nephew couldn't.
When you would go away, would your nephew be responsible to watch your dog?
Yes.
Did you understand that Julie Nagel had watched your dog a couple of times?
Yes.
Had you ever socialized with her before that night?
No, I may have seen her at a graduation party, but never beyond that.
Were you friends with her at that point?
No.
Friendly enough that she watched your dogs?
Yes, through my nephew. He just said my friend's going to do it, and I trusted his judgment.
And there was another woman by the name of Sarah. Did you know her before you saw her that night?
I knew of her. If I were to see her, I'd say hi, but that's the extent of it.
How did you know of her?
Just from being in the town, going to different sporting activities and just being around.
You said your nephew Brian was there as well in the kitchen?
Yes.
This was his birthday?
Yes.
How old was he?
I think he was turning 23.
Was there anybody else in the house when you and your husband first got there?
Yes, my sister and Brian Albert and Brian Higgins.
So Mr. Higgins, Brian Albert, and your sister were there before you?
Yes.
Where was everybody when you first came in?
My niece, Caitlin, Sarah Levinson, Julie Nagel, and Brian Jr. were all at the kitchen table. My sister was over, I think, cleaning the counters, and Brian were off in that TV room that you can see from the kitchen because there's a wide opening.
If you walk in the front door, would I look left or right to see the TV room?
You'd look right to the kitchen, and then through the kitchen's the TV room, but you could look and, when you
I
walk
want
in,
to add
you
real
can see.
quick.
'Cause
I want to add real quick too that as far as Runkle does a great job reading that, by the way, the PCA. So definitely would recommend checking that out. But I if I recall, I'm sure he does skip. I know he skips some of it, and at least because it's extremely long. And I'm not faulting anybody for skipping some of it. So I just wanted to say that I didn't mean don't watch that if you're interested in learning more, because he does a great job. And I watched that like on replay or whatever back whenever that was. He does definitely the best job and goes through more of it than anyone else on YouTube for sure. Of reading that PCA. But yeah, I'm sure you can probably also find that document again. Don't recommend it. Don't recommend it, but you know. Coaching is not, nope, that's normal. You're allowed to coach. You're allowed to coach witnesses. Yeah. But Kat Randall's making a point that she's changing her story to impeach herself. Are you saying she wants to impeach herself? Why would she want to impeach herself? I'm trying to think why that would be a strategy. I mean, she's definitely changing her story and it's definitely going to get impeached, but why would she want to do that?
It's open.
Is the TV room in any way have a relationship with that side door?
Yes, it does.
If you were to walk in the side door,
I mean, I guess the idea would try to be like, oh, because when I testified before, I wasn't credible then, but I'm credible now. Maybe, I don't know.
Yes.
When you saw your nephew Brian Jr. and his friends, are his friends about the same age as him?
Yes.
Were they drinking?
Yes.
Was there music?
Oh, they were underage.
Yes.
And when you went in, did you spend time with the group?
Yes, I sat right down and started talking to them.
And when you were speaking to them, did you have any drinks that night?
I believe they brought me over a White Claw, but I didn't have more than a sip of it. I really wasn't. It was at that point where I just didn't want another drink.
As you were in the kitchen, were you expecting anybody else?
Like I expected, or my thought on her saying things like adding the day drinking in at the high school sporting events, my thought on that was because something else in discovery came out to the defense this time that they didn't have the first time, and they learned that. They knew that was true, and that this could be the prosecution trying to get ahead of it. For example, if it's like, hey, Jen, by the way, the defense has found out about the day drinking at these high school sporting events. They know that's going to happen. They're definitely going to cross you about that. So we're going to go ahead and bring it up on direct so that way we can get out ahead. That could also be what's going on. That's what I figured.
Mentioned it to Karen and John, and I had actually just spoken to John, so I was expecting them.
So when you saw John O'Keefe in the waterfall, that wasn't the last time you spoke to him?
No.
You had spoken to him, was it on the ride to your nieces? I mean, to your sisters?
Yes.
Oh, wow.
Did you call him or did he call you?
He texted me and I believe asked something like, where to? And since I was driving, I called him.
When you called him, what did you tell him? What did you guys say?
I just said they live 34 Fairview Road off of Chapman.
Do you know if John O'Keefe had ever been to the Albert home before?
I don't believe he had.
In that conversation, how long did that conversation take?
It was quick.
Was there any other conversation that you had with him other than that one conversation?
Yes, he called me back and he was trying to find it.
Trying to find the address?
Try to find the house on Fairview.
Did he ask you for help trying to find the address?
I'm not sure his exact words, but yes, he needed help. And so I just said,
very different testimony is changing here. Things are changing here. Not surprised.
In that conversation, how long did that conversation take?
It was quick.
Was there any other conversation that you had with him other than that one conversation?
Yes, he called me back and he was trying to find it.
Trying to find the address?
Try to find the house on Fairview.
Did he ask you for help trying to find the address?
I'm not sure his exact words, but yes, he needed help. And so I just said, I told him, just go down the street, go by Bella's house. It's at the bar.
Oh, that makes sense as to why. So when I said it's changing, I meant like her demeanor, her way she's testifying is changing. You know, Brennan fucked up the question. It makes sense because now we're getting into the Bella child. None of this is necessary. This is so sad and disgusting that they feel the need to get into this Bella child thing. It's just not necessary. But you can, I mean, it's clear to me that they knew there was something was happening where there was a topic coming up that they are not as confident about.
Bottom of the street.
So you used Bella's house as a point of designation to try to guide him to get to your sister's house?
Yes.
Yeah, no, he was, I mean, again, the defense showed, well, not even the defense showed, even Commonwealth showed that when John's phone was taking steps for the last time, he was texting and calling Jen. But I think the Commonwealth is going to try to say that he was still in the car and that they were pulling up to the house and that like those steps were like the phone fucked up with those steps, or what did they say? I can't even fucking remember like what the Commonwealth was trying to say about that. But did they even offer anything on that? Or were they trying to say it was when you got, they would have to say it was still in the car. Because that many steps, yeah, do that many, okay. I guess they're trying to say the phone fucked up and recorded those steps, but he was still in the car. I think that's what they were doing. I think that's what they were doing. Is Bella's mom on the timeline? What do you mean the timeline? You mean my list of things that are new, or Bella's mom's not new. We heard about this last trial, unless there's some new detail that I haven't gotten to yet. Oh, that's really funny. Meg, are you still listening? Because Fender's eating some cheese garlic naan. And I know y'all were just talking about that not that long ago. Not just you guys, but I know Meg asked about cheese specifically. So
We go by Bella's house. It's at the bottom of the street.
So you used Bella's house as a point of designation to try to guide him to get to your sister's house?
Yes.
Tell us who Bella was to John.
Bella is.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Because Bella's mom on the time. Right. I see what you're saying. Yeah. I wish we could see that. I hate that we don't get to see that.
Is my daughter and John's niece friend. So they're all, so Bella is friends with my daughter and John's niece.
Okay.
That's.
And was there any
You didn't
relationship
make
between Bella's mother and John that you knew of?
Oh, hold on. Let me back that up. That's funny. You didn't make it. Sorry, I had to sneeze. Told y'all the pollen's terrible right now. Mass Dad, welcome back. Couldn't agree more.
Just go down the street, go by Bella's house. It's at the bottom of the street.
So you used Bella's house as a point of designation to try to guide him to get to your sister's house?
Yes.
Tell us who Bella was to John.
Bella is my daughter and John's
Completely
niece.
fucking irrelevant, though. This is why I said this is so dumb. They're just trying to find any way to bring this in. It's so dumb.
Friend. So they're all, so Bella is friends with my daughter and John's niece.
Okay. And was there any
Interesting.
relationship between Bella's mother and John that you knew of?
Wait, what? Hold on.
You knew of.
Oh, yeah. He's still trying to push to get that in. Wow. And they approach. Okay. Crazy. Sad. Sad, really. Meg, come back from lurk mode so you can talk about non-offender. Plus, we love you.
Thank you. May I?
Yes.
That second phone conversation you had with John, do you know about what time that was?
I don't, it would be after 12,
God, that cross, though, it's just too much for me, man.
15, but before.
Question. Do you guys think she's going to show up? Oh, these pauses. Do y'all think she's going to show up with a cross tomorrow or today, rather? God, court starts soon here. Do y'all think she's going to show back up in court with a cross necklace? And if so, same cross or different cross?
Or 12:30 approximately, between that.
Were you still driving when you had that conversation?
Yes.
And at some point you told us you arrived at your sister's home and went in.
Yes.
I'd like to move forward now to when you were inside the house. Tell us generally when you first got there and saw everybody, what were you doing?
I just sat down at the table. I started talking to them. We were listening to music. Typical night.
Okay. Anything stand out as far as music or interaction with the group?
What?
No, we were just laughing, telling stories. You know, at one point, I'm not sure if it was at some point, my other nephew had been over my house and had shown me this video on his phone, and it was a family inside joke. The video, it was a music video from a long time ago. And so I was telling my other niece and nephew, oh my gosh, you have to see this video. It's
I never
hysterical.
understood
And then we started.
why this came into trial. Who cares? Why did this need to be explained? Someone tell me why? I don't get it.
Playing it and watching it.
What was the video?
It's Raining Men.
Did that get a lot?
I mean, she looks really weird about it. What is going on? Why is this video a thing? I don't get it. Oh my God, that face. But she's clearly, there's something else going on because she's acting weird about it.
Side joke. The video, it was a music video from a long time ago. And so I was telling my other niece and nephew, oh my gosh, you have to see this video. It's hysterical. And then we started playing it and watching it.
What was the video?
Right. Oh, I guess, are they trying to say I mean, I knew that about the timestamp, but is she trying to prove, are they trying to say, see, well, I still don't get it. I still don't get it. And here's why, because like we just finished with Whiffin, and Whiffin was like, that was the only one that was funny, right? Like, if they're trying to say that this happened with other things where the timestamp was wrong, that's not how it came out from the cell dude, right? It was just that one thing. So and this would have been just after midnight. I don't understand. I don't know. Okay, I guess. I mean, I guess that makes sense. They were not dancing, so why? Well, right, and that's the other thing, right? Isn't that what she said? Yeah, someone else searched it and showed it to her. I guess he's right then, just to bring up the context, right? Okay. It just seems like much ado about nothing to me.
It's Raining Men.
Did that get a lot of playtime during that get together?
Well, I have one sister who sometimes has a little too much to drink, takes out an umbrella, and will dance. So,
like, to me, the fact that they're okay. You know, sometimes when something's a big deal, you try to make it seem like it's not a big deal in these trials, right? And play it down and you get out ahead of it, you know. But then there's other times where things are not, or you wouldn't, or well, okay, where a jury or us wouldn't think it's a big deal. But then because they try to make it seem like it's, they go too overboard one way or the other. And then you're like, oh, okay, that's how I feel about this. I feel like I don't see this as a big deal. But it seems like there's something that we don't know because she's acting all weird and they're making such a fuss about it. That's how I feel about this video right now. Maybe something else will come out on Cross. That'd be great.
Did that get a lot of playtime during that get together?
Well, I have one sister who sometimes has a little too much to drink, takes out an umbrella, and will dance. So it's a family joke.
While you were at your sister's house, what area of the house were you spending time in?
Yeah, I was in the.
Actually, that's interesting. Did she? I'm not that she would have done this on purpose, but like, is this insinuating that? I guess she's talking about Nicole, right? Or no, not Nicole. Julie. Is this insisting that they were more drunk than maybe they had tried to portray?
Too much to drink, takes out an umbrella, and will dance.
Right.
So it's
like, in other words, was this happening now though? Like, I don't know. Anyway.
While you were at your sister's house, what area of the house were you spending time in?
Yeah, I was in the kitchen.
What was the mood of everybody in the house, as far as you remember?
Everybody was in a great mood.
Was there any fighting?
No.
Any arguing?
No.
Any violence?
No.
Was it a celebratory mood?
Yes.
As you were in the house, were you waiting for anybody else that you expected to come?
Yes, I was expecting John and Karen to come.
At some point when you're in the kitchen, or let me ask you a little background. As you're in the kitchen of that house, can you see outside from the kitchen area?
They had blinds or something down, but if the blinds were up, you could see out.
Were the blinds up?
No.
At any point, were you able to see outside from inside the house?
From the front door, yes.
To the window to the wall?
Yes.
At some point when you were with everybody in the celebration, did you have a chance to look outside?
Yes.
And when you looked outside, what did you see?
I saw a dark SUV out front.
Did you know whose SUV that was?
I believed it was Karen's.
Could you see who was in it?
No.
Do you think it was someone else's SUV now? Weird.
At that point of night, what does the weather look like from the front door?
It's dark and it's snowing, and I could see, brake lights.
Did you see if that SUV...
Brake lights? I'm pretty sure when we were just watching not that long ago her testimony from the first trial, I'm pretty sure she said headlights. Does anybody remember? I'm pretty sure she said headlights. I'm almost positive. Now, if that's true, she'll get crossed on it, right? But I'm pretty sure she said headlights and now she's saying brake lights. Which, I mean, it could have been both. And she may not even remember because she was drunk. Or she could be making the entire thing up. But either way, it's a change in her testimony, right? So potentially, if I'm remembering correctly.
And I could see, brake lights.
Did you see if that SUV moved at all?
I didn't see the SUV actually move, but I saw it in a few different locations.
I mean, this entire thing is so dumb. I just pictured, you guys know the Californians from SNL? I picture like that music, like the dramatic music or whatever. And like, you know, like at the end when they're all like looking in the mirror, that's what I picture with these people. But look at this pause. I'm just saying, every time, guys, every time, all of them. I couldn't even pick a favorite if I had to. But I picture that like dramatic music at the end when they're like looking in the mirror. That's like what I picture with like all these people sitting in front of the windows, just peeking out the window and then getting up and then looking out the window and then getting up and then looking out the window. And like, that's how they spend Brian Albert Jr.'s birthday. People would rather come to my cough drop party.
Can't give you an exact number of how many times I looked out. I can tell you I saw the vehicle first straight out from the front door. Then I saw it up at the flagpole, and then I saw it further up from the flagpole.
Were you studying the car at all?
No, it was quick glances.
Did you have any reason to study it?
You looked at it 5 times.
What were you expecting was going to happen?
I was expecting John and Karen to come into the house.
Did they ever make it in the house?
No, they did not.
Him, calling him.
As you were waiting, were you doing anything else in addition to waiting for them to come in?
Yes, so I was sitting at the table. Someone made mention of a car out front, so I got up, went to the door, looked out, and then I would go back to the table, and where we were just all laughing, talking, playing music, you know, just hanging out, not really thinking much about anything.
Did you ever reach out to John when you thought the car out front was the defendant's car with John in it? Did you ever reach out to him?
Yes, I did.
How did you reach out to him?
I texted him.
Do you know if there was a phone call that was made to you before 12:30, a 7-second phone call?
Is she going to say she didn't talk to him? Okay, in the first trial, she said she did.
I don't.
You mentioned you had
my God.
spoken to him about directions. Is that the last time you heard his voice?
Yes.
Pretty sure that's not what she said last
When
time.
the car was out front, did you exchange text messages, or were you simply texting him?
I was texting him.
Do you remember what you were texting him?
The first time I said here.
What do you mean by here? Was that
Like
exclamation point?
hair question mark, because that's when I saw the car.
You were wondering whether that was him?
Yes.
Did you send any other text messages that you can remember?
After I saw the car move locations, when I saw it go up to the flagpole, I said, pull behind me.
And do you remember any other communications you had with him? Was he texting you anything?
No,
Did he ever text you again that night?
he never texted me again.
Never called again?
No,
Did you continue to text him over the next 15, 20 minutes?
I did, yes.
And so at some point, did you realize that John O'Keefe and the defendant weren't coming in the house?
Yes, when the car was gone.
Did you ever go outside through the storm down to the flagpole to speak to them?
No.
Why not?
Why would I?
I was just asking. All right.
I had no reason to.
So when you were in the house, at some point, did you notice that the car was gone?
Yes.
Were you marking the time or keeping track of it?
No.
After you didn't see the defendant's car anymore, did you stay?
Yes.
How long do you think you stayed for at the house?
I stayed till about around 1:30, 1:45-ish.
Did anybody else come in the house up until 1:45?
No.
Did people leave at certain times?
Yes, people did leave.
Who was the first to leave?
Brian Higgins.
I just started
Remember
a
about what
whole
time he
chat,
left?
guys.
I don't.
And after Mr. Higgins left, do you know who left?
I'm not sure. I believe it was us, and then my niece Caitlin was also like at the door. It was kind of in a row. Brian left, and then a little bit later, I think it was myself, Matt, Julie, and Sarah left. But Caitlin was at the door. I believe she was waiting for her ride.
How much longer after Mr. Higgins left did you leave?
I mean, this whole thing is so dumb. Who on earth would remember all this? This is so stupid. I mean, proof that they all practiced this and talked about it together. Oh my God, all these faces and got their story straight. Like, because this is all so mundane. No one would, I don't care if you're like, literally, guys, I have a great memory, right? I mean, like, and if I was there, and let's just say I was the only one who wasn't drinking and I was there, and you asked me immediately after I'm talking about when there's not a murder, right? I'm talking about like, and then you asked me like, who was looking out the window at what time and this nonsense, like even the next day, I'd be like, I don't know. I wasn't, not because I don't remember it, but because I wouldn't be paying attention to it. Who cares, right? This is what's so weird about this. I mean, there's a lot that's weird, but like,
again, it's like trying too hard because it's like they've wanted to have answers for everything instead of saying, I don't know. Who would ever remember all this? Even if you weren't drinking, it's all just so mundane and dumb.
Did you ever go outside through the storm down to the flagpole to speak to them?
No.
Why not?
And the thing is,
Why would I?
I was just
the
asking.
thing is that, oh my God, the thing is you wouldn't know you need to remember it, right? Like, so for example, let's just say right after a murder, all this looking up at the window, that would be completely different. Their memory would encode things differently. But before a murder, when you don't know you need to remember it, your brain would not be paying attention to this. It's just, I don't get it.
I had no reason.
Why not?
That's fun.
Why would I?
I was just asking.
Gone.
Did you ever go outside through the storm down to the flagpole to speak to them?
No.
Why not?
Why would I?
I was just asking.
I had no reason to.
So
Wow.
when you were in the house, at some point, did you notice that car was gone?
Yes.
Were you marking the time or keeping track of it?
No.
After you didn't see the defendant's car anymore, did you stay?
Yes.
How long do you think you stayed for at the house?
I stayed till about around 1:30, 1:45-ish.
Did anybody else come in the house up until 1:45?
No.
Did people leave at certain times?
Yes, people did leave.
Who was the first to leave?
Brian Higgins.
Do you remember about what time he left?
I don't.
And after Mr. Higgins left?
I can give a good example of this. So this is kind of to my point. Like earlier, I was talking about when I don't know if you were here yet now, but we were watching Ian Whiffin, right? And it was the part where he says he didn't. It's like he uses the freezer. He doesn't check the temperature of the freezer, and then it's like he is going through the whole thing with the battery, and then he's going through his fake experiments, and then he's like the weather, like that he. Oh, sorry. Then there's like Mr. Alessi's like, are you okay with that math? And then of the rate of the change. And then he's like the part about how he didn't check the weather. And I was saying earlier how I literally remember exactly where I was, and that will be ingrained in my head forever. But two things happened at the same time. I was in the grocery store, the Trader Joe's, right, getting food, and I was listening to this. So I wasn't seeing it, I was listening to it. And literally, I was like looking at the edamame when I heard the testimony about the 15 seconds or whatever it was. And like, I was walking in the door when I heard the part about the freezer. And I was like in the parking lot leaving to go to my car when I heard the bit about the question asked about the weather. And when the question was asked, I knew how he's going to answer. And like, so I will always remember, like, that memory will be there forever. I've got plenty of times with other trials where I have similar situations where some of you guys have heard me tell the stories, how it's really funny. Sometimes I'm like, I was blow drying my hair when this happened, right? And it's like, but anyway, and then there's many moments like that in the Murdoch trial where I remember exactly what I was doing, where I was standing, what I was wearing. But it's like certain things that have to happen. That's why I said, if there was a murder and then they were all sitting at the windows and the chairs and looking at, it would be different because something would have to happen for your memory to remember the things, if that makes sense. Heather, did you send me something? Tell me why. Your dog is so cute, Heather. Oh, 5:44. Oh, how weird. So wait, are you saying to look because of the timestamp or to look because you sent the upside down cross? Or you didn't see my answers yet? Is that what you're saying? Oh gosh, is that what you're saying, Heather? That's funny. Okay, so Chelsea just asked if she's going to wear a cross when you said it minutes ago. I told him, yeah, upside down. Okay, that was before you saw my answers on the poll. I think that's where you're going with that. That's funny. Oh my God. Yep. That's funny. That's funny. Well, shout out to Tanel. I think that was Tanel who made that joke earlier. But yes, I see what you're saying, Heather, though. That's really funny. The time. Yeah. And Heather, you actually were not there. Heather wasn't there. This was hours ago, guys. Hours and hours and hours ago. When I think Heather wasn't here when that joke was made the first time. So yes.
You know who left?
I'm not sure. I believe it was us, and then my niece Caitlin was also like.
This is the shit I'm talking about. If you don't have any reason to remember this, if there's not something happening, right? For your every time, y'all. Wow. Every single one. If there wasn't something happening, unless these memories are accurate and there was something happening because they knew what was going on with John, right? Like if he was coming to the house and I don't know. I'm just saying either this is all bullshit or something happened, but you would never remember this.
Did you ever go outside through the storm down to the flagpole to speak to them?
No.
Why not?
Why would I?
I was just asking.
I had no reason to.
So when you were in the house, at some point, did you notice that car was gone?
Yes.
Were you marking the time or keeping track of it?
No.
After you didn't see the defendant's car anymore, did you stay?
Yes.
How long do you think you stayed for at the house?
I stayed till about around 1:30, 1:45-ish.
Did anybody else come in the house up until 1:45?
No.
Did people leave at certain times?
Yes, people did leave.
Who was the first to leave?
This part.
Brian Higgins.
Do you remember about what time he left?
I don't.
And after Mr. Higgins left, do you know who left?
I mean, the only way I would remember something like this, if someone's leaving, that they left first, is if they left by singing, so long, farewell, auf Wiedersehen, adieu, with a song. If they left singing a song about leaving and everyone else didn't, then I would remember who left first. But barring something like that, right? Or there's some huge goodbye. I don't know. Barring, honestly, it would probably take something over the top like that. Otherwise, why would you pay attention? Or if they're real deathly ill, they left because they're on their way to the hospital. Okay, I would remember that. You know what I mean?
I'm not sure. I believe it was us, and then my niece Caitlin was also at the door. It was kind of in a row. Brian left, and then a little bit later, I think it was myself, Matt, Julie, and Sarah left. But Caitlin was at the door. I believe she was waiting for her ride.
How much longer after Mr. Higgins left did you leave?
Maybe I honestly can't say. I think he was there for a while I was there. So maybe he left anywhere from 15 minutes, approximately 15, 20 minutes before I did, or maybe a little more.
You mentioned that you had left the waterfall after midnight.
Yes.
And you had phone calls with Mr. O'Keefe along the way.
Yes.
You wouldn't even notice unless they made a big
You know
deal.
that there are phone records with your text messages and phone calls in them?
Yes.
And do you know whether your phone records reflect the time of your calls with Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
And your text messages?
Yes.
When you were texting Mr. O'Keefe, when the Lexus or the car was in front of the house, rather, was Mr. Higgins still there?
Yes.
What are some of the things that everybody did along that night before you left? What happened in there?
What happened inside the house?
Yeah.
Nothing. We basically just sat around the table, talked, laughed, listened to music, chit-chatted.
Celebratory?
Yes.
Was there ever any fighting?
No, none at all.
Any arguing?
None at all.
Any physical interaction?
No, none.
When you decided to leave that night, did you say around 1:45-ish?
Yes.
Okay. When you left around 1:45, was there any events that happened that night that would cause you unrest or excitement or your heartbeat to raise?
No.
When you decided to leave, you and your husband, where were you going to go?
We were dropping off Julie Nagel and Sarah Levinson, and then we were going home.
So remember.
Had you planned on dropping them off earlier in the night?
Oh boy. Remember, I'm just remembering now. I'd forgotten about this. So there's going to be some new data that comes in this time pertaining to her, and that's her Apple Health data. Remember? I'd forgotten about that until now. This question makes me think that there's going to be something funny about it.
Cause you unrest or excitement or your heartbeat to raise?
No.
When you decided to leave, you and your husband, where were you going to go?
We were dropping off Julie Nagel and Sarah Levinson, and then we were going home.
Had you planned on dropping them off earlier in the night?
No.
That's interesting, Fender. So I'm sorry. I knew your dad had passed us, another thing that we had in common, but that's interesting that you.
Are you saying that was something that happened? Well, you're on your way to the hospital. I see what you're saying, but you were still in that, like, okay, like when my dad was passing away, I remember every single thing about that entire day, but it was like, I knew that was coming. You know what I mean? So it's like, you get that phone call and then your brain is going to be very different. It's in like a different state. So I think what you're saying is you were on your train on the way to the hospital after you got news of some sort, and then, but you can't tell you. I see what you're saying now. Yeah. Right. They drove. That's the whole thing, right? Is like nobody saw the body. That's one of the many things that makes no sense here, right? Everybody walked past, like according to the state's theory, Commonwealth's theory, he had to be in the yard, and they all walked past him and didn't see him in the yard, according to the Commonwealth's theory, and then drove by and didn't see him. The walking past is even weirder.
Yes.
When you left around 1:45, was there any
2014
events that happened that night that would cause you unrest or excitement or your heartbeat to raise?
That's really interesting, Fender. My dad was also still alive when I was on my way to the hospital, but I had to drive. I drove from, I had like a 4-hour drive, but he was still alive when I was on my way.
When you decided to leave, you and your husband, where were you going to go?
We were dropping off Julie Nagel and Sarah Levinson, and then we were going home.
Had you planned on dropping them off earlier in the night?
No, when we got there, Julie's brother had pulled up to pick them up, and
I won't ask you what was said because you weren't there.
Oh, okay.
At some point, did you come to an understanding that you would give them a ride home?
Yes.
Did you offer?
Yes.
Who was going to drive home between you and your husband?
Matt drove home.
When you left, I want you to describe as you step out into the driveway or the walkway.
No, it's
the front door or
tons.
side door, if you remember.
It's tons.
I walked out the front door.
Is the weather like it was when you first got there?
No, it's picked up.
It's like at least 10 people. I mean, it's so many people. I mean, even some people were just in the yard. I mean, I couldn't even name. There's so many to go through and name them all. When you involve like the brother Nagel and the sister Nagel and then the Tristan and then I mean, there's just, the list is really long. It's way more than just the McAlberts that were in the house.
Tell us what you mean by it's picked up.
So as I walk out, you kind of go, the walkway is to the left. So I walk down the steps, I go to the left. The snow was coming, it was cold, the wind was picking up. So I kind of just like curled up and ran to my car quick to get in.
What part of the car did you get into?
Front passenger.
Who was driving?
Matt.
And where were the other two people?
Sarah and Julie were in the back seat.
Who was in what spot?
I'm not exactly sure.
So both of the young women were in the back seat?
Yes.
Was there any conversation when you got into the car?
We got in the car and they were teasing me.
Why were they teasing you?
Because I had like bread and maybe peanut butter in my car.
Why did you have bread and peanut butter in your car?
I had my niece for the week, and I was dragging her like to all my kids' sporting events. So we'd go from like one game to another game to a practice. So sometimes instead of always giving her McDonald's or Dunkin' Donuts, I'd try to throw her a peanut butter sandwich.
And they were making fun of you?
Yeah.
As the car backs out of the driveway, tell us what you're doing.
I'm talking to the girls.
You just moved your head.
Yes.
Does that mean anything?
Yes.
Tell us.
They were both sitting behind me. So I was like turning and, chatting and talking.
After your husband pulls out of the driveway,
they're just trying,
to drive home?
y'all, they are trying way too hard with this. This is dumb. This is dumb. Tanel, it's a mystery. We do not, literally, they're like, we don't know. We weren't looking. It's just, no one has a good answer, man. No one has a good answer. There's no reenactment apart from the type of thing she just did on the stand, although that was her in the car. Like, it's, right, Fender, right. I guess what you're saying is that's why they went into more detail about that, to try to make the PB&J seem less weird or whatever. I mean, I don't think it's that weird. I think it's fun. I think it's more fun. I don't think it's sus. I think it's more funny, but I guess they're worried about the jury thinking it's sus, maybe.
Where were the other two people?
Sarah and Julie were in the back seat.
Who was in what spot?
I'm not exactly sure.
So both of the young women were in the back seat?
Yes.
Was there any conversation when you got into the car?
We got in the car and they were teasing me.
Why were they teasing you?
Because I had like bread and maybe peanut butter in my car.
Why did you have bread and peanut butter in your car?
I had my niece for the week, and I was dragging her like to all my kids' sporting events. So we'd go from like one game to another game to a practice. So sometimes instead of always giving her McDonald's or Dunkin' Donuts, I'd try to throw her a peanut butter sandwich.
And they were making fun of you?
Yeah.
As the car backs out of the driveway, tell us what you're doing.
She did a weird eye roll thing here or there. Oh, Jesus.
And they were making fun of you?
Yeah.
As the car backs out of the driveway, tell us what you
That to me looked like she remembered something else and didn't say it. I don't know. Interesting.
doing.
I'm talking to the girls.
You just moved your head.
Yes.
Does that mean anything?
Yes.
Tell us.
They were both sitting behind me. So I was like turning and, chatting and talking.
After your husband pulls out of the driveway, do you start to drive home?
Yes.
If the house is on my right and you're driving, are you in the passenger seat closest to the house or furthest away?
Passenger seat closest.
So you're driving, if you look at a picture of the house, you would be driving from right to left?
Yes.
So as you start to drive or your husband starts to drive the car, what direction are you looking in if you remember?
The back seat.
Did you drive by the front of the house, do you know?
We pulled out of the driveway and went up Chapman.
Okay. And your husband and you passed by the front of the house?
Yes.
Did you pass by the flagpole?
Yes.
Were you looking at the flagpole?
No.
And how dark was it at that point?
It was dark.
Snow?
Yes.
As you're passing the flagpole, do you hear or see anything remarkable?
No, I'm not really paying attention. I'm just chatting to the girls and Matt's just focusing on driving.
When you're talking to the girls and they're making fun of you, what's the mood in the car?
We're all laughing and joking.
Where do you go next?
We drive Julie Nagel home.
It's
After you
just
drop
way
off.
too much explanation to try to explain why they didn't see anything. Like, guys, I want to watch this again. This has been going on for a long time. It starts out with the whole bit about the bread and the sandwich. All of this is like, we know why. The jury is probably like, what's going on? I don't think the jury yet knows why they're hearing all this. We know it's just, dude, this will haunt you at night, guys. This is the stuff of nightmares. I mean, I'm really, if it's from MS, I take it all back, right? In terms of the face, but I'm not like, the thing is, I mean, she really looks like one of those Halloween props, like her face, like seriously, it's terrifying. But anyway, all this business here is just to try to explain or justify or whatever, how they didn't see him.
And we're in the backseat?
Yes.
I mean, I'm going to make
The
sure
left
you see
Is the weather like it was
in totality how much they go on with the fanfare here.
when you first got there?
No, it's picked up.
Tell us what you mean by it's picked up.
So as I walk out, you kind of go, the walkways to the
You know
left.
what I mean, though? Like, my brother is really super into Halloween. Shout out to Daniel. And they do a lot of decorations. And like, they've got all like the pop-up skeletons and stuff. And like, literally, I'm being serious. You guys know what I mean with the face?
So I walk down the steps, I go to the left. The snow was coming, it was cold, the wind was picking up. So I kind of just like curled up and
her face was like that before. This is not the work you get done on purpose. I'm talking about the sunken in cheeks and like the sunken in eyes. It's like a skeletal thing.
ran to my car quick to get in.
What part of the car did you get into?
Okay, hang on. Wait, this is where we start. How she scuttles into the car real quick to get in. Again, trying to explain why she didn't see anything.
Steps, I go to the left. The snow was coming, it was cold, the wind was picking up. So I kind of just like curled up
Like 6:23:30. I'm going to see how long it is.
and ran to my car quick to get in.
What part of the car did you get into?
Front passenger,
Who was driving?
Matt.
And where were the other two people?
Sarah and Julie were in the back seat.
Who was in which spot?
I'm not exactly sure.
So both of the young women were in the back seat?
Yes.
Was there any conversation when you got into the car?
We got in the car and they were teasing me
Why were they teasing you?
because I had like bread and maybe peanut butter in my car.
Why did you have bread and peanut butter in your car?
I had my niece for the week and I
Oh,
was
wonderful, man.
I was dragging her like to all my kids' sporting events. So we'd go from like one game to another game to a practice. So sometimes instead of always giving her McDonald's or Dunkin' Donuts, I'd try to throw her a peanut butter sandwich.
And they were making fun of you?
Yeah.
As the car backs out of the driveway, tell us what you're doing.
I'm talking to the girls.
You just moved your head.
Yes.
Does that mean anything?
Yes.
Tell us.
They were both sitting behind me. So I was like turning and, chatting and talking.
After your husband pulls out of the driveway, do you start to drive home?
Yes.
If the house is on my right and you're driving, are you in the passenger seat closest to the house or furthest away?
Passenger seat closest.
So you're driving, if you look at a picture of
Yes.
the house, you would be driving from right to left?
Yes.
So as you start to drive or your husband starts to drive the car, what direction are you looking in if you remember?
The back seat.
Maybe you can drive my car. I just want to note that they're still going on to explain this. I wrote it down. 6:23:30 is when this whole fanfare about the not seeing anything started. And they're still going strong. And we're at 2 minutes.
Did you drive by the front of the house?
Sure.
We pulled out of the driveway and went up Chapman.
Okay. And your husband and you passed by the front of the house?
Yes.
Did you pass by the flagpole?
Yes.
Were you looking at the flagpole?
No.
And how dark was it at that point?
It was dark.
I'm gonna find and
Snow?
I'm not
Yes.
kidding. I'm gonna find you guys.
As you're passing the flagpole, do you hear or see anything remarkable?
No, I'm not really paying attention. I'm just chatting to the girls, and Matt's just focusing on driving.
When you're talking to the girls and they're making fun of you, what's the mood in the car?
We're all laughing and joking.
Where do you go next?
We drive Julie Nagel home.
Okay, so now they finally moved on. Look at her tongue. So they're that's at 6:26 ish. So we can just round. So like, what is that? 6:23. 6:26. 2.5 minutes. Two and a half minutes basically of a little more than 2.5 minutes of fanfare about why they didn't see anything.
After you drop off Miss Nagel, where do you go?
We drop off Sarah Levinson.
Is the weather constant?
Yes.
After you drop off the young women in separate spots, where do you go?
We went home.
Can you tell us when you get home what happens next?
We go in the house. I go up to bed. Matt makes himself a snack and then joins me upstairs.
Do you have a telephone?
Yes.
An iPhone?
Yes.
When you go to bed, do you stay up at all?
Yes.
Do you use your iPhone?
Yes, I do.
What were you doing?
I texted a few people and then I did a couple of Google searches.
And what were the searches for?
One, my daughter had played in a basketball game earlier in the night and it was a very good game. So I went and I read the report on it. And then my other daughter had an offer to play on a basketball team. So we had to make a decision about whether or not we were going to accept the spot. So I was just looking up that basketball club.
Other than those regular searches that one would do, was there anything remarkable about what you were searching at 2:27 that time frame?
No.
After you were looking at websites for your child's sports, what did you do?
I put my phone down and went to sleep.
And up to that point, had there been any discord or fighting or arguments in your world?
No.
Peaceful night?
Yes.
Did you go to sleep, Miss McCabe?
Yes.
Did you sleep through the night?
I typically get up to go to the bathroom, so I could have gotten up possibly to go to the bathroom.
Did anything remarkable happen in the early morning hours of January 29, 2022 that changed that peaceful mood into something else?
Yes.
Okay. I want you to share with the jury the first thing that happens that changes everything.
I'm pausing it for good reason. You guys will thank me. I'm going to show you guys this. This is what I'm talking about here. This is a 6 foot tall, you guys, animatronic ghoul. Like, this is the type of shit my brother has for Halloween. I'm going to share this to you guys. Y'all get ready. Get ready. Can I make this bigger? Hold on. Capture another window. I mean, this is just one example, but like there's so many examples we could do. Okay, so guys. Y'all, like literally though. Like, look, see what I mean? This is just one example of billions. I think that we can even maybe watch a video of it moving. This is a 6 foot tall animatronic ghoul. This is the type of shit my brother would have. He goes all out for Halloween, guys. And he's got stuff like this. Like, there's this skeleton that they used to sell. They might still sell, actually. Like, look. I mean, see what I mean? Like with one of the stores where it's like this like giant skeleton. It's like 40 feet tall. Or I don't know. It's like this whole thing where every year you get on a wait list and you get on the wait list like a year in advance. And it's like, then they draw a name and whoever wins gets the privilege to pay like $1 bazillion for it. And it's like, in my opinion, I'm like, I can't fathom any of this. Like, this is craziness. Like, I don't waste $1, you know? And it's like, but basically that's like my brother's ultimate goal is to get this specifics. Anyway, some of you guys know him from his storm chasing and he's amazing. The wait, exactly. The wait list. Yes. The ghoul is less scary than her. Agreed. Also, shout out to Iowa. Glad that that was so awesome that you and my brother had that connection with the storm chasing, and that you guys are safe also. And he did also post a video I saw a notification for. I think it was while I was live streaming, so I haven't seen it yet. But his best of in Iowa, so you should definitely check that out. Can we see it do the walking though? That's what I want to see. I want to see it do the walking. Can we see it do the walking? Because it says it's animatronic. Like, if you don't see it move, why would you buy it? I mean, this is a bargain though compared to some of the other stuff that my brother is interested in. Anyway, I mean, there it is. You guys see what I mean? Look at the cheeks though, and the eyes, and the hair for that matter. Wow. Movable jaw. It makes moaning sounds, guys. Does it say Jen? 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 I'm sure it does. I don't even need the answer on that. I'm sure it does. I 100% am sure that you can even order these where you get to put your own words in, and I'm sure someone could do that. Okay. Meanwhile, she tries to seem human. Y'all.
At 4:53, my phone rings and I look at my caller ID. I look at the phone and it's Kaylee, John's niece. John's niece. And I say hello. And she said, yeah, well, basically she relayed to me that.
Next question.
When you pick up the phone, could you hear a voice on the other end?
I heard a voice and a lot of screaming.
And the voice you heard, is that Kaylee, John's niece?
Yes.
And the screaming, was it a man or a woman screaming?
It was a woman.
How loud was that person screaming?
I know.
Very loud.
Could you make out anything that person was saying as they were screaming?
Oh my God, is she going to do it?
My name was screamed a lot.
Oh my God, well, that's happening right now? Wait. That, what? How? I have to do Meg's command. Also, honestly, that gets a squirrely crystal ball. That's insane. Hold on. Where'd it go? There it is.
And then the other individual ended up getting on the phone with me.
And who's that person that was
Oh, not
screaming
yet. I spoke too soon. She's going to do it though.
in the background?
Miss Reed.
How long was she screaming for while you were speaking to your niece before you spoke to her?
Everyone check the
The
poll.
entire time I was speaking to Kaylee, she was screaming.
Describe her demeanor.
Miss Reed's.
Yes.
Jen.
There it is.
And then she's
I win. So it was still counts. Still counts. Yes. There it is, guys. There it is. She's honestly, y'all, she's practiced it to make it less banshee-y. Although I'm sure by the time we get to cross, it will get there. This is her. You guys, just in your minds, remember, this is like the coached and practiced version of that to try to make it less funny / unbelievable. And when I say unbelievable, I mean because it's like no one talks like that, right? That's why it's funny. She's trying to make it seem human.
the entire time I was speaking to Kaylee, she was screaming.
Describe her demeanor.
Miss Reed's.
Yes.
Jen. And then she's screaming that
Oh my God.
John didn't come home. She left him at the waterfall. She was hysterical. It was very hard to follow what she was saying.
How long did that first call last?
Oh my God, look at her face.
I'm not sure how long, maybe possibly a few minutes, but it was loud enough and long enough that my husband shot up in bed thinking one of my kids had come in the room screaming.
Without saying what your niece said, could you describe
Do your kids sound like a banshee? Because I have questions.
niece's demeanor when you first spoke to her? I mean, John's niece's demeanor.
I would say Kaylee sounded concerned, uneasy.
Okay. During that phone call, other than the screaming and the screaming of your name, did the defendant give you any information other than she had dropped John off at the waterfall?
They had gotten into a fight. She had left him there and he didn't come home.
And when you were woken up, were you in a sleep when you were woken up?
Yes, I was sound asleep.
What was your mental state like when you first woke up and got that call?
Well, I had been up late. I had taken my medication that I take for my MS. So I was definitely a bit groggy when I first woke up. So immediately I just wanted to help her. She was hysterical. Kaylee was upset. So I went into that kind of mom mode of what can I do? How can I help? So I immediately was like thinking, okay, well, if you left him at the waterfall, let me think who was still there, or, you know, how can I help you? How can we find John?
Did you have a plan when you ended that first call?
I did. I knew Chris Albert.
Who was still there at the waterfall? You guys. We haven't heard as much this trial, but I tell you what. We already know in this trial that the bar closes at 2. The band was packing up. It was a great mood. The band was packing up. Everyone was leaving. This makes no sense. In trying to seem more human, it's like she's adding more detail. And as per usual with these people, right, it just doesn't do them any favors. Because she's going to Alex Murdoch herself into a wildcat scenario. Speaking of which, I need a wildcat break, guys.
You also told them that you thought you heard a wildcat, but maybe it was a person or something like that as well?
No, that's not what I said.
What did you say then?
I said when I went outside that there's a house cat that's gone wild, and he hangs around. He goes from hanging around the shop, goes from hanging around the house, different times. You might, and there'll be times you don't see him. And he had been around the house. And when I went outside, I believe that cat was over there.
Incredible. Really, you can't make this shit up, people. You cannot make this shit up.
Yesterday, I was taking a walk around 5. I met a new friend. We went to Tallahassee food trucks.
Wow.
Last night, hung out with her for hours.
Yeah.
Wendy made another new friend? Are you fucking kidding me? Why?
She also Googled. There was a shooting, do you know? Both she and John.
Stop.
Why would they
I'm
Google?
going to die.
Why would that just come
I'm
up?
going. Sorry. Heather says, I met a new friend on a walk. Bitch, how old are you? Just, I don't even remember what she was giving too much detail about. I'm going to back it up. It's just, there's so much to comment on here, right, guys?
Kaylee, she was screaming.
Where's the
Describe her demeanor.
captioning?
Miss Reed's?
Yes.
Jen!
Her jaw still does the snake jaw thing, though, guys. You know, like when it's unhinged.
The entire time I was speaking to Kaylee.
Which, remember that ghoul we saw? The one we just looked at, the 6-foot animatronic ghoul? It said its jaw was removable. So that works out perfectly.
Describe her demeanor.
Miss Reed's?
Yes.
Sorry, Heather.
Jen! And then she's screaming.
But literally, it's, oh dear, oh dear, oh dear.
Yes.
Jen! And then she's screaming that John didn't come home. She left him at the waterfall. She was hysterical. It was very hard to follow what she was saying.
How long did that first call last for?
I'm not sure how long, maybe possibly a few minutes, but it was loud enough and long enough that my husband shot up in bed thinking one of my kids had come
That
in.
was a good dirt buy. Hold on, let me back this up so we can see. Y'all. Watch for the dirt buy.
I'm not sure how long, maybe possibly a few minutes, but it was loud enough and long enough that my husband.
I'm not trying to be mean. I'm going to not say anything.
Shot up in bed thinking one of my kids had come in the room screaming.
Without saying what your niece said, could you describe your niece's demeanor when you first spoke to her? I mean, John's niece's demeanor.
Hi, Doc.
I would say Kaylee sounded concerned, uneasy.
Okay. During that phone call,
Right,
other
my
than the
Heather.
screaming and the screaming of your name, did the defendant give you any information other than she had dropped John off at the waterfall?
They had gotten into a fight. She had left him there and he didn't come home.
And when you were woken up, were you in a sleep when you were woken up?
Yes, I was sound asleep.
I'm literally, that's what got me thinking about it, because I've been thinking this about the Halloween thing, but I wasn't going to say it, but I was like, I can't not anymore. But what got me thinking about it is because I literally said, oh, I looked over, I'd forgotten it was on the screen because we were doing something else. And I was like, oh my God, it's like the stuff of nightmares, right? And that's when I was like,
And that's what, and then I was like thinking, oh yeah, I guess I'll just tell the story about the Halloween decorations. So it's just, we're all on the same page with the nightmares here.
Mental state like when you first woke up and got that call?
Well, I had been up late. I had taken my medication that I take for my MS. So I was definitely a bit groggy when I first woke up. So immediately I just wanted to help her. She was hysterical. Kaylee was upset. So I went into that kind of mom mode of what can I do? How can I help? So I immediately was like thinking, okay, well, if you left him at the waterfall, let me think who was still there, or, how can I help you? How can we find John?
Did you have a plan when you ended that first call?
I did. I knew Chris Albert had still been at the waterfall.
So this is my point. What time hold on, what time did she say she called? This is my point. I just remembered what I was saying.
Like when you first woke up and got that call?
Well, I had been up late. I had taken my medication that I take for my MS. So I was definitely a bit groggy when I first woke up. So immediately I just wanted to help her. She was hysterical. Kaylee was upset. So I went into that kind of mom mode of what can I do? How can I help? So I immediately was like thinking, okay, well, if you left him at the waterfall, let me think who was still there, or, how can I help you? How can we find John?
Did you have a plan when you ended that first call?
I did. I knew Chris Albert had still been at the waterfall when I left. So I thought if Karen and John had gotten into a fight, maybe Chris had walked.
Did she not say what time this was? Hold on. I need to know what time, because I'm gonna roast her for this. I need to know what time. Early morning hours. I need to know what time.
That peaceful mood into something else.
Yes.
Okay. I want you to share with the jury the first thing that happens that changes everything.
At 4:53, my phone rings and I look at my caller ID. I look at the phone and it's Kaylee, John's niece. John's niece. And I say hello, and she said, yeah, well, basically she relayed to me that.
Next question.
When you pick up the phone, could you hear a voice on the other end?
I heard a voice and a lot of screaming.
And the voice you heard, is that Kaylee, John's niece?
Yes.
And the screaming, was it a man or a woman screaming?
It was a woman.
How loud was that person screaming?
Very loud.
Could you make out anything that person was saying as they were screaming?
So 4:53.
My name was screamed a lot. And then the other individual ended up getting on the phone with me.
Well, I'll wait for her to
Who's that
say it.
person that was screaming in the background?
Miss Reed.
How long was she screaming for while you were speaking to your niece before you spoke to her?
The entire time I was speaking to Kaylee, she was screaming.
Describe her demeanor.
Miss Reed's?
Yes.
Jen! And then she's screaming that John didn't come home. She left him at the waterfall.
I mean, literally, that's actually non-responsive. Describe her demeanor. That's not demeanor.
Miss Reed's?
Yes.
Jen! And then she's screaming that John didn't come home. She left him at the waterfall. She was hysterical. It was very hard to follow what she was saying.
How long did that first call last for?
I'm not sure how long, maybe possibly a few minutes, but it was loud enough and long enough that my husband shot up in bed thinking one of my kids had come in the room screaming.
Without saying what your niece said, could you
I
describe
actually
your
don't
niece's
think
demeanor when you first spoke to her? I mean, John's niece's demeanor.
I actually don't think she got Botox. You know what I think it is? I think she went to the tanning bed and her skin. You know, if you get a lot of sun, right? If you guys go to the beach or whatever, you get a lot of sun. I've never been to a tanning bed. I wouldn't, I mean, but I do love going and being out in the sun at the beach. And when you go and you get a lot of sun, especially if it's like you've been out there for a while, you know, your skin will get really tight. You guys know what I'm saying? I think that's what it is. I don't think she had Botox.
I would say Kaylee sounded concerned, uneasy.
Oh my God. Did she say that? Fuck, Heather, we got to go back.
Call, other than the screaming.
We got to go back again. If she said that, we got to go back. We got to go back.
And she's screaming that John didn't come home. She left him at the waterfall. She was hysterical. It was very hard to follow what she was saying.
How long did that first call last for?
I'm not sure how long, maybe possibly a few minutes, but it was loud enough and long enough that my husband shot up in bed thinking one of my kids had come in the room screaming.
Without saying what your niece said, could you describe your niece's demeanor when you first spoke to her? I mean, John's niece's demeanor.
I would say Kaylee sounded concerned, uneasy.
Okay. During that phone call, other than the screaming and the screaming of your name, did the defendant give you any information other than she had dropped John off at the waterfall?
They'd gotten into a fight. She had left him there and he didn't come home.
And when you were woken up, were you in a sleep when you were woken up?
Yes, I was sound asleep.
What was your mental state like when you first woke up and got that call?
Well, I had been up
Mental
late.
state of mind.
I had taken my medication that I take for my MS. So I was definitely a bit groggy when I first woke up. So immediately I just wanted to help her. She was hysterical. Kaylee was upset. So I went into that kind of mom mode of what can I do? How can I help? So I immediately was like thinking, okay, well, if you left him at the waterfall, let me think who was still there, or,
Okay.
you know, how can I help you? How can we find John?
At 5 a.m. when the bar closes at 2?
Did you have a plan when you ended that
That's
first
my
call?
point. 5 a.m. Who would still be at the bar? The bar closes at 2.
I did.
And
I knew
everybody was leaving early because of the weather, right? The band was packing up at like midnight, right? Or they were closing early. They were closing before midnight. So
Chris Albert had still been at the waterfall when I left. So I thought if Karen
why
and
would he
John
still
had
be
gotten
there
into
at
a
5
fight,
a.m.?
maybe Chris had walked out of the bar and Chris lived local to the bar, thought maybe they walked back to Chris's together.
So what did you do?
So I called Chris Albert's wife, Julie.
Did you speak to her?
No, she never answered.
After you had a moment to make a phone call and think about things, did your head become any more clearer?
It did. And I was, reminded by my husband that we had seen Karen in John's car outside of Fairview.
When he reminded you, did you independently remember the text messages that you sent to John earlier that evening?
Immediately, I was like, oh my God, you're right.
Did you remember that you had seen what you believed to be the defendant's car in front of the house near the flagpole?
Objection. Watch the form.
Okay. What did you remember? What came to mind after you spoke to your husband about your memory from earlier that evening?
The minute he said it, I remember seeing the SUV and then all the text messages that I had and the phone conversation with John.
So after the defendant spoke to you and said she had left the defendant at the waterfall and you had time to think about your memories, did you react or do anything with that?
Yes, I believe I called Kaylee back.
Why did you call Kaylee?
I didn't have Miss Reed's phone number.
When you called Kaylee back, did you speak to anybody?
Yes, I believe Kaylee and then Miss Reed.
When you first spoke to Kaylee, could you hear anything other than Kaylee?
The screaming.
Was it any different or was it similar to the first time you spoke by phone?
Similar to the first time.
Regarding the demeanor or intensity, had it changed at all?
Not at all.
You mentioned the first time that you had that phone call, the defendant was screaming your name. Jen,
Yes.
Jen. Was she saying your name in the second call or was it just general screaming?
My name. And then when she got on the phone, I had told her, Karen, I saw you guys outside of my sister's house. And then she told me she didn't remember being there. And then she went on to say, she started saying, could I have hit him? Did I hit him? And then she just was.
I wonder if when she has sex with her husband, Matt, which we call Meerkat McCabe, I wonder if he screams Jen, Jen, Jen like that.
And she told me she didn't remember being there. And then she went on to say,
highlights
she started
are
saying,
atrocious.
could I have hit
I
him?
can
Did I hit
explain.
him?
I can explain.
And then she just was just all over the place, like screaming my name, screaming so many different things. She was hard to follow or understand.
When she was saying to you, did I hit him? Could have I hit him? Was that before or after you informed her that you had seen her out front of your sister's house?
It was after I told her that. She also informed me that she had cracked her taillight.
In that conversation, she told you that?
In one of the conversations I had with her in my bedroom, yes.
When you told her that you had seen her out front, and she had said that she didn't remember that night, was that before or after she was saying, did I hit him? Could have I hit him?
Can you repeat the question?
So
Sorry.
she was telling you about that she didn't remember that night. Was that before or after you had told her about seeing her car?
When I said I saw her at Fairview, then her response was she didn't even remember going there.
Did she ever deny that she came to Mr. O'Keefe's house? I mean, to your sister's house?
No.
When she told you or said to you, did I hit him or could have I hit him or something like that, did you have any idea what she was talking about?
No, I didn't pay attention to it.
When she told you that she had cracked her taillight the night before, did that have any significance at that time to you?
No.
So in telling you these different things, did you ever piece them together at that time?
No.
What was your primary motivation at that point?
I just wanted to help her because she was hysterical. Kaylee was very upset, so I wanted to help her and I wanted to find John.
So after she told you these things about whether she could or did hit her and the light and not remembering, did the conversation end or did it progress?
At some point I was then going into like, okay, well, if she brought him there and left him there, where was he? because he never came in the house and she doesn't know where he is. So now where could he be? So I started thinking there was another gentleman that was supposed to meet us out at the bar who John was friends with. So I thought, okay, well, in my head, I'm thinking maybe they got into a fight. John got out of the car and he connected with this guy because he was at a party on the street.
What was that
over.
person's name?
His name is Tom Beatty.
Did you call him?
Yes.
Did you get a chance to speak to him that night?
That morning?
Yes.
No.
Did you call around anywhere else?
I believe I called my sister. I called John. I called Tom Beatty. I called his daughter.
You called John O'Keefe's phone?
Yes.
Did he answer?
No.
So now she didn't
Did it
see
go
him
right to voicemail?
I don't remember.
outside the house.
Did you text anybody?
I honestly don't remember if I texted. I primarily think I was just trying to call as many people as I could and try to figure out what happened.
So you had two conversations at this point with the defendant while you were still home.
Yes.
Was there any further phone calls that you had before you did something?
I'm not sure if I know I went downstairs to make coffee because my plan was to go with my husband. I said, come on, let's just go over to Tom Beatty's. Let's see. Maybe John's there. He passed out on the couch. I'm not sure if Karen called me again or not. It's a little foggy because there was so many calls and everything.
And so that morning when you're receiving calls, did something happen?
Karen showed up at my house.
How did you know Karen showed up at your house?
I could hear her screaming out front.
And about what time is this?
Approximately 5:20, 5:30. I can't be sure.
Were you worried for John at this point?
Not particularly, no.
Were you screaming?
No.
Now, at this point, this moment when you hear her outside of your house yelling.
That was interesting.
Did you know a person by the name of Kerry?
That was interesting, not particularly.
At my house.
How did you know Karen showed up at your house?
I could hear her screaming out front.
And about what time is this?
Approximately 5:20, 5:30. I can't be sure.
Were you worried for John at this point?
Not particularly, no.
Were you screaming?
No.
Now, at this point, this moment when you hear her outside of your house yelling, early morning hours, did you know a person by the name of Kerry Roberts?
I knew of her. I'd met her once.
Were you friends with her at that time?
No.
Had you socialized with her at that time?
No.
Had you ever seen her before with John?
Once.
Tell me about that.
Years earlier, as I said earlier, I used to take Kaylee on Friday nights, and Kerry was the one who would take Patrick on Friday night. So we would each have the kids. And
So just to elaborate on the question about did she see him? So she didn't see him. It's what it is it's like, okay, she knew that they were coming over there, and then there was Karen's car or whatever, right? And then she was texting with John O'Keefe and the whole thing about him being here, right? So I guess context clues, she could assume he was there. And then she also called him twice. And then she, again, from what I can tell, she changed her testimony from last trial, where she said last trial, from what I recall, she spoke with him once, but not twice, even though there's 2 calls. But this time she said she didn't speak with him at all, is what I think that's a change in her testimony, but that will come out in cross.
Thank us. One day, John told us how he got a discount at Reebok and to get our kids' shoe sizes, and he was going to buy us all sneakers.
So yeah, I saw you guys outside my sister's house, but because again, the testimony about the car is that no one could really see who was driving because it was like dark or whatever, and the windows were tinted or something, but everyone just assumed it was Karen and John in the car. So like, she didn't see him. She's never testified to that. And I mean, I don't know that would have been possible given that it was dark, and like, unless there'd been like a dome light on in the Lexus, right? Then you could see who's inside.
Just as a way to say thank you for helping. So we all went to the store together, and then John took Kerry and myself to the hillside for lunch.
How many years before this moment was that?
Oh gosh. Well, I think that's when my daughter was in kindergarten or 1st grade, and at this point she was in 8th grade. So like 7 years.
Had you ever spent any other time with Kerry Roberts before this morning?
No.
Were you friends at that point?
No.
How would you consider your relationship with Miss Roberts on that morning when Miss Reed arrived to your home?
I had met her once, and that was the extent of it. I wouldn't say I knew her at all. Beyond.
The thing is, with all that looking out the window, right?
texting him and looking out the window, she should have seen, and not just her, but everyone else, they should have seen him get out of the car and then whatever would happen. Like, no, it's interesting that no one's even testifying that they saw her hit him, right? With all the looking out the window that was going on. No one's even saying, oh, we saw him get out of the car and then we saw her back up and hit him. Nor are they saying we saw him get out of the car and walk into that. No one ever sees John, like, it's strange credulity, right? No one ever sees John do anything, including lying in the yard.
On that one time I went out with her.
I want you to take us back now to when you first hear the defendant in your driveway yelling. When you hear that, do you hear any words or is it general yelling?
So I hear yelling. So I was downstairs making coffee. I go to my front door and I open it and she's screaming, Jen, Jen. She's screaming that 3 times. And then she was saying, we have to go to Fairview. A lot of the, could I have hit him? Did I hit him? Just, she was on repeat.
What did you do?
You're on.
My husband came running down the hall and was like, tell her to shut up. She's going to wake up the neighbors. And then I said, I'm just going to go with her. I'm going to look for John. And then he yelled down saying something like, you can't be driving around in this weather, with a broken taillight.
When you saw the defendant at your front door, had the weather changed overnight?
Yes.
Was it different?
Yes. Now the snow had intensified. It was almost like, it was dark outside, but it was like whiteout conditions.
How dark?
Dark. I mean, it was dark. It was
How does that
like 5:30 in the morning.
What was the visibility
That's
like?
you dumb?
Not good.
After you meet the defendant at your door, do you let her in or does she stay outside?
I'm not sure if I just grabbed my coffee and ran out or whether she came in. So we went down my walkway. She was just kind of running all around. The driver's door was open. So I told her I was going to drive because I thought she was too hysterical to drive. In the meantime, all of a sudden there was a car at the end of my street and there was a plow behind it.
The car that came to the end of your street, do you know where it went?
I meant the end of my driveway. I'm sorry.
When you say at the end of your driveway, did it pull into your driveway?
No, it just kind of stopped right at the base of my driveway.
Okay. How far behind your car was that car?
Not far, not too far.
Okay. Did you know who was in that car?
No.
Did you learn who was in that car?
Yes.
How did you learn who was in the car?
Because I said, who is that?
Did you ask the defendant or did you walk up?
I asked the defendant and she told me it was Kerry Roberts.
Did you meet Kerry Roberts face to face in your driveway that morning?
Yes, I wouldn't say we met. It was more of a, the plow was coming, so she was having to like move down the street. And then either Karen called her or she called Karen, but they were on the phone, Karen's phone over the car. So they started talking.
Did you get into the defendant's car?
Yes, we did. I got in the car with Miss Reed.
When you got in the car, you were in the driver's seat. Was Miss Reed in the passenger front?
Yes.
You said there was an open call. Is this something you could hear on a speaker?
Yes.
At that point, had you had a chance to go and look at the taillight of that car?
No.
Did everyone
go
go
in
in
the
the pool?
taillight at that point?
No.
There was an open call between who?
Karen and Kerry Roberts.
Can you describe what you heard in that call?
Karen was saying that she wanted to go to Fairview and Kerry Roberts was instructing her that no, we weren't going to be going to Fairview, and she kept saying we got to go to your sister's house, and Kerry Roberts said no, we're not going to be driving around in this weather in 2 cars. Let's go back to John's, let's go to Meadows, let's go see if he's there. That was kind of the conversation, and then Karen was doing a lot of screaming and Kerry was kind of yelling back at her to shut up.
Who was taking charge of the situation that morning?
Kerry Roberts.
Were you in charge of it?
No.
Did you weigh in or make any decisions on where you were going to go next, or were you just a listener?
I just listened. Kerry said that Kerry's kind of a take charge person. She said, we're going to Meadows. So I said, okay, I drove to Meadows.
Now, at this point, you didn't know Kerry Roberts other than that meeting?
Yes, correct.
And you agreed to follow her?
Yes.
So tell us what happens. Take us through the drive.
She might have followed me. I'm not sure, but we drove back to Meadows, pulled into the driveway.
So you knew where Meadows was? You had been there many times for the kids?
Yes.
You think Miss Roberts may have followed you?
Yes.
What was the weather conditions as you were driving?
They were awful. It was, I was driving very slow, cautiously. It was dark. It was hard to see. It was that type where the snow was like coming at your window.
How long of a ride was it from your home to John's home?
Approximately 5-6 minutes.
Was there any other phone calls while you were in the car with Miss Roberts, or did the phone calls end?
I believe that was it.
Can you describe the defendant's demeanor on the trip from your house to John's house?
She was just screaming, yelling things. It was almost like everything she said 3 times. And she just went from one thing to the next. She was quite hysterical.
Do you remember what she was yelling about?
About going to Fairview, asking, could she have hit him? Did I hit him?
How many times did she raise the question, did I hit him?
3.
A good amount.
Did you ever speak to her about that?
No.
At some point, did you finally get to John's home?
Yes,
When you got to John's home, who pulled in the driveway first?
I did.
Where did you pull in respect to the driveway?
I just pulled straight in next to the garage.
Did you see where Miss Roberts went?
I believe she pulled in behind me.
After you pulled into Meadows, John's home, and you stopped, what happened next?
We go into John's house.
When you went to John's house, did you all go in the same way?
Yes, we went through the garage.
And before going into John's home, did you do anything?
Before entering into the house?
Yes.
I took off my shoes.
You took off your shoes?
Yes.
Why did you do that?
Because you always had to take your shoes off at John's. He didn't want you to track. He would have yelled at me for tracking snow in his house.
Did you see if Kerry took her shoes off or not?
I believe she did.
Did you see whether the defendant took her shoes off or not?
Testimony so much.
She just walked right in
How would you remember that?
because I thought it was strange.
It was an
What was the
emergency.
purpose when you went into the house? What
It's
was the
more
number one thing
strange if you take the time to take your shoes off when there's an emergency like that, dude.
that you were worried about?
We were looking for John.
Anything else on your mind when you went into his house?
Also, I knew Kaylee was there.
Now, at this point, did you have a close relationship with Kaylee?
Yes.
Do you still?
Yes.
Great point.
What did you do when you went in the house? Where did you go?
I walked through the kitchen and then I kind of peeked into the TV room. I walked through the dining room. And then before I went up the stairs, I kind of peeked into a living room. I went up to the top of the stairs. I peeked into John's room. And then I went into Kaylee's room.
Did you ever see John?
No,
Why did you go to Kaylee's room?
because I wanted to go check on Kaylee.
Did you have a chance to speak to her?
I did, yes.
What was her demeanor at that point?
She was very, she was in the bed. She was holding on to her phone. She was terrified.
Was she screaming?
No,
Did you provide her any comfort?
yes. I told her that I was going to go out. I told Kaylee that I was going to go out with them and I was going to find John. And I promised her that everything would be okay.
At some point, you left Kaylee?
Yes.
Where did you go?
Oh my God.
I went back downstairs and then we went out to look for John.
I bet she practices a lot, trying to be like all sad and emotional. This is crazy.
Before you left John's house that morning, did the defendant show you anything?
Yes. When we were out in the driveway, I had thought it was when we went in, but I think it might have been when we came out. But regardless, at one point when we were in the driveway at Meadows, Karen showed myself and Kerry Roberts the cracked taillight.
Did you or Miss Roberts get close to the taillight at that point?
Yes, we walked over and the taillight was missing pieces.
Did Miss Roberts have any comment about it?
Oh, wow.
Yes, Miss Rob.
That's not what she said in the first trial. She'll get this cross is gonna be great. She said it was cracked, or there was a crack in the taillight. And we just watched this testimony, and now it's missing pieces.
She had a comment.
What was Miss Roberts' demeanor at that point?
She was frustrated with Karen, had said that, had said that Karen basically was telling her to shut up. You were so drunk. You could have hit anything last night. And then Kerry, I remember just thinking, all right, let's go. And I remember Kerry thinking, oh,
Well,
someone's
let me
going to
not
get.
ask you what Kerry-
You remember
sorry.
Kerry thinking?
We don't want to think what somebody thought.
Yeah. Dude. Although I feel like that was a Freudian slip on her part, because that's basically, she tells Kerry what to think, right?
Anything last night. And then Kerry, I remember just thinking, all right, let's go. And I remember Kerry thinking, oh,
Well,
someone's
let me
going to
not ask
get.
you what Kerry-
Oh, sorry.
We
Wow.
don't want to think what somebody thought.
Okay.
I want to know what you heard and what you saw.
Kerry already testified, so.
Yeah.
All right. At some point when you were looking at the taillight with missing pieces with the defendant and Miss Roberts, did you see Miss Roberts point anything out?
Yes.
Share that with us.
She pointed a piece that was sticking out and was concerned that someone was going to catch their coat or something on it.
And during that time when the defendant is showing you the taillight with missing pieces, was she saying anything about it?
Oh, the stupid
No, I don't.
coat thing. Welcome back, Clerk 2 Cute by Half. I don't know what song that's from. What is that?
Not that I can recall right now.
You mentioned at some point she was saying, did I or could I have hit him after you left John's house? Was that in the car or before you got in the car?
I know for a fact it was definitely in the car, was one of the times, yes.
Now, Ms. Roberts' car is parked behind the defendant's car in John's driveway.
Yes.
Was there a decision made to take one or two cars?
One car.
What was the plan?
The plan was to get into Kerry's car and to go and look for John. I wanted to go thinking, let's go to Tom Beatty's, but Ms. Reed was pretty adamant that we go to Fairview first.
You said that at times there was some arguing or bickering, or Ms. Roberts was raising her voice to the defendant?
Yes.
Who made the decision to go to Fairview?
Ultimately, Kerry said, all right, we'll go there, almost like to shut her up.
When you got in the car, where was everybody? When you got into Kerry Roberts' car, where was everybody sitting?
Kerry was driving. I was in the front and passenger. Karen was in the back.
Everyone go in the poll.
In the middle, kind of peeking her head through between us.
I want you to take us through the ride from John's house at Meadows until you first get to Fairview. So as you pull out of, or Kerry Roberts pulls out of John's driveway, what is the mood inside that car?
I'd say it was starting to get tense because Karen was just continuously screaming. Kerry was trying to focus on driving, and Karen's behavior in the back of the car was a bit erratic.
When you say erratic, can you just give some detail what you mean by that?
Yes, she would go from sitting back to leaning up in between us, and she would yell Kerry's name 3 times. Then she would yell my name's three times.
This is so
and then
weird.
she would yell, "Could I hit him? Did I hit him?"
If I was on this jury, I'd be like 3 times for everything. Really? Come on now.
Over and over again.
When she was repeating these questions or phrases that she was yelling, did you respond in any way?
I don't believe I did. No.
How about Kerry?
Kerry was telling her to shut up and to buckle up.
Was she buckled?
I don't believe so.
You began your drive from Mr. O'Keefe's home at Meadows to Fairview. Is the weather getting better?
No, it's getting worse.
Is the visibility still difficult?
It was terrible.
As you began that drive to Fairview, was there anything that you were doing on the way?
Yes, I was just kind of looking out the window intently to see if I saw anything.
What were you looking for?
I guess John, which I know it sounds crazy, but
What? I guess John. What? But I know it sounds crazy. No, your answer sounds crazy. What?
As you began that drive to Fairview, was there anything that you were doing on the way?
What did she say?
yes, I was just kind of looking out the window intently to see if I saw anything.
What were you looking for?
I guess John, which I know it sounds crazy, but I didn't know where the hell he was.
Was it?
Why does it sound crazy?
Did you have any difficulty seeing from the car the side of the road?
Yes.
Did you see what direction Ms. Roberts was looking when she was driving?
Well, she, it was hard because she needed to focus on driving because the conditions were that bad.
Did you have a chance to see the defendant on that drive at all?
Yes.
Was she looking out the windows with you?
No, she was popping back and forth and screaming.
Was it constant screaming or did it change at all?
She would scream and then kind of sit back and she'd almost be like quiet for a minute. It was like, okay, good. And then she'd start again.
In those quiet times, do you know what, if anything, she was doing?
I didn't know what she was doing that morning, no.
How long did it take to get to Fairview?
I don't know. I'm going to assume maybe 10 minutes, like with the weather, maybe 10 minutes. I'm not, give or take approximately.
As you're approaching 34 Fairview Road, before you get there, is Fairview going to be on your left side, driver's side, or on the right side?
As we're pulling up, it's on the driver's side. Kerry's going to take a left down Fairview off of Chapman.
I want you to take us back to that morning, about 20 or 30 yards before you get to Fairview.
Mm-hmm.
You're in the car with Ms. Roberts and the defendant?
Yes.
What's happening in the car?
Karen's is screaming. And at that point, she had asked if John could be cheating on her and if John could be with Bella's mom.
Whoa.
Didn't know what the hell
first trial?
she was talking about. I was like, what are you talking about? Why would he be with Bella's mom? And then Kerry said, well, do you think he could have walked to, there was another woman years before that John had dated who lived on the next street over to her house.
And as you approach that area before you get to the flagpole, does anything remarkable happen?
See, now that makes sense though, because why would he do that versus staying where he was, which was supposed to be where Albert's house, like again to Iowa's point?
No.
Okay. What happens next?
As we're driving down the street, I just say,
Also, even if Karen did say that thing about Bella, that would just go to show that she didn't know where he was, right? Because isn't their whole theory that she already knew where he was when he was at the Alberts's, and then because she knew ahead of time? But like this contradicts that.
to Kerry, because she doesn't know where my sister lives. Oh, her house is just at the bottom of the street.
Visibility still difficult?
Yes, awful.
Clark.
What happens next?
That is hilarious.
We continue, driving, and we're driving slowly past, the line of, I guess, bushes and the flagpole area. And all of a sudden, Karen's screaming from the back, "There he is," or something to the effect of, "There he is, let me out."
Did you know what she was talking about?
I had no idea.
When she was yelling that, did you look out the window?
Yeah, we had our eyes peeled out the window.
Did you see anything?
Nothing but snow.
How long was she yelling about whatever it is she was saying?
Kerry, she screamed, "Stop." So Kerry stopped pretty quickly. There he is, there he is. She could have kicked the door, like, "Let me out of here."
When she was kicking the door, what were you doing?
I was just like, what the heck? What is going on?
She said.
What happens next?
She gets out.
dear.
Kerry looks at me and said like, she's batshit crazy.
Then what happens?
Then Kerry got out. Then I got out of the car, walked around the back of the car, and was walking like over to where I could see the girls were.
Now, at that point, you were in Kerry Roberts' car.
Yes.
It had its headlights on.
Yes.
Was it facing up the street of Fairview?
Well, we had come down the hill, so yes, up the street.
There was no other lighting in that area?
I do not believe so.
No fire engines or ambulances at that point?
No.
No police cars?
No.
Any street lights?
It was dark.
When you got out of the car, did you look towards the area of the flagpole?
Yes.
Could you see anything at that point?
No.
How close did you get to the area of the flagpole before you could first actually see something?
Well, I saw the shadowy figures of Kerry and Karen, and it wasn't until I got very close over to them that I saw.
Oh God!
I saw Kerry removing the snow from John's face.
Is that the first moment you realized that was John O'Keefe on the ground?
Yes, it was.
Oh my God! This is so dumb.
When you see
She didn't
Kerry
hear
removing the
last
snow
year.
from John's face, what do you do?
Dude.
I was frozen. I was shocked. I couldn't believe that was
Frozen in
just lying
shock.
there.
Heather.
Tell us what you're seeing.
What do I see? I see Kerry just wiping the snow off. Karen had straddled him and had lifted her shirt and his shirt and was laying on him, and Kerry was screaming at her to get off of him. And I was literally just stunned, and there he was.
Stop it.
What did John look like when you saw him?
Did you hear that,
I
Heather?
couldn't see much but his face.
Did you hear that? About she was frozen and shocked and whatever. I mean, she literally, dude. Where was it? I think around here.
Air engines or ambulances at that point?
No.
No police cars?
No.
Any
That's crazy.
streetlights?
She said that
It
though.
was dark.
When you got out of the car, did you look towards the area of the flagpole?
Yes.
Could you see anything at that point?
No.
How close did you get to the area of the flagpole before you could first actually see something?
Well, I saw the shadowy figures of Kerry and Karen, and it wasn't until I got very close over to them that I saw.
Dude.
I saw Kerry removing the snow from John's face.
Is that the first moment you realized that was John O'Keefe on the ground?
Yes, it was.
When you see Kerry removing the snow from John's face, what do you do?
I was frozen. I was shocked. I couldn't believe that was him just lying there.
Tell us what you're seeing.
What do I see? I see Kerry just wiping the snow off. Karen had straddled him and had lifted her shirt and his shirt and was laying on him, and Kerry was screaming at her to get off of him. And I was literally just stunned, and there he was.
Oh, how fake.
What did John
Pro
look-
tip though, guys. God forbid any of you ever have to testify as a witness in a murder trial. I would not take notes from Dylan or from Jen.
look like when you saw him?
I couldn't see much but his face, because the rest was snow, and Karen was moving over him, but he just looked like just him, but just like frozen.
Oh, how fake. Wow.
What did you do?
At first, I just stood there for a minute because I couldn't believe it was him. And then Kerry Roberts and I made eye contact. And I knew, I was like, all right, I'm going to call 911. But I think I knew in that moment that John, was dead.
Well, he wasn't dead. He was still alive.
Yeah, I started to call 911 and Kerry and Karen were just screaming. And so I walked back towards Kerry's car. And then Kerry was also yelling at me to go to the back of the car to look for blankets and towels. So as I was calling 911, I was at the back of the car looking for the towels and the blankets to bring over to Kerry. And while I was doing that, I believe 911 answered.
Did you speak to 911?
I did, yes.
Did you get the towels and blankets that Kerry had requested?
I did, yes.
After your phone call with 911, you had the towels and blankets. Tell us what happens next.
So after I called 911, I went back over to Kerry, Karen, and John. And at that point, Kerry asked if I would take over compressions. So she got up and I started doing compressions, and Karen was doing mouth to mouth.
When you started doing compressions, were you touching John over his clothes or touching his skin?
I don't remember.
Did you at that point get a chance to touch John's body and see how it felt temperature-wise?
I just remember when I was doing the compressions, I don't really know how to explain it. It just felt very funny.
I'm sorry, very
It
what?
just wasn't normal.
What?
I can't think of
Normal?
how to
How many times
describe
have
the
you done
way
that?
it felt when I was trying to press down, but it was like resistance.
Isn't that normal though?
How long did you try to give compressions and give aid to John for?
Until the police came.
Mr. Brennan, why don't we end here?
Thank
you.
Wow. Welcome in, Carla and Krista.
Today, I have to give you those same cautions.
Okay, so that's the end of the day, and we already watched the hearing after this on ARCCA. We watched that before Jen's testimony. Wow. Okay. So they will pick up today with her giving chest compressions in all likelihood, it looks like here. Wow. So that was a lot. So here's what we will be doing here, guys. What I think I will do is I think I will start covering her testimony. I think I'll start at 10 a.m. So in a little under 3 hours. The reason being because they usually start court a little bit late, but I would rather be able to watch all of her testimony and go through lunch, without having a lunch break. And if, given the breaks and stuff, if we do have a little bit of a lunch break, that's fine. In terms of if they're still on lunch break, if that makes sense. So, because I don't want to be too behind, but I also want to have, I would rather not have that weird, you know what I mean? I'd rather watch all the testimony back to back as much as possible. So I think if I start at 10, that would probably be good. I would imagine they're not going to be done with her before lunch. I can't fathom that. She might go, I wouldn't be surprised if she goes the whole day. I mean, maybe they'll finish direct before lunch. Maybe. It'll be really interesting because they're going to have a lot more this time. Remember, they have to get into her whole thing with the health data on her phone. That'll be a whole thing. So that's what we'll do. If anyone's now just getting here, make sure you vote in the poll, and I'm going to close the poll here in just a second. Is there anyone else that needs to vote still? Burr, 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 burr. Okay, so we got results are, will Jen wear a cross on day 7? Yes, but same one is 47%. Yes, but upside down was 36%. Yes, different one was 10%, and no was 5%. So there you go, guys. I'm really surprised that upside down didn't win on that, Heather's surprised as well. Right? I know. For sure. So yeah, so we will be back here in a little under 3 hours for more Jen. We will be on the lookout for what's going on with her cross necklace for sure. But that'll be it for this one, guys. This was really fun. And
anyone that's on replay crew, if you're going to go back, I highly recommend watching with the chat replay on because it was really, really hilarious. We had a lot of fun laughing at things and a lot of jokes. It was crazy in a good way. But that'll be it for this one, guys. I love y'all so much. You guys are the absolute best. We have the best time here at the Squirrel Party, Squirrel Crew forever. And I'll see you guys shortly for more Jen.